What's up, everybody? I'm gonna add an emote. I'm gonna add an emote. 100% I'm adding an emote. It's gonna be, I don't know what it's gonna be, but it's gonna be relating to a katana. I'm gonna have a katana emote. There's gonna be, I already have a lot of emotes in mind. I'm gonna have a fuck ton. But the first 2 ones I wanna have, 3 ones. I wanna have 4 emotes that I have in mind, right? 1 emote, I want an animated gorilla beating his chest with the sun in the background. I want an animated gorilla beating his chest. That's a very important on the itinerary. Second one I need is I need a katana themed emote. I need some kind of something about a katana. I don't know what it's gonna be, but I need a katana themed emote. Then I want to have a tiger. I want a tiger emote. Maybe I'll combine them. I don't know. I DM'd that guy from ArtStation. I emailed him and I asked him if I could use it, but he didn't respond to me. So I'm gonna. Can one of you guys reach out to him? But I want like a vicious tiger emote, like a face of a tiger, or a tiger's body, like attacking. That's what I want. And I want a dragon emote. Those 4 are needed. I want a dragon, tiger, katana, and an animated gorilla beating the chest. Oh, we need Mongol emotes. We need Mongol emotes. We need Mongol themed emotes. That's so fucking true, dude. We need like warriors. We need the fucking bow and arrow one. We need a nomadic warrior with the bow and arrow Mongol emote. We definitely need that. And I'm getting a Genghis Khan emote. This is gonna be so fucking sick. I swear to God, I'm so excited. Guys, do you know anyone who just makes emotes that will just make all this shit for me? But I want the emotes to be, I don't want cartoon. All the Fiverr emote makers, they make cute cartoons. I don't want cute cartoon emotes. I want vicious, eye-popping, aggressive emotes. You understand? I want aggression. I want aggressive emotes. I want emotes that give you the feeling of aggression when you look at them. I have so much emotes in mind that I want to make. You know what I love about beautiful Arabian goddess in my chat? is I can just imagine her however I want. You know what I mean? Since she doesn't stream or anything, like, I could just imagine her whatever in my mind. And, you know what I mean? I should VIP her, honestly. Oh, I'm also getting new sub badges too. I'm getting new sub badges. And I don't know what they're gonna be, but we need new sub badges. These ones are not working. I can't wait for I want our emotes to be the most angry, aggressive emotes on Twitch. Every time I'm in the middle of a fucking debate and you spam those emotes, it's like, it will power me up. You know what I mean? It's mostly for me. It's not even for you. Yeah, we need new panels and shit. We're gonna get a bunch of new shit. You animate your profile picture? Really? Base. Can you? I've never seen that on Twitch. I've never seen that. Nobody does that. Soda Poppin' has it? Let me check. Soda Poppin'. Oh, he don't. His profile picture does not animate. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's a rainy day. It's a rainy day. It's a rainy day.
You guys know I can do magic where I can set the sword on fire. You just blow on it and it blazes with fire. You guys know that? I can actually do that. I'm not doing it right now because it's dangerous and it's a fire hazard, but I can do that in the middle of battle when I'm fighting in battle. Let's go. And the fucking sword catches fire, ablaze. Chris TV's internet went out. He told us. That's what happened. Guys, this music fucking sucks. I don't know why I added that to my fucking playlist.
Guess I left my world in somebody's hands. I don't like to hurt much, but
so powerful. I can barely fucking saying it!
Someone to rely on. It's what I really need. Now here we stand with all that we're worth. I've been through the pain and been dragged through the dirt. Whatever they tell you, we're bigger than words. I've been where you're standing, I know how it hurts. Let this be your song now, and this be your day. When we stand together, then we'll be okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna cover Joe Sims and the lady and the 7-year-old woman in the National Committee who called us incels.
Even though they'll let you down, nobody's perfect now. Don't let that hold you down. Let's stick together now.
Here she is.
We got to
It kind of reminds me of the incel movement.
It's easy to
This is your fucking art teacher. This is your English teacher who failed you. Remember that. You know what I noticed? I actually condensed this perfectly. All the Communist Party leaders here in the US,
by myself.
the National Committee, they all look like school. They look like they're in school. They're school teachers. That's how they act. That's their demeanor. They all remind me of college professors. Don't they remind you of college professors?
No one likes to hurt us, but everyone gets weak. Someone to rely on.
And college professors have always been my number one enemy in life. They hate me and I hate them too. I've always been at war with college professors. And you know why? Because I give them hell. I give them hell. Because not only am I a troll and a nihilist who doesn't fucking care about it, I actually go out of my way to give them a headache.
Let this be your song now, and this be your day.
I am the enemy of college professors. Trust me.
Cause we're survivors.
I was the most unbearable student. I would write impenetrable essays. You would not believe how much they hate me. You would not believe how much they hated me. I would always troll. I would always just get on under their skin and on their nerves and make them stay up at night. Please, just get them out of my class! Because you know how my mentality was?
Let's stick together.
Every college class I ever had that forced me to attend, I'm gonna give you hell. I'm gonna give you fucking hell. If you force me to show up in class, woo, you're gonna regret it. Because if you don't force me to show up to class, I'm not going to class. You get it? It's a waste of my time. So if you force me to go to class, woo, you just made a mistake. Because I'm gonna make it very unpleasant for you. I'm gonna make it very unpleasant for you. Don't waste my fucking time. You waste my time, I'm gonna make your time unfucking bearable. The worst thing you could do to me is waste my time. It will make me hate you more than anything. So if you force me to go to class and you have, oh, you can't skip more than 3 classes. Okay, professor. Okay, professor. Okay, professor. I'm gonna give you hell. That's who she reminds me of too. The lady who called us an incel. She reminds me of my professors. Oh, you're gonna make me go to class? You're gonna make me go to class? Have fun.
Me born in me raised in New York City, in a dance hall and a dance hall on the dance floor. Me do a rum dance man, ragaman, yes, it's a ragaman jump. People drink it champagne, I come full of passion. Pump it up, start to swing a body while you listen to the music, jump off and party. Ragga this, ragga that, and a rubber dub style. Feeling okay, me a feeling so irate. I'm a white man, ragga with me and get ready to dance, man. Boom shakalak, girlie, open your mind. I'm a white ragga man, baby, one of a kind. Ragga man, yes, gonna make my day. Open your mind, I'm your getaway.
I'm tired. Get away, baby, I wanna get down. Get away, get away, you're my getaway. Get away, get away. Get away, get away, you're my getaway. Get away, baby, I wanna break out. Get away, you're my getaway. Get away, get away.
Cause it's a bittersweet symphony, this life. Try to make ends meet. You're a slave to money, then you die. I'll take you down the only road I've ever been down. You know, the one that takes you to the places where all the veins meet, yeah. No change, I can change, I can change, I can change, but I'm here in my mold. I am here in my mode, but I'm a million different people from one day to the next. I can't change my mode, no, 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 no. Cause it's a bittersweet symphony, this life. Cause it's a bittersweet symphony, this life.
I got a message. I got a message. I got a message. The message is fuck the law. Let me tell y'all what. I know I haven't been streaming past 2 weeks. It's been 2 weeks since we've had a normal stream. I haven't been streaming. Let me tell you what. We're getting back on track. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We're getting back on track starting today. Starting today. So tomorrow, I'm gonna get my beard trimmed. Why? Because this motherfucker's too big. I'm gonna get my beard trimmed tomorrow. My sink! Guys, let me tell you a story. My sink, my bathroom sink. Thank you, Dixa. My bathroom sink is broken. The water doesn't go down. So I have water in my sink for 1 week. Not 1 week, I'm exaggerating. But I'm getting it fixed tomorrow. Okay? And it's because I shave and the hair goes down. The hair has accumulated and is clogging the sink. So I use my kitchen sink to fucking brush my teeth and shit now. And where do I put the hair? Where do I put the hair? Where do I put the hair? Exactly. Shut the fuck up. I'm motivated by the power of the dragon. You want me to fucking deal with this bullshit? And you know I look good for you guys, right? I look good for you, the audience. I'm your representative. I'm your champion. Of course I'm not gonna look bad. Think I'm gonna look like a Twitter leftist? Think I'm gonna look like a DSA guy? Think I'm gonna look like a CPUSA chair? Hell no! I wanna take through the city lights. Forget about me, I didn't mind. You can walk around when I'm gonna die. Me there tonight. I wanna ride through the city lights. Now me at midnight. A little walk around and I'll die. Saying you look bad before? I ain't never looked bad. But I think I looked the best years ago. Then I looked good again after I started streaming. Although, what's up with my bicep? Does anyone think my biceps look kind of off today? What's up with that? They kind of look off. You guys notice that? What's up with that? I'm working out biceps today, but this don't look like my usual. What's up with this? I'm not satisfied with that. I'm not satisfied with that. I'm not satisfied with that. Thank you, Hobius Jobius.
Do you know of a medicinal philosopher by the name of Ibn Sina, Avicenna?
Yeah, I do. Stop fucking tagging me about fucking... Thank you, Milky Man. Thank you, Milky Man, with the subs. Stop fucking adding me about Mo Hijab. I saw your fucking shit in the beginning. Are you that mentally enslaved? Are you that intellectually molested and mentally, ideologically molested? Who would win between you and Mo Hijab in a shouting match? We would probably come to blows. Not gonna lie, if we got into a shouting match, it would get ugly. We are both Arab men. Okay, we're both Arab men. And we do not do well arguing together, right?
Растекаются по всей стене твои мозги. Очень разозлилась на тебя, ты уж прости.
I'm gonna blow my nose. Give me a sec.
Наблюдаю твой конец. И не так уж страшно в самом деле умереть. Я была хорошей, а плохой я не была. И всю жизнь как паинька по правилам жила. Надоело плакать, надоело мне страдать. Все равно не выйдет свою смерть предугадать. Мама говорила мне, слушайся мужа. Я непослушная, делаю хуже. Делаю не так, как наказывал папа. Вместо звезды я падаю в гранату. Мама говорила мне, слушайся мужа. Я непослушная, делаю хуже. Делаю не так, как наказывал папа. Вместо звезды я падаю в гранату. Я хотела бы тебя, как тогда обнять, но для этого придется тело раскопать. Твои кости видены где-то там на дне. Прорастут цветы в этой оплаканной земле.
All right. I'm gonna give you the breakdown. So for those who are not aware, Infrared is joining the Communist Party. Not me, because they're gonna kick me out, but you will join the Communist Party. You will practice taqiyya to blend in and not get below your cover, and we're gonna take over the party, turn you into delegates, and change the party for the better. That's the plan. It's our Communist Party. Doesn't belong to the liberals. Doesn't belong to the Democrats. And then eventually the Communist Party is going to implement the theory of popular frontism by joining with the People's Party to forge a viable third party. The third party being the People's Party. That is the plan. Okay? That's the plan.
Showdown was dope.
That's the plan. Right now, you know? So, they are responding to us now. They're responding and they're going, I don't know what they're saying. The PSL, I don't know any. Listen, there's only one Communist Party. That's my belief, is that there is only one Communist Party in the USA. There's not, these other parties are all offshoots, right? There is one Communist Party. If we cannot succeed, there's no reason to split from the Communist Party, first of all. There's no reason to split. That's my theory. If we cannot take over the Communist Party, then Communist parties are obsolete, and we should just focus on the People's Party. If the Communist Party cannot be redeemed, there's no Communist Party in the US. But I don't believe that. I still believe in the party form. So there is one, just like, listen, China believes in one China theory, right? We believe in one Communist Party theory. There is one Communist Party, only one. We only believe in one Communist Party, just one, in the USA. One Communist Party theory. One Communist Party. That's what we believe in. One. Not two, not three, not four, not five, not six, not seven. Just one. There should only be one Marxist-Leninist Communist Party in the USA. There's no reason for a billion to exist. Fuck every Trotskyist. Malema and the EFF are better than the South African communists. Okay, I'm going to talk about that. You're right. But here's the issue. As you can see in South Africa, and this is the plain spoken truth, and EFF will probably disagree with me on this, and I'm not South African, so it's none of my business to begin with, but I'm from America, and I'm trying to learn from that experience. And from where I'm sitting, the EFF is inseparable from the ANC. The The EFF has not proven its ability yet to be able to replace the ANC entirely. It still is a big force of pressure and influence on the ANC, right? Land reform is being pushed through the ANC, but the EFF is the vanguard. So the EFF is more like a spiritual vanguard, it seems to me, of something that is happening inside the ANC, right? We don't have an ANC in the United States. The Democrats are not our ANC, right? So I used to think that, by the way. I used to think they were. Which is why I was really enthusiastic about the Justice Democrats. It's like, oh, this could be our EFF. No, it's not how it works. We have to stick with the Communist Party here. And one of the reasons why I genuinely do believe that is because the CPUSA is one of the oldest communist parties in the world. It's one of the oldest communist parties in the world. So it's just as much part of our national heritage as the ANC is part of South Africa's national heritage. You know what I'm saying? Like, South Africa has the ANC because that represented democratic South Africa. That represents South Africa's people, right? South Africa was not a democratic state before the ANC. It was a apartheid state where a tiny minority had power over the great majority. The USA, after 1776, let's say, is a democratic state, right? We already have a democratic constitution. We already have a democratic state. So this is the time for the Communist Party. Okay? The non-Americans join their Communist Party? Not necessarily, no. It varies. If you were a South African, I would tell you to join the EFF. The EFF is one of the greatest, most important socialistic organizations that exist in the world today. So if you're South African, don't join the South African Communist Party. That's a bankrupt party. They're fake communists. The South African Communist Party is a party of fake communists. It's not a real communist party. The EFF is where it is, right? EFF is where it's got to be. Not the South African Communist Party. If you're British, I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot of interesting things. I would have to ask Urban Maoism his thoughts. I know there's the CG, the Communist Party of Great Britain, which is an orthodox ML party. I heard they're very conservative. You have Galloway. Yeah, I would look at what Galloway's doing with his Labour Party. Or what is it? His Workers' Party. PSL has the leadership and discipline you would probably want the CPUSA to have. I don't doubt that, but my issue with the PSL is that I don't see them having mass popular appeal in the USA. They seem to be representing, like, they could maybe make ground in California, right? But, you know, I don't... Also, don't they have Trotskyist origins? So it's difficult, right? And I don't think they... Do they... I don't know what... I have to look into them, honestly, but... I don't believe you can make new parties in general. I think every successful... I think you should go back to the CPUSA. It's not about, like, which party has the best ideas or even the best platform or the best seriousness. We have to understand that a party is a corporation, right? They're Sakaiist. Yeah, that you're not gonna make headway in the US as a Sakaiist type of party. You're not gonna make any headway, any progress. All right, so the CPUSA apparently responded. So I made a video, or on stream, I responded to their video on socialist patriotism. Why don't we infiltrate the Green Party, who have the infrastructure and were competitive on the national stage? Because the Green Party, it's the same reason we don't do the Libertarian Party. Because the Green Party is the Green Party. It's not the Communist Party. Do you get what I'm saying here? It's about the Communist Party. The Communist Party that has the history, the legacy, and the heritage. The Communist Party. There's only one Communist Party. The Green Party is like, from its very founding, a eco-liberal party. You should just say, why don't we infiltrate the Democrats? It's the same fucking reason. You think that France will have a turn of interesting events in the near future? Of course it will. Okay. So the CPUSA responded to my video that I put on YouTube and responded to the backlash that they got on their last YouTube video. So you guys, let me just show you what happened last time. So the CPUSA released a video called The Socialist Patriotism Fraud. Look at those dislikes, and just the comments were so negative that they had to address it in this video. Let me see what this video's got. Let me refresh it. So it's split half. It's not as bad in this one, apparently. It's split half and half. But yeah, they responded to the fucking ratio they got on YouTube. See, CPUSA, this ain't Twitter, okay? YouTube is our turf. This ain't Twitter, okay? On YouTube, you're gonna get clapped on YouTube, right? This is not Twitter. This is not your... Twitter, I get it. Twitter's where the lefties dominate. YouTube's a different story, dude. YouTube's a different story. So anyway, they responded.
Good morning, Revolution, and welcome.
Good morning, Revolution. Here we go with Alexander Graham Bell.
To our show this morning, all of you people who are up early today on Facebook.
Absolutely abysmal mic quality.
And on YouTube, wherever you are, we're very glad to have you. And we got John Case as our special guest this morning. Good morning, John. How are you?
I'm great. I'm good. It's beautiful here in West Virginia.
Okay.
Who is this guy?
Down near Harper's Ferry. And Rosanna and Anita and Michael, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Revolution.
Good morning, Revolution.
Yeah, this is the creepiest one because whenever they turn to her video, it's clearly a green screen. So you're wondering, like, what bunker, what base is she in? This is so glowy, you know? This is so, like, federally charged. She's literally in some, like, CIA secret base, pretending to be this milquetoast college professor.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. So listen, let's start off with, we got a couple of questions from our audience out there. And one of them is, can you be an anarchist and join the Communist Party? So, Rosanna, what do you think?
Anyone have the timestamp? And I want to see what they say about this. But what's the timestamp where they react to us?
Can you be a follower of Putin and others and join the Communist Party?
Well, I think if you agree with our Constitution and our party program, you can be in the Communist Party, which means you have to follow our policy.
What? Hold on. What? Wait. Listen, I would say that for the People's Party, but this is the Communist Party. If you are a Marxist, you should have Bolshevik standards and Communist Party of China standards. Okay? If you want to join the Communist Party, you have to be a Marxist, Leninist, and a communist with a capital C. No anarchists, no nonsense, none of that. If you want to join the Communist Party, you have to be a communist. You have to be a Marxist, Leninist. Right? Just this bare minimum orthodox thing, right? You have to be a Marxist, Leninist. I would say the People's Party should allow anyone regardless of ideology because it's a People's Party. But this is the Communist Party. The Communist Party should join the People's Party in a popular front. But if it wants to have hegemony in that popular front or have considerable influence in that popular front, it has to be a communist party. It can't be a party that welcomes all ideologies, as long as they follow the rules. That's bourgeois formalism. The Bolshevik Party made it very clear. If you join the Bolshevik Party, they used to quiz people. Did you know that? The Bolshevik Party, in order to join the Bolshevik Party, you were quizzed on how much you knew about theory just to join. Even Lenin had to take that quiz when he rejoined the party. So I don't know what the fuck, what has happened to this party, but they're just gonna let anyone in, regardless of whether. And I'm not saying you have to be like super narrow, but just be very broadly Marxist, Leninist, and communist with a capital C. It's simple as that. I mean, you can maybe disagree about the history and, about the revision, Khrushchev and whatever, maybe, but just the fundamentals of Marxism, Leninism, that's just very basic, right? That's very, very basic.
So
like for example, you have to believe in the party form, right? You have to believe in proletarian dictatorship, regardless of how you interpret what that means. You have to believe in, you have to understand Lenin's imperialism, the highest stage. You have to agree. This is the most important thing, is you have to be a Leninist. You have to agree with Lenin in his dispute with the Mensheviks and in his dispute with the ultra-leftists. You have to read left-wing communism and infantile disorder and accept that as true, right? Just basic things like that. Engels, on authority. These are all part of the canon of Marxism-Leninism.
Thing that contradicts that, you'd have to kind of check yourself.
John Case, you say some of those people are people who got their feet planted firmly in midair. So what do you say? Can you be an anarchist and join the Communist Party?
Well, and that depends on who's doing the admissions. But in my view, no, I mean, I think you commit yourself to a degree of collectivity in the process. I mean, anarchism takes lots of forms.
See, these people only know how to rotate between being radio talk show hosts and Alexander Graham Bell. But nobody just gets a fucking Yeti. You know what I mean? Or nobody gets like you can get a mic cheaper than a Yeti. I know Yetis are pretty expensive, but you can get a cheap, decent sounding mic from Best Buy that's not going to sound like, just, it's from the 1800s.
Forms, right? I mean, but mainly it's distinguished by a socialism or any other ideal.
Listen, you guys know I'm not against gerontocracy. I'm not okay, it's 5:30, then we have time. I'm not against gerontocracy if you're already in power. But if you're a party that has not yet seized power, there is no fucking reason that the National Committee should be as old as it is. If we haven't gotten power yet, we need to be very lively, energetic, and, I don't mean to, I know we're all going to be old one day. Trust me, I'm not trying to disrespect the elderly. The elderly are very wise. There's a lot of wisdom there, right? But when you're talking about leadership, you can't have everyone be over 60 or over 70. You have to at least have some young people there to connect to the youth. You're not in power yet. If you were in power, it's a different story. Yes, it can be all old people if you're already in power because you already got power. But taking power is a very youthful thing, right? So I don't know why the U.S. revolutionaries were like 30 when they led the revolution. Yeah, there's no, just this alone is just an absolute travesty that they have people, there should be a retirement age, I think. Or I don't know. But I think maybe they should just snap out of their delusion. And hey, this is not a party of fucking college professors,
that exists primarily just in your head. And, you know, the verification, validation of, do other people feel the same way as you do? You know, is that important, whether they do or they don't? So, no, I think that would be I think you'd have to move away from that tendency and be prepared to listen to a better one.
But Anita,
You know.
Lenin said, it's not that, I mean, I'm not saying it like that, but that's
You know how you can tell Joe Sims is the unofficial leader of the party? He's always the one coordinating the discussion. You never have Rosanna or Anita or that other guy calling on everyone and be like, oh, Joe, what do you think? You could tell this is the guy in power in the party. He is the unofficial leader of the fucking party. You guys get those subtle dynamics? He is the fucking leader of the party. Make no mistake.
whenever I say Lenin said, I hear my father who used to say, you sound like a
I've never clicked on one of these and heard someone else lead the discussion.
Jesus freak. Jesus said, Jesus. So, no disrespect to people who believe in Jesus. I mean, I'm not anti-religious, but Lenin said, Anita, it takes 10 years to become a communist. So from that standpoint, I mean, you know, most people who join aren't, you know, whatever they consider themselves, they're really not communists yet because they're just joining. So
Yeah, but that's the opposite of how a communist party is supposed to work. I really dislike this person. I really dislike her a lot. First of all, she lives in a typical limousine liberal setup. She looks like a condescending Karen school teacher or some kind of college professor who's a race. She looks racist. Doesn't this old woman look racist? Doesn't she just look racist to you? She looks so racist to me. She looks so racist. She looks like the definition of racist, right? Like Joe and Rosanna and whatever, I just feel pity for them because they're just silly people to me. They're just silly and completely clueless, whatever. But I don't know who she is. I don't know what her name is, but she seems very racist to me. She seems very racist. She seems like she would be if she was my college professor, she'd be a very racist, horrible woman. Anita. Yeah, racist Anita.
again, I ask you, can an anarchist?
You know, racist Anita smeared me as and expressed anti-Arab racism and said that I hate women just because I'm an Arab. She doesn't like Arab men. She thinks Arab men should not be allowed to be near the Communist Party. Anita doesn't want Arab men near the Communist Party, so she said I hate women because the stereotype is that Arab men hate women or whatever. So Anita the racist, Anita the anti-Arab racist is her new nickname that I'm giving her. Anita the anti-Arab racist.
Join the Communist Party.
If Anita had her way, Muslims would not be allowed in the party. Trust me.
I would say yes. We welcome you into the Communist Party and ready to. I mean,
there you go. I knew she was gonna have the biggest dog shit position on this question. You know how I just see shit? You know how I can just tell? She is one of our strongest opponents in the National Committee. You could just tell. She didn't have to open her mouth. I could tell she's a racist Karen. I know she hates us. She's a big enemy we have in the National Committee that doesn't want any infrared influence in the party. Joe Sims is just clueless, right? The rest are pretty clueless. This is a malicious figurehead in the party.
You're committing yourself, as Rosanna said, to work with our program and with our structures. That might be contradicting your ideas of being an anarchist.
What she's saying kind of reminds me of the incel movement, honestly. It kind of reminds me of the incel movement, right? Because it seems like she just has an issue with strong, powerful Arab men who are hairy. And it seems like, you know, she's really bitter and resentful about that fact. You know, maybe growing up, she had an issue with like, you know, jealousy of other women. This gives me strong incel vibe, not gonna lie.
But you take that step and join the Communist Party, and then we're going to
She's a professor. I knew it. She's a professor of post-colonial studies. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I literally knew it. I literally called it, and I fucking knew it. She's actually a professor of, and get this, this is the cherry on top. This is the icing on the cake. She's a professor of post-colonial studies. There we go. That's a wrap. That's a wrap. She's a professor of post-colonial studies. The racist Karen is a professor of post-colonial studies. What have you had it? Another racist Karen trying to speak for non-white people and colonized people. Hey, Anita, my country, where my parents were from, was colonized by France. Where's my reparations, Anita? Sounds like your chauvinistic anti-Arab racism is showing.
engage
Complete colonial racist Karen.
you and you with us to move us along towards better implementation of that party program.
But
So
Michael, we
sign up.
said in the National Committee, one party, one policy, one practice. So how you gonna be an anarchist and you want to abolish the state yesterday and be in the Communist Party? I don't get it.
Well, I'm thinking back to one of my first
It's the one young guy in the party.
organizing trainings with this party here in the United States. It was led by Comrade Bernard down in Texas. And he said something that I hear his voice in my mind sometimes when I'm out in the streets recruiting young people. And it's, you bring them into the party and then they become communist. You know, no one, as you said, Lenin said it takes 10 years to be a communist. You can't expect them to know.
No. I don't know if you know. So I want to give you guys some actual background on what started the Bolshevik-Menshevik split. And it was on the question of party membership. Now, the Mensheviks wanted to broaden the membership of the party to the workers and to everyone, right? Lenin actually didn't want the party to be open to uneducated, non-communist and non-Marxist Leninists. Believe it or not, that's actually what started the Bolshevik-Menshevik split. So, no, this idea that first you bring them in the party and then you educate them is a really perverse cult-like mentality. First, you're a communist and a Marxist-Leninist. Then, you make the decision to join the Communist Party. You don't first join the party and then become a communist. You become interested in communism first, and then you join the party. Otherwise, what are you trying to create? Some kind of cult where you're going to initiate people and brainwash them? It's a good thing because it makes them easier to infiltrate them. Well, obviously, it's a good thing for us. But in general, looking forward into the future, we don't want the party to be open to everyone. And then we're just going to be a cult who brainwashes them and initiates them. No, let the inherent information dynamics of the internet and this decentralized process of people becoming interested in communism and the precepts of Marxism, Leninism, it's a feedback loop. If the Communist Party makes a name for itself, it's going to make an impression on people. People on their own are going to come to a decision of whether they're communist or want to be communist or not. Then they're going to join the party. If you join the Communist Party, you're a communist. Yeah, the Chinese Communist Party is extremely hard to join. Xi himself applied 13 times before he was accepted. Yeah, every Marxist-Leninist party on earth is hard to join. Every communist party on earth is a little bit hard to join. Because communist parties are part of popular fronts, right? We would say if you're not a communist, you will still be our ally in the People's Party. We can be with you in the People's Party. But the Communist Party needs to be for communists. It needs to be for Marxist-Leninists, right? That's not going to be the only place where struggle will be conducted. But that's just where the communists are going to be, right? It's for communists, for Marxist-Leninists, right? Now, it's going to be a popular party, a working class party, but it's going to also reach the masses through mass parties like the People's Party. Now, the current theory of the Communist Party is that the Democrats are the mass party through which the Communist Party is going to reach the masses. And that's something I totally reject as undialectical, idealist, and Menshevik in nature. Look, just like the Mensheviks believed that the Social Democratic Party needs to ally with the big city liberal bourgeoisie, the Communist Party thinks you're supposed to ally with the big bourgeoisie of the Democrats instead of the small petite bourgeoisie of the People's Party, which was Lenin's view. Lenin's view is that there should be a unity of workers and peasants, and that the petty bourgeois elements among the peasants are the people who are going to lead the democratic revolution, not the established big city liberal bourgeoisie. So you see that this is a Menshevik party right now. Thank you, Morlock. The Mensheviks, I'm not even lying, but this socialist patriotism thing is today's version of the Bolshevik-Menshevik split. The Bolsheviks represented the Bolshoi, right? The majority, the great majority. The Mensheviks represented the minority. That's what's going on here.
Everything and understand our party program and understand democratic centralism and Marxism, Leninism when they first join, you know what I mean? No matter how well read they are. And so there's people who join and just consider themselves to be progressive minded or anti-imperialist or anti-war or pro-democracy.
No.
And
that's not what the Communist Party is supposed to be for.
Accept them.
Simple. Are you a Marxist-Leninist? Yes. Join the party. Are you a communist? Yes. Join the party. It's as simple as that. I'm not saying it has to be very sectarian. I'm just saying that the barrier to entry to the Marxist-Leninist party should be an acceptance of Marxism-Leninism. Actually, yes. This is actually, let me tell you guys a good way to infiltrate these people. The name has nothing to do with who they represent. Papa, yes, it did. The reason that name caught on and they kept using it was because the connotations kept revealing themselves in other matters, right? They had the connotation of majoritarianism within Russia. They were more populistic and represented the great Russian majority in the form of the peasants. That's why the name caught on, right? But anyway, what I was saying is one of the ways you guys can practice taqiyya, joining the party, is since you don't have to already be a Marxist-Leninist to join the Communist Party, join as uneducated people. Just pretend to be uneducated and then make it seem like through the course of your experience in the party, you're going to arrive at the infrared positions. You know what I'm saying? Use taqiyya, join the party and be like, oh yeah, I'm just a liberal. Oh yeah, I'm just a kind of ecologist. Yeah, join as an anarchist. Join as whatever you want. Join as a Hillary supporter. Join as anything but a person who's already a communist. Or maybe you can make it work. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying these are all smart ideas to blend in and eventually become delegates.
Then we work with them collectively, as John Case was saying.
Join as a Maoist first. Just be like, yeah, I was really interested in the Austin Red Guards. I was really interested in the ideas of Chairman Gonzalo, but I've changed my views.
In our reading groups and through our collective action, and then they come around and then they become developed Marxist-Leninists. And so I think that's what it's all about. It doesn't really, matter how you identify personally, because when you join the communist,
a lot of you should say, I worked on Hillary's campaign staff in 2016, and I was disillusioned after Trump, the fascist, won.
As party, you become part of something much bigger.
Probably explain how we become delegates. The primary factors is being voted by your local chapter to be a delegate for your chapter. I have to learn more about how the party works before I divulge more, but yeah.
Bigger, you become something part of a collective. And
you have to be voted in, which means we have to be the majority in the first place. And we have to find ways to coordinate our votes too, secretly. I'm going to make... We already have a secret Telegram channel. And we're coordinating stuff in there. But I'll find ways that I can initiate... We're pretty much dealing with it. We're underground right now. It's almost like we're living in Tsarist Russia where they banned the Social Democratic Party, and you have to go underground and have to find secret ways of initiating people. That's what we're doing right now, right? We already have a secret Telegram to coordinate this shit, but joining that is pretty hard, right? You have to know like the secret handshakes and stuff, and we're also in a group chat with one of the, well, I don't know if I can divulge this, but let's just say we have people in group chats. Yeah. Yup. Yeah, you know that one that you're thinking about? We're in that one. Hey, CPUSA people that are trying to gatekeep us and trying to block us. You know that one I'm talking about? Yeah. Our people are in there. Oh, God. It's a joke, dude. It's a joke.
What matters.
You know, it was a famous anarchist who came into the party later in her life. It was Lucy Parsons, right? Y'all remember Lucy Parsons?
Yep.
Who came out of Texas and ended up in Chicago. She was a great friend of Mother Bloor, and was it Mother Bloor? No, Elizabeth Gurley, or maybe both of them. I don't know. Elizabeth Gurley Flynn. Well, there's a lot to talk about, and about different aspects of our positions and policy. I got into a conversation the other day.
So this guy's not a Marxist-Leninist. He rejects the proletarian dictatorship. He obviously rejects Mao. He rejects Mao Zedong thought. He rejects Stalin, the progenitor of Marxism-Leninism. Stalin. There would be no Marxism-Leninism without Stalin, who created it as a definite orthodoxy, reconciling the contributions of Lenin to Marxism. He is sympathetic to Emma Goldman, the famous white supremacist racist Emma Goldman, who was an anti-Asian racist and described the Bolsheviks in a very disgustingly anti-Asiatic racist way. So he's a fan of the anti-Asian racist Emma Goldman.
With somebody who objected, and this kind of comes out of last week's show. And by the way, we got a whole lot of controversy around last week's show.
Here we go. Jackpot. Here we go. There we go. Let's get it right. Let's get it. Let's get right into the news. I'm your host, Killer Keemstar. Let's get right into the news. We're right here. Here we go. Now we're going to be talking about the controversy. Here's the drama. Step right up. Get your drama, everybody. Step right up. You're going to get some drama today. Good old-fashioned drama.
Already around 3,000 people have viewed that video.
And how many people? And Joe, what's the dislike ratio? Tell us the dislike ratio, Joe. Let everybody know what the dislike ratio is. Let everybody know.
A comment, and I would encourage all of our readers, including the people on this show, to jump onto the comment section.
Guys, so I'm not encouraging nothing. I don't encourage anything. You know I didn't tell you to go near that video. But it seems like he is very bothered by the negative reception. That's all. It seems like it really bothers him, and he's asking, he's asking people to go jump in the comments and defend the party. It seems like when you guys go and comment and dislike the video or whatever, it really upsets him. So I don't encourage anything myself. I'm a neutral party to this, right? I didn't even know you guys did that, but it seems like it's bothering him a lot. And so much so that he's encouraging his followers to go and fight in the comment section battlefield to save the optics. Oh my god. Unbelievable.
And comment, you know, the ideological.
Someone make a Wikipedia called the Great Infrared CPUSA YouTube comment section war. And it's like, it's the comment section war, dude. It's very, very serious stuff.
Struggle takes many forms.
Weak! Are you guys, I don't know, are you going to surrender? Because this seems like a war now of the comment sections. Seems a war is going on now.
What this person told me, getting back to was that, you know, we always advocated that racism was a basic part of the history of this country. And
who disagrees with that?
And they said that, well, you guys are saying that racism is in the DNA of the American Republic. I don't agree with that, the person said. And I'm like, how could you not agree with that? I mean, it's...
No, I don't think I agree with that. I don't agree with that. No, I don't agree with that. How could you agree with that? What are you suggesting otherwise? Are you suggesting a new republic, or are you suggesting... because you're going against the Communist Party line that's been maintained for like nearly 100 years, which was that all of these things are betrayals of the spirit of the American Republic, not the like part of its DNA, not its essence, right? The whole point of the Communist Party was saying this is not essential to what America is. That's why the Communist Party wanted to seize hegemony over the United States, right? And again, a lot of dumb fucks don't understand this because they're like, well, the U.S. is a bourgeois state. Don't we want to replace it with a proletarian state? But formal states are inherently bourgeois. The proletarian dictatorship is the cherry on top, which is the party dictatorship, right? Or the one-party rule, which is what we seek. One-party rule, which is actually what the, believe it or not, founding fathers intended in the first place. They didn't intend multiple parties. But anyway... yeah, we want a one-party proletarian dictatorship in the United States. But we already have the formal democratic state. This is why China has a people's democracy and a party dictatorship. You don't destroy the republic and completely destroy it and create it from scratch. There's no need for that.
You know, 3/5 of a slave in the Constitution for tax purposes, you know. In fact, it goes all the way back to 1619 and probably...
Listen. There's a lot of stuff I came across. Like, I found an article in People's World from not 4 months ago. People's World, the official newspaper of the Communist Party, defending prostitution. Yep. The Communist Party is ramping up to start calling sex work is work. I shit you not. I shit you fucking not. I shit you not. They're trying to bring that shit in the Communist Party for the first time in history. Now, we have Joe Sims talking about the 1619 Project, the pro-British Empire, which is setting up Meghan Markle to be the Queen of America, 1619 Project. There's nothing Marxist about the so-called 1619 Project. You know, they're trying to shoehorn all this and gaslight us and shoehorn all this shit as in, this is all communist, guys. Joe, what is Marxist or communist about the 1619 Project? Who gave you the fucking authority to make that a part of the official stance of the Communist Party? Shouldn't there be some kind of debate about this? Shouldn't there at least be a discussion about it? You're just jumping ahead and shoehorning this fucking very mysterious agenda that's coming from the liberal elites and the New York Times and the think tanks and the corporations, and you're trying to force that on the Communist Party. Where's the discussion? Where's the debate? You're just going to gaslight us into thinking this was always the Communist Party's position? Well, it wasn't, Joe Sims. Some of us have actually studied history and read the works of prominent communists like Gus Hall and William Z. Foster, and you find there no room for this nonsensical narrative of the 1619 Project. I would love Joe to explain himself about why Marxists and why communists should accept this 1619 Project narrative. Because even if you think they should, it's not a given. You have to make the case first. We are communists, we are Marxists, and they are foreign to communism and Marxism. They are liberals. They're part of the corporate liberal elite and the academic elite. So it's your job to tell us communists that we have to be on board and buy into this shit. You don't fucking shove it down our fucking throats first and then ask questions later.
Before that. But at the same time, you know, I mean, how can you look at the history of the United States and not see that, Anita?
Because the Communist Party is supposed to be a force of hope and optimism. It's supposed to say, yes, maybe you could say racism is in the DNA of our history, and it's a part of our history, and it's an inexorable part of our history thus far. But the Communist Party is supposed to say, we have a different vision for the American Republic, which means it's not in our DNA to be racist. We have a different vision for the American Republic. By the way, that was also MLK's position, too.
Thanks, Joe. Yes, I want to just...
So this anti-Marxist, vitriolic, racist, white supremacist woman who's in the post-colonial studies of some fucking university who has nothing to do with Marxism, nothing to do with communism, is trying to shoehorn and force foreign concepts and foreign ideologies into the Communist Party. I do sense a demonic presence when I hear her speak. I sense a demonic presence. I just sense some kind of evil. Just look at this. There's an evil. There's an evil here. There's a fundamental bitterness and hatred and evil you could just see seething through this person. It looks like they're having an exorcism right now. It looks like they're having an ecstatic, evil, demonic, possessed experience right now. Just look. This is the face of rage. This is the face of raging bitterness. Raging bitterness, which I may add, is quite reminiscent of the incel movement, if I may say so myself. Very much reminds me of the incel movement. But anyway, so this is someone who's on board with the 1619 Project, and the New York Times, the Post going, oh, it's in the DNA. Don't you see? It's in the DNA of this country, which is why, in order to reconcile... Oh, you want to know what we need to reconcile? I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what we need to reconcile. Right? I'll tell you what we need to reconcile. I'll tell you what we need to reconcile, guys. This is what the elite have in store. By the way, Jay-Z, who's a member of OTO, the satanic cult OTO, Ordo Templi Orientis, a follower and disciple of Aleister Crowley, this is what they have in store for us, supposedly, right? This is the 1619 Project that they have in store. And they're trying to aestheticize it and make it look like this. Let me show you this satanic agenda that they're showing through their music videos. This is from 2018. Silicon Valley, the British Empire, the return of the monarchy, and the destruction of the republic. This is what they have in store for us. Look at this white woman, British emissary, who's going to be our elite.
Mr. President, thank you for sitting
This is Jay-Z's music video, Family Feud, from 2018. You could see their agenda full on display. Jay-Z's a member of OTO, the viciously anti-communist order whatever the fuck, it's a satanic group, followers of Aleister Crowley, who is himself a vicious anti-communist, anti-Marxist. Let me show you this video.
Me today. Jacob and Bert. Two children from two mighty families.
Look at this neo-feudal future they have in store for us. It's feudalism.
Thank you.
Mighty families? What is that? I thought in this republic, your family background don't matter. I thought in this republic we live in, your family background's not supposed to matter. It don't matter what family you're from. It's based on your merit as a person, as a human being.
Information has come to light regarding your family history, Mr. President. The details of which have the citizenry quite concerned. They reveal violations to both the confessional papers and the Constitution.
The confessional papers? What is that?
The murder that took place within your family, Mr. President, a murder that laid the foundation for your ascent, betrays the legacy of peace upon which you ran and were voted into office. The people deserve to know.
I will not speak on the unfortunate loss within my family without speaking about the courage, the community, the faith, the fortitude, the warmth, the wisdom.
We have worked and fought side by side for generations. Mitakoe Oyashi. We are all related.
This is the land back agenda they have, fetishizing indigenous people to be the springboard for the return of the British monarchy, by the way.
You want to talk about law? How quickly you forget my family's legacy.
Your family's legacy? What is that?
My family has protected the law, striving for justice and dignity for all.
There's a disturbance in the peace.
There hasn't been a disturbance.
What is this satanic Aleister Crowley shit I'm watching?
In that region for centuries.
Want to see if they're naked?
My family has fought for the law. They're your family's flag, okay?
This is feudal shit I'm looking at.
The worst of us doesn't define us. Our commitment to these ideals run deep in my blood. Nothing can change that.
So they're telling a story of a civil war which results in a board meeting of Karens who decide our country's future. And they're heavily implying it's Meghan Markle, by the way. Just look at the royal aesthetics and the feudal shit. This is Meghan Markle taking over.
My beloved ancestor was one of the chief architects of the confessional papers and one of America's founding mothers.
Founding mothers? What?
She and a group of women from all walks of life revised the Constitution over 444 years ago.
What?
At a time, mind you, when some thought that making America...
Is this the Communist Party's agenda? Is this what Joe Sim's trying to sell us?
...great meant making us afraid of each other.
Now, ladies, it's time to discuss the Second Amendment.
If you make it illegal, you'll...
A legion of Karens are going to decide our future?
Drive it underground. Not want to protect themselves, not want to protect their family.
Jay-Z is a member of OTO. Aleister Crowley, do as thou wilt, shall be the whole of the law. He wore the fucking sweatshirt.
If you have to understand the hurt you've inflicted, already you're winning something.
Some people should have the right to bear arms.
You have distance from the person you're killing.
I understand your point. In a perfect world, it would be lovely if we could all just put down our weapons and get along, but that's not the world that we live in.
Ladies, this is just like the 13th Amendment. Some people have their liberties and some people don't. America is a family and the whole family should be free.
The hell?
It's like I remember my father saying when I was a little girl. Nobody wins when the family feuds.
They're trying to... I don't know what the hell they're doing, but this don't look anything remotely... What is communist about this shit they're talking about? These elites are preparing us for. What is communist about this? What is Marxist-Leninist about this? What does this have to do with our history and our tradition as communists? Where is this shit coming from? And why is Joe Sims trying to push this in the fucking party? This satanic Aleister Crowley shit in the party. Where the fuck did that come from? Anybody know where that came from? And she looks like she reads Aleister Crowley too. Maybe she's part of the satanic OTO. Maybe she's part of it too. She looks like she's being possessed here.
Based.
She looks like she's under demonic possession right now. This is our future? This is the future of the Communist Party? Is this the face of the Communist Party? This is the facial expression we're all supposed to have? 1619 Project! It's in the DNA of America! Eugenics must come! She looks like a eugenicist. She looks like a eugenicist. Bill Gates is the true communist. Bill Gates is the ultimate revolutionary. All hail Bill Gates. The New York Times. The New York Times is better than Marx's writings. This fucking bullshit they're trying to fucking push on us. What does that have to do with communism? What does that have to do with Marxism, Leninism? This is our leader as communists? From where? Where? Is this Bolshevism? Is this true Bolshevism? Is this the Bolshevik way? Is the Bolshevik way to be ruled by liberal Karens? Liberal Karens. Is that the Bolshevik way? Liberal Karens ruling the Bolshevik party. Is that something that you would consider possible? Is this the Bolshevik way?
Modify that a little bit and say, well, DNA is a biological metaphor. It's like the United States or North America or whatever.
Yeah, she loves it because she's a eugenicist.
Is a biological.
The next thing she's gonna start saying, the population's too high. I think the population's too high. We just have to manage this population. She wants to become the next Angela Merkel. She wants to become the next Angela Merkel, right? Who does this? Angela Merkel 2.0. It kind of reminds me of the incel movement. Yeah, okay, Angela Merkel 2.0. We know what fucking game you're playing. We could see what game you're playing. The Merkel Rot. Rote, whatever they call it. She does this with her hands.
Organism that has DNA, and that's very difficult to change. And I think what critical race theory and 1619 Project and others have shown is that racism is embedded in the struggle.
What? Critical race theory and 60 what? Auzu billahi min ash-shaytan ar-rajim. What is this? What is this? This is Marxism? Hold on. Hold your fucking horses. What the fuck does critical race theory have to do with Marxism? Critical race theory was never Marxist. It was a critique of Marxism. You are not a Marxist-Leninist party. You know, this is heresy. This is heretical. I'm going to go ahead and say it. This is heretical. This is heretical. What does this have to do with Marxism-Leninism? What does this have to do with communism? They are trying to force liberal ideologies, liberal theories, and liberal concepts into the Communist Party. This absolute revisionism. Absolute revisionism. Critical race theory believes that race is the essential fact. Marxists-Leninists do not recognize any essentiality of race. We recognize the essentiality only of class. As a matter of fact, there is not even a Marxist-Leninist recognition of the concept of race. The concept of race is foreign to Marxism-Leninism. We recognize nationalities, we recognize different cultures and perhaps ethnicities and ethnos, and what is it called? Ethnosociology. This is room for this in Marxist-Leninism, but is it ethnography? Yes, we have a place for ethnography, and we have a place for the national question, but there is no place for the concept of race in Marxism-Leninism. Marxism-Leninism is not an Americanist ideology. It's a universal method. And race is a unique concept to Anglo-Saxon culture, which is not recognized by Marxism-Leninism. We do not recognize race. So for you to talk about critical race theory as showing us that it's in the DNA of our country, you're not engaging in a Marxist analysis. You are engaging in an analysis that is a complete deviation and betrayal of Marx's own method. Marx's method did not say racism is part of the DNA of the Republic. That has nothing to do with Marxism. The Marxist view about ethnography and these kinds of things must be explained, and I agree they deserve more clarification than they currently have. But that's going to be a debate. That's going to be a discussion. You don't get to fucking jump the gun and force this liberal agenda from the liberal elites into Marxism. No, I'm not going to let you fucking get away with that. It's a discussion and a debate about what implications Marxism is going to have for the national question and ethnography and this kind of stuff, and how we understand racism through the lens of Marxism. But that's a debate and a discussion. You are trying to jump the gun and, without any discussion or debate about it whatsoever, try and force these foreign ideologies from liberal universities onto the Communist Party and onto the orthodoxy and official stance and position of the Communist Party. Am I going crazy, guys? Am I fucking going crazy that you here have the sitting members of the National Committee of the Communist Party recklessly throwing out all of these official stances, agreeing with these ideas outside of Marxism-Leninism, outside of communism, outside of Marxism, outside of the tradition and history of the Communist Party itself, and they're just trying to immediately fucking neat, don't do that. They're trying to immediately fucking jump the gun and just force this shit on the party. First of all, where did these people come from? You guys ever know that question? Like, you ever ask the question, where did these people come from? She's a Democrat, by the way. This is the Democrat. This is way worse than Sam Webb. Sam Webb's heresy was one thing. This heresy threatens to destroy the party forever. And something tells me that's their agenda. Somehow, because communists in America, if there's any that exists, gave up on the Communist Party. So these evil elements, these satanic elements, have risen to the ranks of the party and are now on their way to destroying the party. We're coming in and saying, no, we're not going to let you destroy this party. We're not going to let you destroy the Communist Party. We're going to save this party. It's a party worth saving. It's not your party to destroy and ruin. It's the party that is the common heritage of all American communists. We're not going to let you fucking drive this party into the ground with critical race theory and the fucking 1619 project. We will not. We are catching you we're catching you in the middle of your plan. I'm shining a spotlight on this shit, and you guys thought you were gonna get away with it too. You thought you were just gonna slowly lead to the oopsies, the Communist Party's destroyed. Oopsies. Nope. You were just caught in your tracks. That's why you're making a big fuss about infrared, and for an even more mysterious reason, Caleb Maupin, who doesn't even agree with me about this current strategy. The reason you targeted us both is because you felt so threatened by our critiques of the synthetic left that you realized you were being caught in your tracks. We know what you were doing, you so fake National Committee of the CPUSA. Your plan was in motion to literally destroy the party, which you consider an embarrassment. Somehow, listen, it's happened in other countries. I want to explain to you guys something. Communist parties are not invincible. There have been many cases, especially in ex-communist states, and even in non-ex-communist states, where the infrastructure and resources of communist parties are used. Opportunists, revisionists, and liberals take power, and they completely rebrand the party into something else. It's happened. It's happened where communist parties turn into social democratic parties or turn into like liberal parties. It's like countless cases of this happening. Yeah. They even ditch the name. That's the thing though. It gets so bad that they even abandon the name Communist Party. They change the name of they hijack the resources, they hijack the infrastructure, and they just change the name of the party altogether, and it becomes something else. It becomes a social democratic party. That's what they've been planning. Maybe they were even planning on changing the name of this party and turning it into a Democrat caucus. But either way, here's what's going on. What the Communist Party does is it takes lefties who are disillusioned by the system and consolidates them for the Democrats. It's a Democrat consolidation scheme. Democrat consolidation scheme. It consolidates radicalized young people for the Democrats. It's a block of voters for the Democratic Party. It's a block of voters for the Democratic Party. Simple as that.
Structures, the legal structures and the political structures and even the cultural norms that we have in our society, and those can be changed. I think we actually can tinker with them if we really
tinker with them. What is this disgusting pervert talking about? Oh, we're gonna be the social engineers who are gonna tinker. I'm tinkering with society. Woo! Let me tinker with that and tinker with this and this is a disgusting, creepy thing to fucking say. We can tinker with that and oh, I'm an academic in an elite university and I have an agenda for you, the American people. I'm the toy maker. I'm the toy maker in my tinkering workshop. Woo! I'm going to tinker with this and tinker with that. Tinker. Shut the fuck up.
Struggle against them, and really we could make a difference in terms of that racism. So I wouldn't say it's in our DNA, it's not in our biology, but it is in our mechanics, and we can get rid of it.
You haven't gotten rid of it, you racist white woman. You haven't gotten rid of it, you racist Karen. You have smeared and attacked an Arab man, an Arab Muslim man, because you're an Islamophobic racist. You are an anti-Arab, anti-Muslim, Islamophobic racist. That's the truth. Anti-Arab, Islamophobic racist. Racist Karen. And by the way, guys, this is the official stance of Karen Anita. Karen Anita says, in so many words, we do not want, this is her words, I'm quoting her, she does not want Arabs in the party. She does not want the Arabs in the party or the Muslims. She doesn't want the Muslims in the party. In so many words, that's what she's saying. She's saying we don't want the Muslims in our party. Growing up, experiencing all the racism I did after 9/11, I could see the racism on her face. The racist Karen who doesn't want the Muslims or the Arabs, in her word, in the party, right? Absolute racism. Absolute racism. I'm an Arab man and she attacks me. The Muslims. I've experienced so much anti-Arab racism.
Okay.
And she accuses me of hating women because I'm an Arab. What else is the reason?
I don't think I agree with you, but that's all right. Because you know there are dominant and then recessive genes, you know, and
Wait. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. Let me get this straight. I need to really get this straight because I'm extremely confused right now. I'm extremely confused. Hold on. She just said that she doesn't agree with the biological example because, you know, it's kind of problematic to say it's in the DNA, right? Then here we have Eugenic Joe Sims, Eugenics Joe, say, no, I disagree. There's dominant and recessive genes. What are they talking about exactly? What exactly is he talking about? Are they, if I have this correctly, is he suggesting we're going to have a eugenics program and breed out racism? Is that what he's saying? I struggle to understand. I thought he was going to disagree with her and be like, oh yeah, well, I don't know if I agree with the critical race theory stuff because it's not really Marxist or something. But no, he was worse. He goes, oh, I don't agree with you. I'm going to double down on the DNA example. That's weird, dude. That's creepy. That's so creepy.
And the fact of the matter is that the dominant gene has been racism, has been white supremacy, has been slavery, has been genocide, Rosanna. And this anti-racism.
Why does he? Every time Joe talks, he always just says Rosanna, right? Every time he talks, he's always like, why? I don't get it. He always brings her up. He always, every sentence. What does that mean? Yeah, I thought he was talking to Anita. Why does he always mention fucking Rosanna? What?
Too. You know, it produces its opposite. That's also clear. But we need some, Rosanna, we need some genetic engineering as we go through the process of building a mass movement.
Is there something wrong with my eyes? I mean, my ears. Did I hear that correctly? Let me just make sure I just heard what I just said, because a lot of you think I'm just very exaggerating and I'm just like over exaggerating shit, and this is really incriminating. I mean, I don't know what else to say. He says it himself.
Racism too. You know, it produces its opposite. That's also clear. But we need some, Rosanna, we need some genetic engineering as we
So when I said, so the Bill Gates thing wasn't really off the mark now, was it? I wasn't just being hyperbolic and exaggerating. Like, this is, yeah, this is really weird, guys. It's getting weird. It's starting to get a little weird here. It's starting to get a little weird in the room. I can barely believe my ears when I hear this shit. You know what I called him? Eugenics Joe. I wasn't really I wasn't really exaggerating. Now was I? This is directly Eugenics Joe. Yep, Eugenics Joe. I cannot believe what I'm hearing. I really cannot believe what I'm hearing here. This is absolutely, really it's truly unbelievable. It is just beyond the pale of conceivability that this is the Communist Party saying this shit.
We go through the process of building a mass movement and social revolution. What do you think?
Who are these people? Who the fuck are these people? Who is paying them? Who's setting them up with this, huh? How did they this is weird. How did they even get to these positions in the first place? You know what I mean? Where did they come from? Where did these fucking people come from? And these are communists? I'm going to tell you guys what. We need to save our party. We need to save our party. We need to save our party. I'm going to tell you the truth. It's not going to be easy disguising yourself and performing taqiyya because you're going to have to stomach these people and pretend like they're your leaders. Well, they are your leaders. Formally, they are. Formally, they're your leaders. They're not your ideological leaders. They're not your spiritual leaders. But formally, structurally, they're your leaders. Right? You need to save our party, guys. Save our party. Save our party. Save our party.
We don't have any popular support, so we need to breed a new race of people QHO support our revisionism.
Yeah, quote. That's basically what liberals are starting to say. Sam Webb was the first guy that started the big controversy. People leading the CPUSA. What are the spiritual implications of this shit? Only God knows. But this, we need to save our party from this. We need to save our party from this. Our party is going in a very malign direction. And you know when you have a relative who's just very, very sick, very, very sick, we need to fight through this. Our party's infected with a profound sickness. A profound sickness that goes from top to bottom and bottom to top. Throughout the whole party, it's infected with this absolute abysmal sickness. We need to save our party, ladies and gentlemen. This cannot stand. This cannot stand. I cannot believe what I'm hearing here. These people are eugenicists. Absolutely eugenicists.
You're muted.
You mean re-engineering?
Re-engineering. There you go.
Yeah, I think
What?
that's what, we have to get into a practice, a much different practice of
even if they're using it as a metaphor, just knowing the vile and racist history of genetics, American genetics, and of eugenics, it's so unfathomable that leaders of the Communist Party would say this. We are Lysenkoists. We are Lysenkoists. We are going to make the Communist Party reappreciate Lysenko. We are going to rehabilitate not only Stalin, not only Mao, but Lysenko.
Of our culture, our everyday life, how we treat people, how we see people, things like that.
Good point.
Respect.
Good point. Good point. All right, let's turn the page. A lot been going on in the country and in the world during the course of the week, and one of them had to do with climate change. And that, John Case, what's your opinion about the international conference? Was it a success or a failure?
Now, I want to hear him talk more about climate change too, because it's going to expose their eugenics Malthusian agenda.
People are like kind of disappointed.
Well, it was somewhat of a success. I mean, they did manage to issue a statement, but it's clear that the
John Case.
Get this, that climate change is going to cause revolution. Climate change is going to cause us to do progress. Climate change is going to cause social progress. I don't think so. I think a different ruling class setting the priorities and defining national unity and purpose in a different way.
I'm gonna make a new segment on stream. Every time they release a video, I'm gonna be reacting to it. Every time the Communist Party releases a video, I'm gonna be reacting to it and posting it on my channel.
Ever have socialism?
Every single time. I am never ever gonna drop this. Every time they make a new video, I'm gonna be reacting to it.
There's no planet to build it on. You know, that's the way I see it. How can the working class take power on a planet that doesn't exist? But I think it also, you have to look at the what does climate change
They will never ever release a video without me reacting to it. I will react to every single video and respond to every single video they release. Every single video they release.
Benefit. You know, why are these nations taking their good old time, you know, trying to get it under control? And it's because of the corporations. They can't, you know, how do they tell the corporations they can no longer do the drilling and, you know, and so I think it is tied to the class question.
I'm going to comment on their video.
Wavy_Brad donated $3. Watch the documentary Can't Get You Out of My Head. Highly recommend.
Thank you so much, Wavy Bread. I'm going to read the comment. Racism is in the DNA of the Republic. Nice job exposing your pro-eugenics agenda. The 1619 Project and critical race theory are liberal innovations created by the, let me put neoliberal, created by academic theorists of the bourgeoisie and elite universities and have nothing to do with Marxism. The Marxist-Leninist positions on questions relating to nationality, in addition to Soviet and Chinese contributions to the field of ethnography, do not afford any recognition to the American notions of race. You're trying to drive the party into the ground by importing foreign ideologies without any mediation, discussion, or debate on the matter within the party. Within the party, you won't succeed. There you go.
And I think it's something that affects obviously everyone. I think there's, there are movements out there, there are organizations, NGOs that combat climate change in different ways, different forms, and don't always represent the quote unquote working class. But I think it's an issue that unites everyone, or at least it should. And so I hope it's something that we can all get behind, especially with these different movements led by young people like the Sunrise Movement coming forward and demanding that NYU divest their funds away from these corporations that damage the planet and that aren't, reversing this trail that we're on.
All right, John Case, I want to bring it back to you.
The Sunrise Pro-Eugenics Population Reduction Movement, is that the one you're talking about?
Again, because I went to Youngstown last week to a funeral, and I had to go to the gas station, and I paid $4.50 a gallon for my gas. Inflation. People are upset about that.
Yes.
And what do you have to offer here? Why are you even talking about this? You're the ones who told people to go fucking vote for Biden. Well, here's the result.
And they see that, they think that the oil corporations are using the issue of supply, and it's a real issue, I'm not discounting that, to jack up the price of commodities like oil. And all kinds of commodities are going up, bread, milk, vegetables, you name it.
What kind of where's the professionalism? Where's the businessmen where's the business as the Soviets used to call it? Look, where is the education? Where's the professionalism? Where's the business What is it with this dumbass sounds even more stupid than me. I'm a Twitch streamer. I'm not even part of a formal organization. When me and the other showrunners get around and start discussing stuff, compared to this, we sound super official. We sound very official and professional. Just watch our earliest videos. And this is a bunch of dipshits in a Zoom call just talking about random shit, and these are the official leaders of the Communist Party? There's no respect. Where's the respect for the party? He's like, hey, gas prices are going up and food's going up. What's up with that, guys? This is something some random guy on the street would say when you strike up conversation. How is this like an official, professional, business-like reflection? When's the next Substack or next infrared visual coming out? I don't know. Hopefully before the end of the year.
Inflation. You just submitted an article about inflation. So, what is the cause of this inflation that's going on? That's taking place, in your opinion?
Well, it's not Joe Biden. But once you
they're doing it to apologize for Joe Biden. Now I see why they brought it up.
Get past that.
Jenna. Thank you, Janar. Hold on. Did he mention Rosanna again? Thank you, Janar. Did he say Rosanna? Did he say Rosanna again? I didn't hear it.
And the easy proof of that is that it's happening
Rosanna
all over the world. Irrespective of actually particular government policies in some cases. It's happening in China at the production factory level. So it's happening everywhere. It's not happening at the same level. In the United States, the risks are
Rosanna, where am I?
a little higher, but that's mainly because we have very few ways to do anything about it.
Jesus Christ, you cannot say that, dude. You cannot say that. Do not say that shit in the chat. You cannot. You cannot say that, dude. Do not say that shit in the chat. That's disgusting, dude. You cannot say that. Do not say that. Why the fuck would you say that, dude? It's so weird, dude. What the
inflation.
No, okay, sorry.
And I'll get into that in a second. But the once you get past a global, yes, it's the supply chain log jam. That's probably the number one issue, and the reason for that.
Voidburn, you're a fucking mod. Stop. Stop. Stop.
That is pretty complicated. On the one hand, whenever during the pandemic, people stopped buying services with their money and started buying goods. And goods, of course, unlike a lot of services, have to be transported. And so the available capacity of transporting goods, both inside the United States in terms of trucks that are fitted for containers, for example, to countries that are much more heavily impacted by COVID still, and so their level of production is just low. And certain factories in certain countries shut down completely. Some deliberately, like in China when they had the shutdowns, they really shut things down to try and have zero COVID. So as a consequence, and also the other thing that shut down was transportation during COVID. And so the oil producers, including big ones in the United States, the shale industry, fell a lot.
You are now turning into Boring Fuck Radio 94.7 when no one listens to it.
Stress. And all the stress points, of course.
What is what? What is that? Waukesha city in Wisconsin. City parade, multiple injured after. That was like, this is breaking news, dude. What the fuck? This is like 3 minutes ago. A car plowed through the parade. More than 20 people are injured. What? It's fucked up. I hope they're okay. I don't know what to say. That's really, really fucking horrible. I don't know what... Was it racially motivated? I can't see any motivation. I don't know what happened. Our prayers go out to the family and the victims, Prayers go out to the family and the victims. I have no idea what, I'm just reading about this now. Oh, someone was killed. Fuck. Just pray for the families, guys. Pray. That's all we can really do. Pray for the families. Pray for the families. It's never good news when you hear about shit like this, Pray for the families. This is fucked up, man. It's just so fucked up.
In the United States are aggravated by the fact that ever since Reagan, really, I think you can go back that far. Just investments in youth.
I don't think there's any news about the motivations at all that I can find. So maybe I can check on Twitter. Wisconsin. So the name is Wak. Okay, I got it. Let me find the name. Wakesha seems to be the name. Do we have any? I'm checking Twitter. So people are speculating that it's related to the Rittenhouse trial. I don't know why. I have no idea why they would be speculating. Why are they speculating that it's related to Rittenhouse? Why? It could just be someone who is mentally ill, or just could be some kind of insanity. It's Walkie Shaw, got it. 3 people involved are black. So what? Dude, I don't know why people racialize the Rittenhouse thing so much. There were no black victims, I don't think, he didn't shoot any black people in it. Well, just because there's black people involved doesn't mean it's racial or even political in nature. Could just be mental illness, you don't know. No, I don't think so, dude. I think it's probably mental illness. Who knows? I think it's mental illness. Well, I don't know. I don't know how to speculate on this when we don't have any information. But we'll find out as we go. But so far, we have no information about any details of why it happened. But prayers go out to the families, That's so fucked up, That's really fucked up. Especially it's like a Christmas parade, Like for kids and shit, Really fucked up, man. We don't know anything about why this happened. We have no idea. Hold on. I'm just looking. I'm not showing anything because there's TOS, obviously. Fascinating. I was reading something else. Okay, back to the Waukesha thing. We don't have any. I don't see any motivations yet. That's the thing. You ever notice something about how the media works is media never. Did you see the clip? No, I didn't see the clip. You guys ever notice that whenever there's a huge tragedy, The media never focuses on the motive. You ever notice that, guys? It always just focuses on like the details of what happened, but it never talks about what the don't you. My view has always been the motive's the most important thing. Why they did it, or why they in their own mind did it, to me is like the most important thing that I want to know. But the media like treats it like it's an irrelevant detail that doesn't matter. Yeah, it's like consequentialism brain. That's so true. That is so true. Like they never actually focus on why. You know what I mean?
U.S. infrastructure have lagged.
Why are leftists on Twitter all losing their minds about Rittenhouse? Because this is what I've come to realize is Twitter and politics do not mix. If you mix Twitter and politics, you're going to have mental brain rot. Twitter's a place that's supposed to be for like, haha, funny shit, move on. It's supposed to be for comedy. Twitter is supposed to be for two things. Esoteric posting, or like hermeneutic, really esoteric shit, or funny humor. But if you mix politics into that, you're going to get a really sickening, disgusting, satanic, pedophile result. That's the truth.
Late to the game, the last thing done.
Twitter politically is a fucked up place. You know why Twitter's a fucked up place politically? Because there's just this idea on Twitter, like, yeah, guys, we can do it. We can all tweet together, and they think it's like a form of political information or action or organizing, and it's not. It's just liberalism, right? When you combine Twitter and politics, you get this false illusion that politics is discourse. And the idea of politics as a discourse is inscribed into the foundation of liberalism, right? So that's why you have dumb fucking bullshit on Twitter. The idea that politics is a discourse that you can tweet about and like and retweet or whatever is why Twitter's the way it is.
Ports in the United States, many of them aren't fitted for the modern containers, or not as many anyway. So, supply chain logjam, and how is that going to be fixed? Well, not quickly. It's very interrelated with the global recovery from pandemic. It's also impacted by the trade war stance that Trump adopted toward China. There are many of those tariffs and restrictions are still in place. That's contributing to the price.
This is the true webcast, a webcaster.
Rise. And of course,
why do they all blur their backgrounds? You ever notice that? They all blur their backgrounds. What are you fucking hiding?
It's big costs that are building up due to, for example, agricultural products that are waiting to be shipped, but by the time they're shipped, they're spoiled.
I think this is the next Howard Stern. What do you guys think?
So that's the number one thing behind the inflation, and the reason why one side of the economist says, "Oh, it's temporary or transitory," is because they expect that while getting these production and transport facilities up in line will happen, but slowly. And so that's the reason for that thinking.
But don't you think that the corporations are jacking up some of the prices as well?
Rosanna?
Well, I mean, they're going to, they're going to charge whatever the traffic will bear, no matter when, why, at all times. I mean, so you can't, there'll be no gifts from them on that.
You know what my big problem is? Razors. Yeah. I can't find razors. Well, how am I going to shave my head in the morning, Rosanna, if I can't find razors?
Hey! There you go. I called it. There you go. It's so fucking weird. It's so fucking weird, dude. Yeah, boomer humor. Boomer humor. Bro, this is literally like me. This is like, I don't know what this is, dude. This is like me on the Zerka Royale, just randomly calling on random girls just to fucking produce content. You know what I mean? Except he only does it with one person. He only does it with one person. Ain't that right, Rosanna? Oh, God.
You know, then I got to buy them cheap razors, and I get cut. So I walk around bleeding. You know? I mean, it's terrible.
The other is the labor costs are rising because people don't go.
Are there shortages of razors? I think I can find razors. Are there really shortages?
Don't want to go back to work, especially in the service sector. Under the
Are there? Is razors since when? Is there really a shortage of razors?
Conditions that they left work from
in bigger cities,
and they also, you can tell from the strike wave and the big resignation wave, that the pressures for the essential, especially on workers involved in essential
in bigger cities. Well, that just goes to show the CPUSA. They're city dwellers. There's none of these people live in regular American towns.
Services has reached a breaking point. They have the market is demanding higher. They got to pay more money, but so there is
Boomer Liberal PMC AM Talk Radio. Yeah, this is like a Sam Cedar knockoff guy.
Inflationary pressure.
This is 100% a Kamala Harris supporter. This is a Kamala Harris voter. Average Kamala Harris voter.
On many fronts. And, you know, it's debatable how long it's going to last. But the number one thing from a working class standpoint is that year to year, real wages decline.
Oh, fuck. I have to respond to those merch people who wanted to make merch for us. Fuck, I never responded to them. Fuck. Fuck. Okay. I just sent them back an email.
By 1%. Now you know that that's having a profound impact on people's thinking. You just know it. I mean, you don't have to. If you've lived in the working class way of life for most of your life, as we have, I think, you know.
I can't wait for the merch, guys. The merch is gonna be so fucking cool, dude. I cannot wait. I cannot wait for the merch. It's gonna be crazy.
Know what impact that's having.
But my big question, Rosanna, is what impact is it going to have on the elections coming up in next November? Everybody's crowing about
the $70 Dono video. Oh, fuck. Is he here? I don't want to watch it without him. We'll watch it tonight if he's here.
The Republicans are going to win. The Republicans are going to win.
They are. Are you? Wait, is he just in denial now about what's going on?
And then with the redistricting, you want to make a prediction yet?
Well, I think what we need to do is make a big push for everyone to go out and vote. We have the numbers. The Poor People's Campaign did a study that showed we have the numbers if people just go out to vote. And that's our power. And that's
who the fuck is we? You mean the Democrats? Well, you're just basically saying the same shit that every Democrat says. Guys, we have the numbers that study. What difference will you make? You're the Communist Party. If the top leaders of the Democrats can't solve that problem of the fact that you have the numbers but no one votes, how are you gonna fucking solve it? The fuck? We have the number. Sounds like every fucking... We are in hell. We are literally in hell. This sounds like every liberal professor ever. You know what? I'm sick of being nice. I'm sick of being fucking nice. I don't care anymore. When I look at this, I'm depressed. She sounds like the most unenthusiastic, like, just sounds like an academic advisor at a college, completely unenthusiastic. You go to the academic advisor's office, it's just going, yep, we have the numbers. She just says the same shit for 50 years, nothing changes. That's hell. That's hell, doing the same. Yeah, those academics, yep, election's coming around, and we have the numbers. Oh, I'm just the leader of the Communist Party. We have the numbers, and we should go out and vote Democrat. This is insanity. This is absolute insanity. It's like there's no sense of like... Could you tell the difference that we're in 2021 listening to this? It sounds like we're living in the year 2009 still.
That's what we have to focus on. Forget about all of these other things.
Yeah, forget about everything, vote Democrat. That's the slogan of the Communist Party.
That, you know, have a tendency to bring your morale down and things like that. And although, you know, there's the gerrymandering, the redistricting, and all of these things that are being attempted to put in motion, but nonetheless, we still have the power, and we have to fight those things, but we still have the power as a people to go out and
Is there anything that demotivates people to want to be involved in anything than this? This sounds like an academic advisor just boring the shit out of you, and you just want to go home. Please, this is hell, man. This is hell. This is why I hated college. This is actually why I fucking hated college. Because boring people who waste your time. And this is a boring person who loves wasting people's time. Our country is full of academic bureaucrats and professional managerial bureaucrats who do nothing for a living but sit on their ass and waste your time. That's America right now.
and not allow this takeover. And so I think we just got to push people to go out and vote, and not just push them, but help them to understand the power that vote.
This is just criminally boring. This is just fucking boredom. This is just boring. I'm sorry. It's worse than being wrong. Of course it's wrong. But the most unforgivable fact is just how boring it is. Who can watch this? It's not informative. It's not enlightening. It's just boring. And they ask why they've been stagnating before me. Oh, hundreds of... You know what's sickening, guys? Hundreds of people are joining the party, and they're taking credit for it. No, you guys have been doing the same shit you always been doing. Those are my people joining your party. Those are my people. Those are my people in that party that are joining. Not you. I'm the entertaining one. This is the fucking academic advisor that you go to. You ever been to college, guys, and you go to an academic advisor for answers, and they just waste your time for 25 minutes, and you never go again because you realize you just made the biggest mistake of your life, wasting 25 minutes of your life talking to them? That's what this is.
Voting does have.
Anita, have you done your Christmas shopping yet? I read it the other day that people are spending money anyway. They don't care about the inflation. I mean, they care about it, but consumer spending is up.
Is the showdown going to be a weekly thing? Yes.
So
I
it
haven't
is.
bought one Christmas present, huh?
I haven't either. I mean, it's only early November, isn't it? No, I guess.
You know what they should call this party? They should call it... This is the movie The Irishman. The movie The Irishman. Martin Scorsese. Martin Scorsese, the Irishman. That's the Central Committee of the Communist Party. It's just a bunch of very old boomers talking about nothing. Martin Scorsese, the Irishman. I like the movie too, but that's what this is.
I guess it's sort of later November. Yeah, it always sneaks up on me a little bit, but yeah, no, I'm in a really glass half empty kind of mood today on the climate change.
This reminds me a lot of. This is actually very reminiscent of the incel movement. This is very reminiscent of the incel movement, okay?
And also
what she just said is very reminiscent of the incel movement. By the way, I'm never ever letting that down.
Our ability to
Bro, their credibility's gone. I'm never letting them forget that.
To keep the fascist forces at bay in the election coming up too.
The fascist forces.
I just say this because today the Ohio legislature is.
Look at all this shitty, generic, fucking academic milquetoast art they have in the background. You know what this is? This is the fucking art. This is corporate woke art. Corporate woke art. Corporate woke art. Woke corporate art. Woke corporate art. Yeah, lib shit art. Soul. It's the most soulless, ugly. You know Rosanna's paintings in her background? Look, there may be a history to that art but today, in today's context, that's corporate shit lib art. It's just corporate middle class woke art. And it's the ugliest thing ever. That's what you find at like public buildings and Sesame Street and hospitals and you know that like public PBS, Sesame Street, public buildings, whatever. That's what you fucking find. Yeah, human resources art. Human resources art.
Voting on its new, very gerrymandered map that will give Republicans 13 of the 15 seats in Congress from Ohio, and it's exactly what people voted last year not
racist Karen
to do. We voted in
racist Karen
in Ohio for a more fair process, and they took that and said, okay, just 4-year plan, just perfectly
racist Karen
gifts to the GOP. So that's very discouraging, and I hope Rosanna's right that the more we get people out to vote, but they're very sophisticated in the way they have gerrymandered in Ohio. They have every tool at their disposal, and they've really chopped everything up. They've chopped up the Democratic leaning and the working class voters into these bizarre congressional districts. So yeah.
Michael, speaking of voting, we have a question from one of our readers about voting and the past. You want to read that question real quick, and let's end the show with the responses to it.
So the question is, realistically, what is our path to power? Do we plan on reforming our way to communism? Because the Communist Party has existed for over 100 years and hasn't achieved anything. That's what it said.
This is a false question. The question isn't about electoralism. The question is, who the fuck are you aligning yourself with electorally? It should not be the Democrats. It should be a third party.
And the person said, my heart is broken. I just don't know what to do. He added the letter like that. So I don't know. Anybody want to take a shot at 15-second response? Okay, 30 seconds. John Case.
Well, I think everything we've talked about today shows that capitalism is in crisis. And when it's in crisis, an organization that's been around for 100 years can get 100 times bigger in a year. And the system's falling apart and showing itself incapable of repairing itself. So I think it'll take, I joked about this with Joe for years, about, I don't know whether it's going to be a
Who the fuck said this is the Zerka Royale when Haas isn't? Yo, bro, shut the fuck up, dude. They did a Royale without me that was actually good, believe it or not. So it's not true. That's not. They did one without me that was very, very good, actually.
Communist revolution, but it might be a reform revolution. A reformolution, but it's going to take a change in class power to move forward, period.
The only reason I make them entertaining is because I just go on and yell at people. I just yell at people, and I bring emotion and passion and whatever. It's so and it's not hard to do. It's not at all hard to make it fun. All you have to do is just start yelling at people.
Thank you, John. Rosanna?
Well, I would say, what saved me was studying dialectics, because it really helps you to understand the process, be able to point out and see the progress. The fact that we're here 100 years later is just in itself a big success, because the right constantly attacks us from all kinds of angles, and we've been able to stay alive and afloat. Unemployment insurance, if it wasn't for the communists, we wouldn't have
Wow, what an important, urgent, and pressing discussion.
it wouldn't have been able to kick in this.
This is hell, dude. And by the way, these paintings, this is what I was talking about. Maybe historically it might have been different, right?
Voidborn donated $10. So, I did some digging, and found out that the reason why CPUSA Howard Stern blurs his background is to hide their eugenic experiments, and also, Joe Simpleton uses Rosanna's name as punctuation for his sentences.
Punctuation? What? And what? Uses Rosanna's name as fucking punctuation. He does, dude. And fucking, what is Joe Simple? Joe, dude, we have burned the bridge. Okay, I can never make up with these people. We have burned the bridge with that guy forever. I don't even think he deserves it. Does he really deserve? Maybe he's just misguided or something. I don't know. We crossed the line. We crossed the line, dude. There's no going back now. I don't know if this was the smartest path to take, but we have definitely burned the bridge with Joe Sips. Joe Simpleton. Oh god, it's a brutal dog eat dog. By the way, yeah, there might have been a historical significance to this art, but in 2021, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. This is the art of boredom. When I see this, you know what? This is the art you find in restaurants, in mass corporate restaurants. This is a really ugly, boring art style. It's very boring. It's like jazz music in 2021. It's just very boring and ugly. You know what I mean? It's very boring. It's just milquetoast boredom. It's just milquetoast boredom. Yeah, I feel like I would see this at Applebee's. I feel like I would see this at a vegan restaurant or an Applebee's. There's nothing beautiful about this.
Period. But more than anything, I think it's studying.
Did the CPUSA delete my comment? LMAO! They deleted me. They deleted my comment. No, they didn't? I still have 43 likes. Did they delete my comment? Someone check. They hid it? They didn't. Can you still see it? Oh, it's there? Okay. Well, you guys can see it. So apparently they didn't delete it. But bro, the newest I can't do this, dude. I can't do this. Look at the newest comment. Fucking dude. Look at the newest comment. It's Kanye West. Get in peace. Dude, they'd be so confused. They're like, what the fuck is this? They're probably so fucking confused. They're like, what the fuck does this mean? It's literally a Kanye West 2036. Oh, bro, I'm about to cry. What is this? You know what? I'm liking that. I'm liking that one. They're gonna see this and be so. First of all, what is 2036? What is Kanye West, and what does he have to do with this infrared? Joe Sims. Look at this one, Joe. It's a guy with a Lysenko profile picture. Joe Sims. There's guys. They're so confused. These people are very confused. That's all I gotta say. You are just confusing them. They have no idea what any of this means. You know, you are confusing the shit out of these people. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Studying the dialectical process and that will help you to not despair. And
check who responded to your comment. Oh no, what is this? Who responded to my fucking Infrared and CPUSA are filthy revisionists. Oh, we have a guy who is we have a hostile guy. Hold on. Let me look at this. Infrared and CPUSA are filthy revisionists. Maoism is an anti-Marxist theory. He is one of those responsible for the fragmentation and destruction of the international communist movement. He managed to divert and pervert. Why did this guy just hates Mao? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? What? Okay, just random ass people. Reload the page. Oh my god, what's going on now?
Christcom donated $5. Os's Black Red Guard invited to the showdown. I think it would be cool to have the greatest Maoist thinker of our time on the show.
Thank you, Christcom. And yes, Black Red Guard is invited. But I doubt he will join. But he is obviously invited. I would really prefer Jason on Ruhei to come, but Jason obviously is too cowardly. What is this shit? Hold on, we're gonna
literally do not fuck.
We're gonna briefly look at this. Where's Hassan shit? What is this? Hold on.
That literally do not fucking work are from rich families that come in here to be like, I'm gonna fucking own you. Because if you're actually working class, you recognize that like I myself am not that far removed from like fucking being working class and all.
What? Wait, what?
Also, not only that, still advocate for working class values and the best interest of the working class, and do everything I can to ensure that like I abide by the principles that I espouse. Okay.
Wait, did I hear that correctly? What did he fucking say?
As you recognize that, like, I myself am not that far removed from like fucking being working class, and
what the fuck is this? Bro, what? Dude, what do you mean you're not far removed from the... I mean, look. Do I have to argue anything? Just show random people this, and they will think this guy's the biggest joke of all time. You're not far removed from being working class. Well, then what the fuck does working class mean in America? Okay, you get 50K. You get like what, 250K a month. You have a $3 million house, and you're not so far removed from being working class. Even if you were trying to be like, oh, in the technical Marxist sense, well, no, even then you're not, because yeah. Like I said before, if your theory of class cannot explain wide disparities in economic outcomes, it's a garbage theory. The class is not defined by income, but if it can't explain differences in income, there's no point to it. Bruh, this guy's just out of touch. That's all I gotta say. He's just out of touch. And no, Hassan, you don't speak in the interest of the working class. You are an enemy of the working class. And I do maintain that. I do maintain that you, Hassan, are the enemy of the working class. And I maintain that. You don't advocate on their interests. You advocate for the Democrats, who are the enemies of the working class. Therefore, you are the enemy of the working class. Simple as that, Hassan. Simple as that. You are an enemy of the working class. And your Soviet flag is a disgusting form of desecration. Because the Soviets would have hated you. You have nothing to do with the Soviet Union. The Soviet state was founded by people who hated you.
Mend that broken heart.
Anita, keep hope alive.
So let me get Hassan, just so I'm very clear with Hassan, right? Let me explain Hassan's brilliant reasoning. I'm going to explain the brilliance of the one they call Hassan. The brilliance of Hassan, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is. So in the brilliance of Hassan, within the brilliance of Hassan, right? Here it is. Regular working class Trump voters, those are chuds and those are hogs. And those are the number one threat to America. But Hassan, who makes $250,000 a month and lives in a $3 million mansion, is not far off from being working class. Oh, okay, I got it. He is truly the sixth head.
Yes, I agree.
I actually hate this person.
I agree with Rosanna. We do have to keep hope alive. I think there's a
I feel like she's like my personal mortal enemy. Like if I was in her class as a student, I would make sure that as a professor she had a very, very miserable time. I would go out of my way to just, you know what I mean, just to like write papers that are so dense and impenetrable they give her a headache. And I would be very disruptive in class, and I just dislike this racist person. I just dislike racists. I don't know. Maybe I just have a thing for not liking racist Karens. But I think more than anyone in the National Committee, this person I dislike the most. I actually, look, I might make up with Joe Sims in the future. I will never make up with this person. I actually dislike this person. I could, listen... Joe Sims writing essays and comments under Stannis. What? What does Stannis have to do with this? Now Stannis is getting roped in? What is Stannis doing? Stannis is involved in this? Stannis is ML now. Are you sure that's Stannis? Yeah, I can make up with Rosanna. I can make up with Joe. I could probably make up with that young guy. I can never make up or reconcile with this person. Check the comments. Stannis is here? What is Stannis doing here? Now Stannis is here? Now someone says decolonize CPUSA. CPUSA is Serbian. Joe Sims is a labor aristocracy. What has happened, guys? This is... What the fuck? Now there's a comment about Comrade number 3. What does Comrade number 3 have to do with this? What does Comrade number 3 have to do with this? And where's Stannis? How does Stannis relate to all this? Have to go win the madness unless they are other communists deemed unworthy for the way they are actually trying to win over the masses. They're saying we're trying to create an all-white working class. How? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, this is Stannis. What the fuck are you doing, dude? Is this Stannis? Are you sure this is Stannis? How do you know it's Stannis? A good rebuttal to infrared and mopping. Good stuff. Are you sure this is Stannis? I mean, to be fair, it did generate 23 replies. But are you sure this is Stannis? Maybe it's just a random other Stannis. Are you sure this is him? Are you sure it's the same guy? There is a comment from Comrade Stannis under it. Joe Sims writes a novel and there is... The hell is this? Joe Sims is just absolutely unhinged. Oh, Joe Sims Jr. is in the comments. It's Joe Sims Jr. This is Joe Sims Jr. This is him, Joe Sims Jr. I would strongly suggest that all of you go back and reread that article. It's obvious that you have not understood its major points. Because this is a straw man. Joe Sims, shut the fuck up. I'm actually getting pissed now. It's that fucking stupid. You are literally a time waster. You're wasting you're spending your sweet old time wasting everyone's time arguing shit that has nothing to do with anything. Can you address any of our fucking arguments? Because none of this has to do with rejecting. What's chauvinist? What's anti-racism is one of the pillars of our approach to the love of class and people. And what does that have to do with us? Have we said anything to the contrary? Why are you bringing race into it like we're trying? I've advocated for the fucking black belt thesis, which you have rejected. I've advocated for, that's how extreme I am when it comes to recognizing the right of self-determination for other peoples. So what the fuck are you talking about? I even go further to speak of white women fight racism and chauvinism without which unity is impossible. Yeah, I agree, but part of that means that the leaders of the white workers, which is the white leftists, have to own up and assume responsibility and not run to others. They have to win their own communities. And to win your own communities, you can't fucking crucify people for having the wrong views. That's what I've said. Rather than making anti-racism a central thread of those falsely claiming patriotic socialism, anti-racism is a central thread of socialist patriotism. It always has been. You understand that our patriotism is a unifying patriotism which does not recognize race? We want a United States that doesn't discriminate based on race, but we know that's not enough. Obviously, that's insufficient because there are national realities here, which is why we believe in national self-determination, and we believe in the right for the people who have been oppressed by the United States to secede from it. We have to earn their trust. That's what I believe. We should earn their trust as the United States. That's what I've always believed. We should earn their trust as a United States. But my vision for our vision for the United States is not a racist United States. It's an anti-racist United States that believes all men are created equal. Right? The reason I believe in national self-determination isn't because I'm trying to create a white state. It's because I understand if black people or other minorities don't trust this project because of the track record of the United States. So I understand that. I get that. That's why I think I would want communists to want to earn the trust of these minorities. And if you can't, you can't. Simple as that. I believe in sovereignty and self-determination for black Americans. I've always maintained that line. Since I first hit the fucking live button, I've maintained that line. Caleb Maupin is friends with the Nation of Islam, with Farrakhan. He's personally meets with him. He's met with black nationalists. And he's allied with them. So what the fuck are you talking about? Where's this idea that patriotic socialism is white coming from? I'm not white. A huge portion of infrared is not white. Where's this idea that it's white coming from? I don't fucking know where that's coming from. It's a complete fucking straw man. He's making shit up. Joe Sims is a fucking liar. You're either a fucking liar or you're so poorly misinformed on this issue that you're still making an embarrassment of yourself by saying this. Who the fuck has said that? But here we go. It's mentioned here. It's only a preface to a gross attack of attacking land back, the 1619 Project, and the thesis that racism is in this country's DNA. So if you reject all three of these precepts that were created by liberals and created by the bourgeoisie, that means you're a racist? I can go methodically one by one. Land back is a public land privatization scheme that's funded by Amazon. The 1619 Project was concocted in elite academic universities with the backing of the big bourgeoisie and the city liberals of the New York Times in order to delegitimize the American Republic in favor of our Anglophilic ruling class elites who don't want any more democracy. It's about delegitimizing the Republic in a reactionary way, not in a progressive way, but in a reactionary way. Returning to the British Empire. You think that's a stretch, but just wait until they have Meghan Markle start running for politics. Then you're going to eat your fucking words and see what I've been talking about here. Finally, the thesis that racism is in this country's DNA is an inherently pessimistic perspective. I don't think that pessimistic perspective is compatible with the spirit of communism. Now, you can disagree with me about that, or you can agree with me, but what you can't do is smear me as a fucking racist because I don't accept this fucking bitchy, pessimistic fucking view, which is made for brooding, emo, goth, fucking sad boys who sit in their fucking corner. But, man, this country's just racist beyond redemption. I give up. This is the defeatist mentality, in my view. I consider it a defeatist mentality. I don't think racism's in this country's DNA. I think racism is something that benefits our ruling class. I think racism's fostered by our ruling class from above. I think racism is a result of the intentional ways our ruling class have divided this country, and part of dividing this country on race has been withholding their promise to give the black population 40 acres and a mule. And that created a spiral of racism and Jim Crow and making black people second-class citizens and pitting black workers against white workers. And it created this whole spiral that has kept the ruling class in power. That's my view. And maybe you can say that my view is not popular among current American self-proclaimed communists. But it has been the official fucking position of the Communist Party for as long as it can be remembered. This has been the official Marxist position. I sound like some kind of reactionary right-winger saying that when I am like repeating ad verbatim what communists have always said, that racism is a tool by the ruling class to divide the country. Where have we gotten this idea that we're going to be defeatists and abandon the struggle to win our country by saying it's in our DNA. That's an inherently defeatist, pessimistic view that, as a communist, I completely reject. Why should we accept that view? Forget that. Forget that. Forget that. Forget that. What right do you have to smear people critical of these three things as racist or as being insufficiently anti-racist? Is there any debate about this? Is there any discussion about it? Or is this your bottom line? This is just your official position. No discussion, no debate. Whatever the New York Times says is the Communist Party line. Is that what the precedent you're trying to set here? There's no way of actually, like, there's no mediation? We're just going to have to swallow this? Fuck no! Not on my watch! And not on the watch of the hundreds of members of your party who are sincerely striving to make it a working class party. Not on our watch, Joe Sims. Not on our watch. We are not going to let you pollute the party, and a party that's already been compromised very severely. We are putting our line in the sand here, and your antics are over. You started with being Democrat tailless with Sam Webb. A long process of degeneration culminating in this madness. We're putting our line in the sand, and we're saying no longer. No more, Joe Sims. No more. No more. Our positions are based on Marx, Lenin, Foster, Claudia Jones, Du Bois, Winston, not Cedar or Sakai. Yes, it is based on Sakai. I called no one a Nazi or even a racist. What I said is that some of these views were influenced by chauvinism. Prove it. Explain how. Because I reject the New York Times' 1619 project, because I reject Land Back, which is funded by Amazon, and because I reject the idea that racism is in this country's DNA. That's why I'm influenced by chauvinism. No, I don't think so, Joe Sims. That's just not convincing enough. Yeah, he's trying to fucking listen. This is why I have to burn the bridge with Joe Sims, because in order to save face, he will never muster the courage or manhood to just admit he was wrong for writing this article. He can't just say, "Yeah, there's some dumb fucks from the New York youth wing who are based in universities, a gang of literally 3 people who have been in my ear feeding me a bunch of lies and misinformation, and I was wrong. Upon investigation, I realized neither Caleb Maupin nor Infrared are actually chauvinists." But he will never, ever walk back his accusations now that he made them public and decided to do that. So he's going to have to defend what he said forever now, because he doesn't have the fucking honesty to admit he was fucking wrong. We were identifying broad ideological terms that appeared left but include the like of Glenn Greenwald. What's wrong with Glenn Greenwald? And Matt Tabibi and others that flirt with Dugan, along with ideas of practices of LaRouche. You know what? I'm proud of that. I'm proud of my affiliation. I stand by it. You learn from the New York Times. I'll read Dugan. LaRouche. LaRouche has a lot of smart things to say. I'm not a LaRoucheist myself, but he has a lot of smart things to say. And what's wrong with Dugan? Dugan helped found... You know, Dugan helped found the founding document of the KPRF, the Communist Party of the Russian Federation. So I don't know why you're shitting on Dugan when he was instrumental in the foundation of a communist party. Could we have done it better? And what does this mean? Dugan is one of the most vehemently anti-racist intellectuals of our time. There's no association between Dugin and racism at all. Now you can say he has backward views on gender and sexuality and things of that nature. Sure. You can't call him a racist, though. What? You can't say he's a racist. I mean, he says he wants to return to the Middle Ages. He's very clear about that. I don't necessarily agree with that, but he's a very interesting, fascinating thinker and critic of modernity. Our intention was never to attack those radicalized in the social movement, but to point out again and again that everything that calls itself socialist, is not. Let's not forget those patriotic socialists who voted for war credits in World War I. What? Why are you revising history and acting like you would be on the side of Lenin in that dispute? Because you fucking wouldn't. You're not a fucking Leninist, dude. You would have been with those social democrat opportunists. You're doing the same shit that they did. They trailed the imperialist bourgeoisie, and you trailed the imperialist bourgeoisie in the form of the Democratic Party. The fuck are you talking about? Trying to harken back. Dude, before you know it, they're going to even revise history and be like, actually, Lenin was wrong. Wait till they start saying that kind of shit. Tell me, what separates Joe Sims, Mr. Joe Sims, from Mr. Karl Kautsky? What separates Karl Kautsky from Joe Sims? Anyone want to tell me? I know. Kautsky was an effective organizer and actually built a solid party. Other than that, they're the same. Yeah, what's different with Bernstein? What's different with... Can anyone explain to me, theory-wise, how is this Communist Party acting as a Communist Party by making its only position a complete perversion of the theories of the Popular Front that we must vote for the Democrats, instead of pursuing and forming alliances with people trying to build third-party alternatives like the People's Party? And I don't care what you have to say about their viability. From a materialist and Marxist perspective, the only possible Popular Front would have to be formed outside the two-party system. Now, I'm not saying it would only consist of the Communist Party. That's why it's a Popular Front. But it would be outside of the two-party system. 100,000%. You're getting a little testy there. Weakens your argument. There's no strawman here, and the facts stand for themselves. The associations with Dugin. Well, explain to me what's wrong with that. Want to go ahead and explain to me what's wrong with that? What's wrong with the associations with Dugin? Tax on land. So this is where this is the underpinning Joe Sims's argument. You're attacking land back in the 1619 project. That makes you a right-winger. You know what this is? You know what Joe Sims is? He's worse than a liberal. He's worse than a Democrat. I'll tell you what Joe Sims is. Joe Sims is a Vaushite. He's a Vaushite. Just like Vaush defines left and right based on the points of polarization on mass media and in the media, and narrative-based points of polarization, so too does Joe Sims substitute a concrete materialist analysis of political differences with one that's based on narrative points of polarization in mass media. This is the Vaush school of analysis, a sharp departure from the materialist school of historical and political analysis. A sharp departure from materialism by Mr. Joe Sims, who thinks that attacking land back in this... Joe Sims, you are a materialist, are you not? Ideas... As Marx says, the prevailing ideas of any epoch are the ideas of the ruling class. Is that not a direct quote by Karl Marx? Let me actually find what Marx had to say on this question. So Marx has something to say. Ruling class and ruling ideas. Okay, well, Marx had quite a lot to say about the popular ideas that prevail and their relation to the ruling class. What Marx said, and I have to take you back to the basics, Mr. Joe Sims. The ideas of the ruling class are in every epoch the ruling ideas. The class which is the ruling material force of society is at the same time its ruling intellectual force. The class which has the means of material production at its disposal has control at the same time over the means of mental production. Now, Marx is not saying, for example, he's not talking about the nefarious constructs of patriarchy and racism. Well, those aren't discretely identifiable ideas. Those are structural realities, I guess, but they're not ideas. Marx is directly talking about the people who own the means of the dissemination of ideas in these institutions are part of the ruling class. It's as simple as that. The people printing it, the people publishing it, right? That's the ruling class. So that thereby, generally speaking, the ideas of those who lack the means of mental production are subject to it. Okay. Now, keep that in mind. The ideas of the ruling class are in every epoch the ruling ideas. Keep that in mind by Marx, by none other than Karl Marx. So, land back. Where does this idea of land back come from? Who is popularizing it? And how has it become a ruling idea? The 1619 Project. What are its class origins? How has it become a ruling idea? When you ask elementary questions like this, when you subject these phrases to an elementary class analysis, you will find that these are ideas that reflect none other than the interests, the material interests of the ruling class, subjected to the minimum of a class analysis. Abandon the Walsh school of media polarization theory of politics and have a materialist conception of politics and have a materialist conception of media polarizations. And you will find land back in the 1619 Project are ideas that originate with the ruling class. The 1619 Project originates in elite academic universities. Why, Joe Sims? Pray tell, why is the ruling class, unless you want to deny that the New York Times is an organ of the ruling class, why, Joe Sims, pray tell, does the New York Times back the 1619 Project? Why is that, Joe? Why is that? Why, pray tell, is that? If we have a minimum of a materialist analysis of these ideas, we need to actually be able to explain this. Why is the New York Times on board with the 1619 Project? Why does Amazon fund land back? These are questions you are not producing an answer for, Mr. Joe Sims. This is why we represent Marxism-Leninism and Joe Sims represents idealist liberalism. It's as simple as that. Since you're making arguments against arguments never made, and who, pray tell, made the argument that racism is not a phenomenon in the United States? Who, pray tell, has made all of the accusations you're making? There you go, again on 1619. I keep wondering, why is it the business of anyone outside the movements and organizations of the racially national press to make judgments on what the agendas of the movements are and who funds them? Because 1619 Project does not originate in movements and organizations of the racially and nationally oppressed, but in the ruling elites of white America, actually. And finally, I will say this. The 1619 Project is not a movement to produce national self-determination for Black Americans. It's a movement to destroy the American Republic and completely revise all of its legitimacy and say that replace 1776 with 1619 as the origin. My question is very simple. What right do you have to do that? Against the majority of people living in this country. The majority of people in this country would not stand for your 1619 project. So what right do you have to impose that on everyone in this country? That's my question. What right do you have to use city liberals in your ivory towers? What right do you have to impose this agenda on all of America? Now, I understand if nationally or racially oppressed peoples want to go their own way and have a national self-determination. That's fine. But what right does anyone have to impose on the majority of this country the British monarchy and destroying the republic? What right do you have to do that? We live in conditions of bourgeois politics. Civil rights organizations, those fighting for equality, receive funding from many different sources. That includes the NAACP, La Raza, the Urban League, BLM movements. Yeah, but what about George Soros and Amazon and these other shady sources? You're not even addressing any of those. You're not addressing any of those. To me, it's up to those movements. But why do the movements get funding from the ruling class, Joe Sims? Why do these movements get funding from the fucking ruling class? Joe Sims, why do these movements get funding from the ruling class? Can you explain in materialist terms why that is? Why is Bank of America on board? Why is Citigroup on board? Why do American corporations back these so-called movements? Joe fucking Sims, can you answer this question once? It's called self-determination because movements are independent self-governing. They're not. They're not, though. They're dependent on the bourgeoisie. So no, they're not independent and self-governing. And deal with the problems along with the sections of the class your people represent. On this basis of reasoning, this is not rocket science, it's elementary ABCs of Lenin. This is all straw man bullshit. Yeah, this is all a bunch of irrelevant shit because this debate has nothing to do with recognizing the independence of other groups and nationalities or whatever in the United States to pursue their own agendas and interests. It has something to do with the fact that you are pushing agendas radically at odds with that self-determination and which are actually addressed to the United States as a whole. Holy fuck. Why did he take time to write 5,000 words in the comments section? Because he's completely fucking desperate at this point.
In itself.
He's a joke. He's a complete joke.
Based. At Infrared Show, they don't like Dugan because he is from the East. It is the anti-Orientalism that the leftoids inherited from their Anglo origins.
I love this comment. I love this comment right here. It's an embarrassment that me, a Russian commie, has to teach Americans how to love their country. Yeah. Thank you, FY. Imagine how we feel. How embarrassing it is for us. And I'm sorry. I apologize to communists internationally that this embarrassment is even getting your attention. It's just such an embarrassment. You know, it's such a complete embarrassment. I'm so embarrassed and ashamed. What a fucking joke our so-called communists really are. What a fucking joke, dude. It's so fucking embarrassing. It's literally a joke. I can't even fucking believe it.
Yeah, Rosa.
Holy fuck, this video got ratioed a ton. 44 likes and 121 dislikes. Jesus Christ. So-called commies like Haas are such a joke. Get in VC and explain. Get in VC and actually explain. You guys know every other controversial political person, there's so many people willing to get in VC and be like, yeah, this is why you're problematic and this is why you're bad. But none of these people can do that. You know what I mean? They just talk shit from Twitter and from a distance. You're a goofy goober. You get one more chance to get in VC. Ban me, I don't give a fuck. Bye, bitch. That was the easiest ban of my whole life. Bye-bye, bitch. Ban me, I don't give a fuck. Okay. Fine with me. That's very much fine with me. I'm okay with that. I'll ban you. I got no issue with that. I got no issue with that at all.
Misconception out there that things happen.
Did you watch the E debate between Zerka and Milk? What? When was that? Must have been on YouTube. That must have been on YouTube because
have to get really bad before revolution can happen. And if you look empirically at history, that's not true. When people have hope for a better world and they can see the better world ahead, that's when real progress.
No, it has nothing to do with either of those things. Go back to school. Go back to school because it clearly hasn't served you well.
Takes place. So I don't think
revolutions happen when people expect something and the something doesn't come. Revolutions are an act of entitlement. That's the truth.
You know, achieving some reforms is hurting revolutionary potential. I think it's enhancing it.
That's a completely false dichotomy. It's completely irrelevant.
Michael?
Well, I think that I disagree that the Communist Party hasn't achieved anything, and it goes beyond the 30s. I mean, you think of all the work we did in the anti-war movement, civil rights, freeing Angela Davis, and even most recently against the fascist danger. You know, I think there are some great successes.
Why is saying we? Plans for debating Vaush? He's still running away. He's been running away.
And I think, like Anita says, I don't think we should limit ourselves to.
Thank you, Sankaras.
Sankars_Renault donated $5. Revolution doesn't from 70-year-olds with bowl cuts.
These kind of old concepts of how revolution was achieved in other countries. I mean, I see what the communists are doing in Chile. They're neck and neck with the extreme right about to win the next election. But they understand that winning an election isn't going to, legislate in socialism. You have to be involved in labor and in the social movements. You have to win everyone. You have to win the masses to
He hasn't done anything. He's just talking like he accomplished something. Yeah.
support you. And so the path to power.
The Chilean left sucks. I know that.
power is winning over the masses and being. I think that's the misconception about the Vanguard Party that's been made recently. Oh, you guys claim to be the Vanguard. We don't claim to be anything. The Vanguard is the workers, and we do our best to represent the workers.
What? What is this revisionist bullshit? Of course the fucking party is a Vanguard. What do you mean the workers? This is anarchist bullshit he's talking about.
Going forward.
I want to end this show with 4 points. Point number 1, Vietnam War. My mother used to tell us when we first started protesting, she's talking about her and her, there were 10 people at Youngstown State, 1961, 62. She said 5 years later.
The workers are the Vanguard? What?
There were hundreds of thousands, millions of people demonstrating all over the country, and helped bring that war to an end. Number 1. Number 2, nobody thought Obama a black man would get elected president of the United States.
Oh yeah, I forgot. The Communist Party's still high on copium because of Obama. It's the Obama era party. Hey Joe Sims. Hey, Joe Sims. You know Obama brought slavery back to Libya? You know Obama brought slavery back to Libya, Joe Sims? Did you know that? Abe Lincoln abolished slavery, but Obama brought it back to Libya. Doing what Democrats do best, historically. Obama? Really? Is it smart to talk about Obama?
Everybody thought it was hilarious, ridiculous. It'll never happen.
To be fair, you did say racism is in the country's DNA. So I don't know what point are you trying to make? You're the part of the Clintonite. You're not even part of the Obama movement. You know what's so fucked up? You want to tell how fucked up the Communist Party is, guys? They're literally Clintonites. They're part of the Clinton wing of the Democrats, which means when Obama came around, they were with Clinton. When Bernie came around, they were still with Clinton. Believe it or not, they thought Bernie was a disruptive, anarchist, dangerous threat. They're literally Clintonites. And how could Obama have won if he ran on the platform that racism... Hey, Joe Sims, open challenge to Joe Sims. Could Obama have won if his message to the American people was, guys, racism is in our DNA, and let's just be pessimistic? Could he even have won? Could he even have won, is my question, if he said that? Didn't Obama have to give people hope? Wasn't that his campaign slogan, hope? Wasn't it optimism? Wasn't it the idea of being optimistic? Isn't it Hillary Clinton who benefits most from the pessimism and defeatism? Because if you go with Clinton, you'll basically say, oh, racism is in the DNA of this country. We could never elect a black man as president. So Obama's unrealistic. Let's go with Clinton. That's Joe Sims' line. That's the Communist Party's line, and that's the line you were basically pushing. Right? Yeah, Obama wouldn't even talk about racism. Interesting.
It happened. Oh, the country's too racist. Point number 3. Nobody thought Bernie Sanders would get millions of votes.
Yeah, but you know who wasn't on the front lines of that? You. The Communist Party was very ambivalent towards Sanders. You guys were all in with Clinton. You weren't even on board with Sanders. You know what I mean? Sanders was to the left of you. Guys, figure this. Let me show you what a joke these people have made our party. Our Communist Party with a capital C. Our Communist Party with a capital C. Bernie fucking Sanders was to the left of the Communist Party in 2016.
a socialist. Okay, democratic socialist. I'm a democratic communist. Why not? You know, he got plenty of votes. And
The minute we start hearing the word democratic communist, there you go.
And so change can happen. My last story, I want to come back to this issue of racism being in the DNA of this country. My grandmother's grandmother was a slave. She was a Native American woman. She was beat to death with a belt with holes put in it, soaked in water, because she refused to carry water ordered by the overseer. 35 years old, beat to death. Racism is in my DNA. I'm sorry. And that's the positions of millions of people of color in this country. You can't get around it.
Yeah, well, here's the issue. I get that most people of color in this country, do believe this country's fundamentally racist. And I don't blame them, by the way. And in a sense, they are right. But what you're doing is a form of opportunism. You're taking their legitimate grievances as an excuse to pursue the liberal Democrat agenda instead of recognizing the unity of populist forces with minorities who want to pursue national self-determination. This is what the liberals do. They use the plight of racially oppressed groups against the working class majority. And that's been their strategy. That's the vicious cycle. They use people who are legitimately oppressed, are legitimately in a bad position, as a way to attack the working class majority of the oppressor nation. Right? I agree, white America is an oppressor nation of some kind. It's a very crude analysis. It's mainly an oppressor nation, right? But the game of the liberal ruling class has been to keep the working class of the oppressor nation in line by pitting them against other minorities and vice versa. And the way you break the ruling class's spell is by doing something similar to what the Black Panthers were trying to do when they reached out to the Young Patriots to unite with the Black Panthers to create a populist coalition against the establishment. That's all I've ever advocated for. The question isn't about whether minorities should be subservient to the United States as a political project. That's off the table. I don't agree with that. The question is, should the white liberal elite lead this? Or should a coalition between the American working class, all the working class people of America who still believe in America, not just white people, but everyone who believes in the project of the United States, plus people pursuing their own national self-determination in an alliance, should that be the leader? Or should it be these social engineering white liberal elites? Thank you, Morlock. That's my position. You're engaging in an opportunism, a three-way opportunism. This is a form of class warfare against the American working class, dividing it by race. Yes, there's a legitimate reality of oppression. A legitimate grievance with the reality of oppression. Of course. But you're engaging in opportunism. It's a textbook form of opportunism to vote for the fucking Democrats. How do you use that as an excuse to vote for the fucking Democrats? It's a complete form of opportunism. And by the way, you're against the black belt thesis. So if you're against the black belt thesis and against black people in this country having national self-determination, and you're going against the black nationalists, you're going against the Nation of Islam and the Garveyists, people influenced by Garveyism and the Pan-Africanists and so on and so on. You're against all those people. So what, pray tell, is your position, Joe Sims? That's my question. What's the point of joining CPUSA if we can't replace these guys? We can replace them. We definitely can replace them. We can replace them.
You know?
This is their right-wing opportunist. Textbook right-wing opportunism. He's using something legitimate, right, to pursue a fundamentally false position.
And it was the fight against racism that brought that horrific genocidal system to an end.
No, it didn't. It didn't bring any system to an end. We still have a racist system. We still have a war on drugs. We still have a new form of slavery with mass incarceration. So no, it didn't bring anything to an end, Joe Sims, which is why the way you address the issue of race in this country is by win-win cooperation between white and black people. When I say white and black people, I mean popular black movements led by black people have their own self-determination, and also other minorities too. And those people can unite and be united and act as one. See, I advocate for a position of common popular unity. Joe Sims advocates for a Menshevik, top-down, elitist approach to solving racism by being condescending and explaining it away and you know, controlling people more. That's the plain fucking truth of this whole dispute.
And it will be the struggle for equality combined with the class struggle that will bring it to an end the second time. So
at what point does a minority become a nation in the U.S.? That's an interesting question. I don't necessarily know. I don't know. I think it has to do with history here, though. A big part of it is history and roots here, you know? I don't know to what extent the Hispanic population wants to, like, have its own territory, right? I think they just want to celebrate their unique cultural roots and origins. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. I don't know if they necessarily want to be separate from the United States as a project. Maybe they do in places where there's history of Hispanic settlement, like in the southwest of the United States.
That can happen. It's happened in our history, and it's going to happen in what's to come. Good morning, revolution, everybody. Have a great weekend.
You know what? I'm just not gonna buy this. I'm just sick of this leftist blackmail, where you spend 30 minutes saying absolutely fucking nothing. You conclude it by pouring out heavy emotions. And I'm not saying it's fake. Those are heavy emotions. I get that, right? But then you think that's enough. Oh, we got emotional, so we accomplished something. No, you fucking didn't. Know what I mean? No, just saying some emotional shit is not going to cover your completely inadequate, bankrupt fucking position and time-wasting bullshit. You know what I mean? I'm sick of how leftists do this shit. They waste a whole bunch of time, make a fucking ass of themselves, and then they opportunistically and disgustingly utilize these very emotionally charged stories and narratives, and then everyone completely forgets about getting things done, and they just go, I wouldn't dare question that. No, fuck that, man. I'm sick of this bullshit, man. Textbook fucking lefty liberal bullshit. Sick of that bullshit, man. Sick of that fucking bullshit. Nah, not from me, Joe Sims. I'm not fucking buying it. I'm not buying it. Simple as that. I'm not buying it.
Good morning.
Yeah, absolutely abysmal. Absolutely abysmal embarrassment. Xander Hall uploaded a video defending two-hole theory and fighting his own community about it. It just sounds boring. It sounds fucking boring. Like, if you know about the whole background of that whole thing, and like, you'll realize how much of a waste of time it is. It's just a waste of time. If you knew about what actually happened and the lore behind it, you'll be like, yeah, this is fucking stupid. You know, like, moving on. I don't know. PCUSA, like I said, it's not enough to have a correct ideology or a correct position. A party is a business, it's a corporation, and, you know, I think there's, again, I subscribe to the one communist party theory. Forget about two-hole theory. Let's talk about one communist party theory. One communist party theory. PCUSA, if anything, should concentrate its resources to take over the Communist Party. We should have one Communist Party, right? So that's the real test of whether you're going to succeed in real world politics is if you can get your own fucking house in order. If you can't get your own house in order, you're never going to be able to get anywhere in the real world politics. If you can get your own house in order, let me tell you what, guys. The factional disputes within the Russian Social Democratic Party were literally that was the stepping stone that taught the Bolsheviks how to govern the country. If you can know how to deal with how to run a party and how to deal with members of a party you completely disagree, you know how to do internal politics, you'll know how to do external politics. Dialectics means that internal and external mirror each other. What's that word for the idea that humanity is a microcosm? Macrocosm and microcosm. Party is microcosm of the macrocosm of politics. It's the microcosm. Microcosm and macrocosm. The two mirror each other. They're part of same cosmos. You understand? Shadow, take me down. We're going to check the Reddit and then we're going to watch the Channel 5. Check this Reddit. As above, so below. Who the fuck found this? Who the fuck found this? Hold on. Who the fuck found this from the Reddit? Oz flexing in Pokemon's chat. How did you guys find this? How did you even find this? Yes, I did do that. I did do that, okay? Yeah, you caught me. You caught me. I did do that, but I just wanted her to notice me, okay? I thought she might notice me if I have the check mark. My bad. My bad. Look, all right? I got a check mark. I got partnered up. And, you know, I just wanted to see if she would notice me. The chat was too fast, so she didn't notice me. She did not notice. All I said was, Yo, Pokey, I'm verified now. And I gotta check. And you know, it does look legit. It do look legit. It do look legit. She's with Hassan? Bro, don't fucking tell me this bullshit. She's not with Hassan, bro. What the fuck you talking about? In his house right now? Bro, what the fuck, man? Why would you tell me this and fucking ruin my day? Go ahead and just ruin my day for me, dude. Go ahead and ruin my day. Go ahead and ruin my day. Okay? Ruin my day for me. Go ahead. Wow. Like I needed that. Like I needed that. Stay away from her, Hassan. Stay away. Hassan, stay away from her now. Come on, man. I didn't need to see that shit. I didn't need to see that shit. What the fuck? Bruh, what the hell, man? Just go ahead and ruin my day. Just go ahead and ruin my day. Go ahead. Go ahead. Alright, moving on. Shadow. Lay me down, me. Shadow. Yeah, remember, guys, someone please find the VOD of me reacting to this dumb dipshit. Because I reacted to this before Twitter got on his ass about it. I reacted to this first. Someone please get the VOD of me reacting. I reacted to it first. Remember. 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 I reacted to this first. Okay? Shadow. Lay me down. Me. Why are you in the Illuminati? Because I am banging your mommy. Damn, you don't have a rebuttal for that. All right, I have an important... There's nothing on the Reddit, so I have an important video to show you on the Reddit. I have a very important video to show you guys. Oh, Alex Jones on the... We should watch that. The Timcast, Alex Jones, live. Oh, we're going to watch it. Okay, we're going to watch that later. Give me a sec. I have to show you a really important video, though. I have to show you a very, very important video. It's very important. Okay?
I have no idea what we're doing.
Just launch.
There's
Okay, fuck. Sorry. That scared the shit out of me. Holy fuck. Scared the shit out of me. Okay. This is a really important video. Hold on. Hold on.
Assalamu alaikum, sister. How are you? Where is your hijab? Ramadan. Leave her alone. And hey, don't worry about it. Malak dakh.
Wait.
I have to go salli.
Who are you?
I am brother Muhammad Saleh Ali Trawhi عند أمي.
أنا العبد الذي كسب الذنوب
I got no words. Got no words. Only tears. I only got tears. That's it. Farrakhan, I got no issue with Farrakhan. I don't really know him that well, but I got no issue with him. Why would I have an issue with him? I got no issue. Shaolin Showdown. Huh, I gotta check something. Give me a sec. Hold on. This is weird. This is actually really weird. I don't know why I'm getting Spanish notifications. Hold on. I gotta check something. I really gotta check something. Give me a sec. Hold on. Give me 1 sec. Give me one sec. This is super weird. Does Uber ever just steal money from you? Uber Eats? Is that possible that like someone can just steal money through your Uber? Is that a thing? How does that happen? How the fuck does that even happen? You've had to cancel cards? I think that's what's going on with me too. Let me see. I'm only check. I'm only checking. I'm only checking. This one, okay. What? Okay, so this is 19th. This is weird. This is from an ATM. What date was this from? Yeah, this is weird. This is really weird. The Uber's really weird. Okay, let me check what date this is from. How does that happen? They charge the order and tip as separate transactions for Uber Eats and rides. They change the order and the tip as separate transactions for Uber Eats and rides. No, I know, but it's like, this is really weird. Let me check something. Okay, I get this. This is where things are really weird. Yeah, this is weird. So let me check this. So 15. Okay, I get this. All right, I'm gonna keep an eye on that. That's super sus and super weird. I got a Google AdSense. Okay, sorry about this, guys. All right, moving on. Fuck. So weird. Fuck, it's so stressful. Are they spiritual? I don't know, dude. I don't know about that. All right, we're gonna watch the Channel 5. We're gonna watch the Channel 5.
Oh, that's cold out.
We're gonna watch the Channel 5 video. Watch it.
English right here. Okay, I'm watching these streets also and these weird ass niggas in these cars, nigga. This shit ain't a game. I like to let motherfuckers know around the world. It get real tricky, it get real Mickey, it get real dangerous. My goddamn, he came to 55th Street to do an interview. God, great man on hood. But I'll fuck your wife, Custer. I'ma keep it 55th Street.
Who's Custer?
A Custer is a buster with a C on my motherfucking crib. Something nifty on 50s.
What does it mean to be nifty?
You tell a sitch you wanna bust her pussy and asshole open, you fight me, and then you gonna have a nifty issue with her, yeah? You fight me, you gonna do nifty things in that Motel 5 with that sitch. Let's go ahead and keep it 55th Street. This 55th Street.
Is there any? There's mods told me there's no TOS in this video. There's no TOS. Is there any? I want to. Do you guys know if there's any TOS? Just want to double check because I do not want to have to, delete the VOD. No TOS. Okay. Did other streamers watch the whole thing? Did you see any other? I really watched this 10 times on 10 other political streams. Okay, just making sure.
How long have you been hanging out here for?
Oh, cuz I got put on, cuz I was a teenager.
What does it mean to get put on?
Okay, well, I can take you in the alley. One of y'all want to catch a friendly fade with Crip Mac?
Nick wants to get put on.
Come on, cuz, come in the alley. Come on, Nick. Come on, Nick. No Custer shit. Come on. I fight anybody. I don't give a fuck. I'm neighborhood Crip.
Nick, how do you feel?
I'm a little nervous. Never been put on.
All cuz I gotta do is fight back. Come on, Nick. Swing. Swing. Swing, Nick. Swing. Neighborhood Crip. I would first motherfucking video.
Holy fuck. Chud Logic. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much, Chud Logic. And dude, you gotta come on the Royale. I mean, fuck. Not the Royale. The fucking Showdown. You gotta come on the Showdown, dude. We need you. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Man, they come in the motherfucker.
Shout out Chud Logic. Mods, can you link his I don't know. I don't know how to do that. Do we have a shout out emote? SO Chud. How the fuck do people do that? Yeah, I don't know how to do it.
Fucking 55th Street alley and actually attempt a 55th Street fade. Cuz got more heart than all these other Custer ass motherfucking video people out here. You would have never made the cut. I'm gonna keep it 55th Street. But if you would have stayed back here and more motherfuckers would have came, you kept on fighting. As long as you get up and keep fighting, God damn it. On hood, everything would have seemed all right, cuz you would have eventually got put on. We're gonna name him Dynamite Blue. Dynamite Blue, cuz I like the blue at the end of it. In the county jail, you gangbang, Nick, they gonna punch the shit out of you. And remember, if you ever do a lot of time in jail,
Even
never
though I
commit
saw Haz
suicide.
get out of a smart car to go into a Starbucks and order a soy strawberry frappuccino, I'll still subscribe, I guess.
Thank you,
KEKW.
Aztec, but yeah, it's his word versus mine, because that is not true, okay? But it's his word versus mine. I don't know what to say. How do I disprove that? I don't got a smart car, dude. I don't got a smart car. I don't go to no Starbucks on my spare time. And I don't got a smart car, and I do not go to Starbucks. I don't get Frappuccinos. If you're getting a Frappuccino, you may as well get a fucking milkshake from McDonald's because it's the same shit. But I guess people feel better about drinking the Frappuccino because it's Italian. But it's literally just as bad for you as a fucking milkshake. But I don't do that shit. I would just go to McDonald's and get a chocolate milkshake. What am I waste my time with a fucking Frappuccino? Probably cheaper too at McDonald's.
Thank you.
On hood.
Breaking news. Breaking news. You're watching Channel 5 with Andrew Callahan.
It's all about having heart, okay? You don't see scared of nobody bigger than you. I understand on neighborhood crib. Look, Lupe, bring that big fucking thing of water out that fucking back of that car. Lupe from 4-6 neighborhood crib, so she from the 40s right up the street. Oh, Lupe's.
Listen, I get it. Arby's, you're saying Arby's is where it's at, okay? Listen, let me tell you what. Arby's has got the best fries of any fast food establishment. Absolutely no competition. Absolutely no question about it. I don't fucking understand how anyone can dispute this fact. Arby's has got the best fries of any fast food establishment. I dare anyone to disagree. I dare anyone to disagree. Take? The fries literally taste like sexual intercourse. No, even Five Guys. Arby's fries taste better than sexual intercourse. Eating Arby's fries feels better than being inside of a woman.
She's a great woman. She's an assistant. She helps me with a lot of things out here.
How long have you guys been together for?
We're not in a relationship.
Really?
No, cuz.
That's why I'm kind of cutting right now, and I'm not eating junk food. Next week, I'm getting Arby's fries when I have a cheat day. Next week.
That's my driver.
I had no idea. I thought you guys were in a relationship.
Then name fries better than Arby's fries. Go ahead and name them. Name them, and if you're wrong, you're getting banned.
Bro, I'm his homegirl, bro. You know, it's a difference between sitches and homegirls, you know. I don't gotta, wear his whistle or nothing.
I don't fucking know what Farmer Boys is. McDonald's fries? Popeyes? Burger King? The fuck? Listen, Burger King and Popeyes, you're fucking wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. But I get it. Fucking McDonald's with their cardboard ass tasting fries? You're talking about McDonald's? Fucking McDonald's that tastes like nothing? That tastes like cardboard? It tastes like paper? It literally tastes like paper. McDonald's? The fuck? You're just saying shit to say shit. Arby's got the best fries of anywhere. And you know what's beautiful about Arby's fries? Let me tell you what's so beautiful about Arby's fries. You have them, you take out one fry, just one, and it's literally a squiggly line that's like 8 feet tall, 8 feet long. You just take one out and it keeps going. Like, holy shit, this is one fry. And I stuff the whole thing in my mouth. Tastes so fucking good, man. Nothing's better than Arby's fries. Nothing's better than Arby's fries.
Nothing like that.
You find me, she gonna keep her crib and her gangbanging solid, and she gonna stay snoo she is, and they gonna respect her like we respect.
When you get Arby's fries, like each fry is that's why when you get fries from Arby's, you better get the extra large because those are curly fries. Now, curly fries, each fry is longer, so you're going to take out more fries. So you better get the extra large fries.
Back Lupe, you find me?
Who's the prettiest girl you ever, did the thing with?
Oh, God, pretty. Oh, that's hard. That's a hard question, yeah. How we going to answer this? Okay, let's give you two.
Okay, bro, Checkers, bro. Checkers is the place you just drive by. Nobody actually goes to fucking Checkers, dude. Checkers? What the fuck is at Checkers? Checkers menu. What does Checkers even sell? It looks like a White Castle for horse meat. Hell no, Checkers. Checkers fries. Okay, I get what you're saying. Oh, I understand what you're saying. I'm looking at the fries now, and I get it. Okay, I get it. I get it. Let me show you guys. They're pretty much Arby's fries, but they're not curly. Checkers fries. They're Arby's fries, but they're not curly, but they're Arby's fries, right? I get that. I get it. I get it, dude. I get it. Okay? I understand. I understand. I understand. But damn, those do look good. I'm not gonna lie. But let me show you why you're wrong though. Arby's. Ooh, let me show you where you fail, right? Because wow, this even looks like fucking expensive shrimp. Holy shit. Let me show you where you're wrong, dude. Let me show you where you're wrong. Because damn. Look at that. Pick that one up too. You know, it's just so much. It just falls over, spills. I mean, you know, look, this looks good, but damn, this looks better. This looks like squid. Calamari, but in a good way. You know what I mean? And then, bam, you got even more. It don't even gotta be fake. Look at that. Detail. 1080p. You know what I mean? Shit. Damn, bruh. That's fucking food. Shut the fuck up about Five Guys, dude. Oh my god, bro. I just reach out and grab some of that. Know what I mean? That's food. That's food, man. Those are fries. Those are fries. Now, these look good, but they're not Arby's good. You get the difference? Chick-fil-A, they're not bad, but they're not great.
To Shaniqua. Shaniqua, she is the top. And keep it 50 fair straight, you find me? We'll do Stacy Mack.
What do you want to be when you get like what's your life goal?
Well, I told you I want to own the stuff, the kids, the gyms and shit. Some big booty, beautiful stitches. They can run the program. Get back.
Damn. This guy knows what's up. Taco Bell nacho fries sounds nasty.
The community.
You clearly need your cheat day. Yeah, but I've been having cheat days all week. I've been eating junk food literally all week. So this week I don't get a cheat day. I have to wait like 8 days before I get a cheat day.
As I see successful, but over money, I ain't never gonna change. I am Snoop the fuck I am. I'm gonna keep it 55 straight.
For sure. Do you ever regret
French fry tiers list? I would, but we're gonna watch the Alex Jones thing after this.
Having any of the face tattoos?
I'm gonna keep it 55th Street, just the Sitch name on my face. But all the gang whack-outs, I love them. I'm about them, and they're never coming off. I don't give a fuck. You at $1 million right now, cuz. I'm gonna spit on that motherfucker on neighborhood crib. Me and Lupe gonna go get our money out the mud.
Would you say that kids should stay in school and not join gangs?
Well, kids, we're going to keep it 55th Street. Kids, they should go to school. They should take care of their family, do shit for themselves. But you can't say every kid not going to gangbang because a lot of kids want to do this shit. You got to get prepared on neighborhood crib. Watch this car right here. Lupe, you got to park closer, 5 feet closer. Just know, Crip Max said this is not a motherfucking gang. Some people drink alcohol and they don't drink no water. That would kill you. You gotta eat, you gotta drink water, Kev, before you drink. It's not rocket science, motherfucker. Stay in school, do sports, get back, fight the community at the kindness of your heart as you see successful. 55th Street.
He's a beautiful person. He's a beautiful person. He's always helping me. He comes by to see if I need anything, you know. See, I'm disabled. A lot of times he come by and I don't have the money to get the parts I need from my...
Dude, Andrew's an asshole. He's talking about real shit, and he's playing Oblivion music.
My weed eaters and lawnmowers, you know, because somebody stole my lawnmower. Come by and got me a weed eater, you know, and I appreciate it. You know, I really do. And he's a very good person. He's a benefit to the neighborhood, but he's very intelligent, you know, and he has ideas. You know, he's a business-minded man.
What are some of the ideas he has that you like?
The value of life itself. Your liberty ends where the next man's liberty began. And I've cried many days right here, you know, because I lost a lot of homies, a lot of
this channel is basically poor equals funny.
You know, I'm 5'5" neighborhood crip, and I have no enemies. But you can make me your enemy if you do something to me. Our neighbors they don't have to accept us, but we have to accept them. But when I see them, I know life has got him. I know God got him.
Just because a nigga a gangbanger, see, that's where they get shit fucked up. Niggas got problem with the media enemies through the gang shit. But them people downtown, the people that's homeless, cause they don't gangbang and the babies and innocent people, they don't got shit to do with these politics we do out here, kid. Ma'am, would you like some pizza? God said you need pizza. God bless you. And remember, never commit suicide. Everything gonna see all right. On wood. Nobody is better than anybody out here. We are all equal as people. Hey, sir, tacos over there. Get you some free tacos. And remember, never commit suicide. Everything gonna see all right. I'm gonna give you 55th Street.
How often do you do this?
I do it every Sunday. We got tacos with HK Tone Sauce and Drea tacos. A lot of tacos. It means a lot. You know why? Like I said, nobody's better than nobody.
How many people have you guys served here today so far?
Like 50.
50 to 100.
It's a YouTube channel?
Yeah, it's called Channel 5.
Yeah, YouTube channel is Channel 5?
It's a YouTube show called Channel 5.
Good. You find me, a lot of people are in jail. They don't have their family, their moms died. You just gotta keep your head held up high. You never know, cuz you could have a great day, some shit like this, and something make you happy, cuz enemy you feeding them might say, fuck your dead homies and spit on you. I don't give a fuck about these cameras. I'ma knock cuz sleep. I'ma do destruction. I'm literally.
The fuck is he talking about?
I'm crazy, cuz. I mean, a lot of people can see it's not an act.
Have you always been crazy?
I think since I was younger.
What age are you thinking?
I think Granny Bear would say about 10 or 12 years old.
This is very Lynchian, David Lynchian.
Around that.
What kind of stuff started happening around that time?
Well, just was going back and forth with Mama Bear's boyfriend. Then I got in some snubble.
What kind of trouble were you getting into super early?
You ever heard of Ding Dong Ditch as a kid? Did you do that when you was a kid?
I did, yeah.
But it was more so just growing up from a house in another house. Like you find me like back and forth. I could go fight jail, do a gang of time.
The dude was Ding Dong Ditch. How many of you guys Ding Dong Ditched as a kid? Because I used to do that shit all the time, not gonna lie.
And have no.
Is it a felony? It's stupid. It's stupid because it's not that much of an annoyance. It's like you ring the doorbell and they open the door and no one's there and then okay. How is that funny? That's not funny. You want to know what's funny? I'll tell you what's funny, guys. I always tell this story. I might replicate it too. So my friend used to live in a very, very nice neighborhood. Like I did too, kind of, but this one was like really nice upper class neighborhood, like really big houses and shit. And his parents weren't home and all the boys were chilling at his house. So I decided we need to have some fun, holiday themed fun, because it was Christmas time. It wasn't Christmas, but it was like in December, you know what I mean? So what I did was I told you the story. I hyped everyone up. And I kept bothering them. We have to do this. We have to do this. I kept hyping everyone up to go out and Christmas carol for Christmas caroling in this neighborhood. And we would take a golf cart and drive it around the neighborhood. And there's like 9 of us in this golf cart. And we knock out. We're going to ring the doorbell. And we're just going to sing Christmas songs. And if we don't know what the lyrics, like for example, Jingle Bells, we'd be like, we're also going to do that shit, right? So eventually I convinced them, right? I kept bothering them all night, hyping. And I hype shit up. I can hype anything up. So I eventually hyped it up so much that everyone was like, you know what? Fine, we'll go do it. So we did it. And we weren't kids, by the way. I was like 22 or I was like 23. So we were not kids. I was a grown man. We were all grown men doing this, okay? We were grown men doing this, and it was like 10 p.m. Grown men doing this shit. 10 p.m. So we knocked on doors. We knocked on someone's door, and we knocked on their door, rang the doorbell. He opens the door. There's 9 of us just standing there. And we go, hey, we're going to Christmas Carol. And the guy goes, oh, no. And people are coming. They're having a small house party, like these boomers. And like, oh, no, we don't want to. And they're like, I think it was a family gathering because there was some young people there too. But they were like, no, we're not going to have we don't want this. And we're like, no, we're going to do it. And then we basically kind of did it where we were like, we kept doing that. And the guy was not amused. He was just like, so we went home, and everybody was like, what was the point of that? It wasn't even funny. Like, why did you hype that up? And as I always said, I said, why the fuck did you listen to me? I do this shit just to see if people will listen. I do it just to see it. Like, the reason I do that kind of shit and I hype that stuff up is because it's like, what if they actually listen to me and I got 9 grown men to knock on someone's door and Christmas Carol? It's not Streamlabs, it's Chatterino. And I have no fucking idea why Chatterino is acting up. I'm gonna restart it. Fucking Chatterino. We're good. Chatterino. Okay? This is the thing. I just want to see if they will listen to. And there's a lot of things I've advocated for and hyped up that were really stupid. And it was their fault for listening to me. You're not supposed to listen to me. If I'm in your friend group and I'm hyping shit up, I want to test your judgment. I want to see. This is why I do it. Because I want to see if human beings have the ability to make decisions. Or are we just social animals who can just be manipulated into doing anything?
Okay, I got this down here. These people are also people, as I see successful. And so I got something good going on from the bottom of my heart. Hey, sir, never commit suicide. Everything gonna see all right. Would you like a slice of pizza?
Oh, no, I did, sir.
What about 5 later? You gonna get hungry later? Maybe after a couple beers or something?
I don't drink. I'm a diabetic.
All right, well, what about a pizza later when you get hungry?
Oh,
That's not rocket science. He took it. Everything gonna see all right. Gonna see all right, cuz. Never commit suicide. Never commit suicide. Things get rough. Don't give up. Don't take your own life. Everything gonna see all right. Gonna see all right, cuz. Never commit suicide.
You know, there's a concert happening nearby.
No, I don't pay attention to the concerts and shit like that. Is that what you were interested in?
Well, it's a heavy metal band called Slipknot. You want to go to Slipknot?
What do they stand for?
They stand for hard rock metal music. They're from Iowa. They're like
I'm meeting some new nice white ladies with a nice ass. So let's go. I know.
Damn. Okay. I am understanding that. I'm kind of understanding that. I'm understanding that.
They got some white cinches.
It's the only thing that slowly stops the ache.
Slipknot is my favorite fucking band.
The things I have to take. Jesus never
I had a bad dream about Slipknot.
What's Slipknot, cuz?
It's my girlfriend's favorite band.
All right.
Slipknot is 9 guys that really just don't give a shit, pound music to their fucking core, fucking give it to their fans, give it to the maggots every fucking day.
You know, they got that loyalty and they got that drive to want to produce
Why would a guy who looks like this go to a Slipknot concert?
music that they love and that the fans love. They don't give a fuck what anybody thinks about them.
Just like me. I got Hoover Killer tatted on my motherfucking head. I'm a 5'5" crip. I'm 5 minutes and I don't give a fuck what nobody thinks.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Well, Slipknot concert with it. Heat ass. I ain't coochie, you dig?
This guy's 1,000% Middle Eastern. 1,000 billion% Middle Eastern.
They give their energy, their life, because they have a passion for this music like no other.
Why are you at the Slipknot concert? What?
Their fucking band.
How many big booty stitches have you fucked off of this good music?
At least 5.
Damn! 5! Damn! All from one concert? Or from one music? No wonder he's going to that shit.
Oh!
Yeah, I saw Hassan saying he's working class. I already reacted to it.
God damn!
Actually have Travis Scott tattoo. It's the Cactus Jack logo in Russian. It's like one of his designs.
You got a man's name tatted on the side of your motherfucking body.
Yeah.
Why?
I have the rage inside my body, so I got it on my body.
All right, get up out of here. Hey, you know, I keep it 55th straight. This type of music could go good with some great lyrics.
Guys, this is bad posture. Never have this posture in public. Guys, if you see this and this reminds you of you, you have a problem. I'm not gonna lie. This is very bad. You don't ever want to be the guy who looks like this, stands like this. You know what I mean?
Soon as I got put on in and out of jail, been my lifestyle. Banging 5 to set, young hustlers going wild. Smashing anything that is tramping hood. Me and my lokes up to no good. What do you like about Slipknot?
Pure aggression, just violent.
They don't give a fuck what nobody thinks.
Nope.
I like Slipknot. I don't do no custer shit. If you end your life, you on custer shit. Never take your own life. Never take your own life. Listen, 5 Crip Mac. Never take your own life. Big suicide killer. Everything gon' see alright. I'ma keep it 55 straight.
Okay, I just feel like the Channel 5 guy's running out of content. Does anyone else feel that way? I just feel like he's running out of content.
No, we're live now. We're live. People can watch. Michael Malice sitting right next to me. So let me just start with saying, no verdict tonight in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. I see people commenting like they thought they're doing this big show because they thought the verdict was going to come in and they're going to break. No. He's shaking his head. Here's what happened. Let me tell you the story. So we're coming down to Austin and we're trying to find good.
Apparently, this Alex Jones is going to come.
Good people in Austin to talk to, and Blair White.
Hi.
So we were like,
hold on. Nightmare panel.
We got. Oh, Liddy just ran out the door. Okay, well, we'll show Blair White in a second.
Joe Rogan is in town, and we have the Michael Malice and Luke Radowski.
Oh fuck! I was in Austin. Why didn't we meet up?
And Tim Pool.
Who is this? Who is she? Who is this? Anyone know who this is? Blair White. Okay.
Well, so here's what happened.
She looked familiar.
We asked Blair to come on the show because we love Blair, and then Alex was like, "Hey, are you guys gonna have? Am I coming on at all?" And we were like, "You know, it'd be really cool if you came on with Blair White, but we got to make sure Blair's cool with it."
Of course, I was totally down, and then it kept escalating. And then it was Michael.
So then someone leaked it to Michael, and he was like, "You're having me on that show, right?"
Yeah.
And
Hey guys, I don't care if she's trans. It's I recognize them. I want to know who they were. The fuck up.
I leaked it to him.
Yeah. I like how he works in that we're all asking to come on. Of course we want to come on, Tim. You're great.
But then it's like I'm thinking, oh man, this is huge. Like, what are we gonna do? And so.
And then Joe Rogan calls.
Well, hold on.
Oh, you are the worst. Let him tell his story.
Let me tell the story. We had Drew Hernandez here, who's sitting right here. I don't know what camera works for Drew.
I don't know, Lydia. How do I switch this thing?
Lydia, you got a job to do, Lydia.
We are all here. We are all here, and it's amazing.
Okay, so
get to work. Get to work, woman.
This is rough.
It's for me.
Oh, I don't want to throw it across all this stuff.
Pass it, Ian.
Give it to Ian.
Pass it along that way.
I want to pass.
We're disorganized mess.
Thank you, Lou.
Okay, hold on. I warned everyone this would be a cacophony, loud noise. Okay, so hold on. So
No, the way it is, there'll be a lot of people talking.
Drew is here, and I was like, Drew.
Yeah, mods. On Twitch, you're not allowed to do that misgendering shit. So I don't know if anyone's misgendering or whatever, but you can't do that. It's just not allowed.
Like, if the verdict comes in, it's.
You guys gotta stop. Just shut the fuck up.
Joe Rogan.
There you go.
What up, bro? Thanks for coming, man.
You're now
This reminds me of like Austin streamers. They just
podcasting out of an RV, brother.
How the mighty have fallen.
Right on time.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Look at that beautiful bastard, Joe. Right, yeah.
The show is about to begin.
Yeah.
We got Alex
It
Jones,
started.
Joe Rogan, Tim Pool, Michael Malice, Drew Hernandez. This is it right now.
This is breaking the internet.
This is breaking the internet. Everyone needs to share this link now. Share the link.
A dog bit me.
I don't think soda.
A dog bit me.
It did.
All right.
What the fuck did you do to that dog?
I misgendered it.
Oh, he did. It's true.
All right, so
Don't talk about me like that.
Let me wrap this story.
Now, how did the dog bite you?
We try not to swear.
Why?
Suddenly.
We try to be family friendly.
We have limited time with Lord Rogan. Let's hear what he has to say.
Oh.
Goodness.
Well, so Drew is here.
Yes.
And we were talking like, Drew, if the verdict comes in on the Rittenhouse case, he's an eyewitness. He filmed it. I was like, can you stick around to come on the show? And
saw the whole thing.
Saw
the whole thing, Rogan.
He testified in the trial.
It was totally different than the video, right?
What part?
Just kidding.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
Not at all.
No, that was my point. That was my point.
When you see people like Annika
I'm never getting an RV.
Kasparian saying, I thought it was a totally different thing.
The footage has been out for like the entire time.
But everybody thought it was a totally different thing.
Because they would also censor the footage. You couldn't let it block it.
Because the corporate press is the enemy of the people.
Did you see how MSNBC would not show the defense responses? Only prosecution.
Only the prosecution. Well, so we were like, Drew, stick around. And then when this show just became whatever the hell is going on, everyone was like, Tim, did you have?
I don't have RV money, dude. If I was like $1 billion, if I had $30 million and I wasn't a political actor, so I'm just spending this to live a life of luxury, I would get a yacht, I would get a fucking RV, trust me, I'd get a bunch of crazy shit, right? But, you know what sucks, guys? Even if I had like 100 mil, I would have to spend all of it. Would I? I don't know. I'd have to spend almost all of it on politics. Doesn't that suck?
I asked Joe to come on, and I was like, oh, he's got a show.
Like, I would not be able to get a yacht. I wouldn't be able to buy myself a yacht and just be like, fuck society. I'll just get a yacht.
He's busy, guy.
I wouldn't be able to. You know what I mean?
And I was
Switch
like,
teams. Couldn't do it. I wouldn't feel good.
Well, hey, Joe, you want to break the internet?
I wish I could just have a yacht with no guilt. You know what I mean? If I could just have a yacht and not feel guilty about it, it'd be fucking life.
You know, Michael was
We're not
really
breaking
excited.
the internet, bitch. I'm just showing up at your weird trailer.
Remember when I told you though I was gonna get a van?
Ridiculous. It's awesome. It really is dope.
$3 million mansion. No, not a mansion. But I could get a very expensive loft. You know, it would be small. This is assuming I don't have a family. But if I had a family, yeah, I'll get a big ass mansion. If I could. But if I was living by myself, I want like a hotel room. I want like a 5-star hotel room, but I live there. You know what I'm saying? That'd be fucking... Dude, hotels are the best. Nothing's better than a fucking hotel. Just very modern, and the sink looks nice. and the shower is crazy, and the water shoots fucking water into your ass and cleans you up. Yeah, like a penthouse, but like very modern and cool, you know?
Lighting. I love the
5-star all-inclusive resort, ocean view. Damn. Imagine living there.
fact you have a screen here. It's brilliant, right?
I love it. I want
This
it.
is amazing.
And
I like it.
The screen that so you can't see it on camera, but the screen we have for everyone to watch the news, like to see the news articles we pull up,
Pretty nice.
Yachts are based.
Rises up from the dress up.
Yeah.
That's very fancy.
Bro, I get a yacht, 5 big booty bitches. You wanna know? I need it to be an uneven number so there can never be harmony. One person must always be left out.
I saw that at Hugh Hefner.
Hotel, like
at
a
Hugh
Vegas
Hefner's
hotel.
house.
Yeah.
That's right.
So Joe Rogan in the house.
Alex Jones, ladies and gentlemen, right about basically everything. Finally, it's all coming down. The truth is coming out.
So Thomas Jefferson was in the Illuminati.
Bunch of demons.
Joe Rogan is the 46th president of the United States.
I smell sulfur.
People are just giving us money.
Oh God, that's how it works, Tim.
I'm already. So it's hot in here.
Listen, it's kind of exciting.
I like it. Let Joe talk.
Isn't it kind of exciting though?
Who invited this guy? I feel like this guy shouldn't be there. These two should not be there. I don't know who they are, so therefore I don't like them.
Like, obviously, the world has gone completely into chaos.
Yes. Isn't it great?
Like, we are in this weird position where the mainstream media is almost universally accepted as at least being mostly full of shit, or partly full of shit.
Totally
right?
full of crap.
The most optimistic person says, well, they lie sometimes, right? That was never the case with Walter Cronkite.
Exactly. Who also lied all the
One of the witnesses. Oh, this is one of the witnesses?
time.
Or was it?
I really dislike this guy a lot.
Or was it?
Did he lie?
He lied all the time, but people didn't realize it.
They lie like a crackhead hitting on a crack rock.
Alex, every word they say is a lie, including and the.
I don't care. I only want to hear Alex and Joe. I don't really care about anyone else here.
Since the beginning.
It's reached new levels of lying, though.
No, we've reached new levels of being able to expose them. They were lied us into the Spanish War in Cuba 100 years ago. Nothing's changed.
That's the truth, right?
Rosebud.
Yes.
Of course, this guy made a website.
Yeah. Gulf of Tonkin, Operation Northwood.
It's always been lies.
They've always
Mass
been lies.
destruction.
Right. This is the way they do business.
The New York Times refused to report that Germany was targeting Jews.
Exactly.
So how do we?
Because that would be buying into identity politics at the time, because Jews were white, and that's what Hitler said. Jews weren't white.
And the
So they
government knew about it, and they covered it up,
Yes.
including the railroads, which they could have stopped, but they decided not
Yes,
to.
there's a book called Buried. Hold on, let me just make one point. There's a book called Buried by the Times. Look it up.
Yep.
And this was how they covered it up, because they didn't want to buy into what Hitler was saying.
How are we? How is it now different? You know, if they've been.
What?
I think they've been lying the whole time.
Yes.
But how are we now figuring it out? Right?
Well, I'll tell you what's about to happen. They're devaluing the currency on purpose to crash all the world of currencies and bring out the Great Reset.
That's not what we're talking about, Alex.
No.
This is the Build Back Better agenda, Malice.
No, you're asking Malice
You
why
guys
it's
gotta learn
happening.
how to do this.
No,
This is how
why
you do
it's
this.
more obvious.
When a guy starts talking, you don't talk over him. That's how it
We
works.
do we have
Yes,
a conch?
Alex.
Do we have a
Let him talk.
conch?
Yes, we need a
Conch to pass around.
Let him talk.
So you think this?
Go ahead, Malice. Tell us. No, listen. It's the Great
Ian, is your mic
Reset.
working?
It's the Great Reset. ResetWars.com. The point is this the Great Reset, and they're plunging the world economy on by design to consolidate control and kill all the major currencies. That's why there's inflation. That's why there's supply chain breakdowns. I'm just telling you, tomorrow's news today, there is a global destruction of the supply chain and the world currencies to bring in a new world currency based on the vaccine passport.
The issue, what they were asking is, has the corporate press gotten worse? And my point is, we have more mechanisms to expose their depravity and malfeasance in real time. For example, if this had been 20 years ago, they would have been in a position not to let this Kyle Rittenhouse video anyone would ever see it.
Yep.
Now, if you have some kind of hack journalist with his cameraman, one's wearing a mask, one's not, everyone has got a phone, and all it takes is...
You were the first person to warn people about supply chains. I know. Isn't that fucked up? Remember how Remember how I was the one who warned you about this like 5 months ago, and nobody believed me? Whenever I get a prediction right, I never take credit because I'm like, yeah. Why do you think I made the prediction? Because I knew I was right. Nobody ever gives me fucking credit. Nobody ever was like, Haas, you're right. Know what I mean? Fuck, man.
Is one person to film it, put on Twitter or Facebook, and then immediately everyone can see it in real time.
Michael, I totally agree with you.
Tim Pool, I just sent you a text message with a meme. It's an amazing meme with Alex. You gotta
Well,
look at
still
this.
can't
It's
get a
one of my-
PS5. I need a PS5 for Bloodborne, man. It's all I care about right now. Bloodborne. PS5. Come on, man. I need a PS5 at this point. My PS4 broke. Black Friday? Man, fuck Black Friday, man. Sold out. Every PS5 is fucking sold out. Every single one is unavailable. Yeah, there's no inventory.
My favorite memes.
I'm scared about Elden Ring, and I'll tell you why I'm scared. So here's the thing about Elden Ring. I'm not going to have time to play it. You guys are not going to watch me play Elden Ring. You guys don't like watching me play games. So how am I going to fucking play Elden Ring without tanking my average view count? You know what I mean? I'm fucked. I play those games, guys. I actually spend my time playing them.
It's a "You Are Here" meme. It's all the shit that Alex has predicted that's come true, and then where you are right now.
Let me read it. Let me read it.
Can you get it? Can you get it on your screen? Do you have
Not
way
through
to
a text message.
You
though.
fucking primitive.
Can you
apes.
tweet it out, or
Jesus
post
Christ.
it on Instagram.
Don't you have a Jamie?
Don't we have a Jamie?
I can't do that. I'm sorry.
Well, they'll pull it up.
Oh,
Let me
wait,
just-
wait, wait. I can Facebook it too, can I?
Oh yeah, sure.
Let me just say this nicely. Everybody's right. I'm obnoxious and I'm horrible and I apologize.
No, that's not what the meme
No, but
is.
but I was-
the
but
meme is
Michael-
that you're right.
Well, thank you, sir.
I'll send you the meme. I've said. I
can't.
know.
I'm
you've
saying
seen it
Malice
before.
is trying to talk about how the
can't do it
establishment
that way.
media is dead. I'm talking about how the establishment's hitting us economically. So
I got
he's
it.
making a legitimate point. I'm making a separate point about the progenitor of the problems we have.
Yeah, I think you guys are both true. There is a global awakening, but there's also a drastic escalation when it comes to the Great Reset, the Build Back Better agenda, what Klaus Schwab is having wet dreams about when it comes to enslaving humanity, making people live in pods, making people eat bugs, having them as little paid,
Oh my God.
But they're
like
not going.
peasants.
That's because they're not going down without a fight. So
Exactly.
once the mask is off, you better get whatever you
But
can.
we win the fight quicker if we know who they are.
Look at
Yes.
that meme. Make that larger. Make that meme larger. Look at that shit.
Pull that
Your
up,
TV
Jamie.
spying on you. Check.
Bohemian.
Elite cabal of sex traffickers. Check. They're turning the frogs gay.
Check.
It's like
Hermaphrodites.
It's hermaphrodites,
Quite gay,
right?
yeah.
Bohemian Grove. Check. Silver iodide. Not
What
really
is that?
sure. Rich people using baby blood. I'm not.
That's
sure.
true. No, it's
That
happening
too,
down
that
in
one's
Mexico
right
right
too.
now.
No,
Peter
is
Thiel
it
and
really?
Yes, it is.
Disgust.
People are doing that. Yep.
You are here, human monkey chimeras,
Oh, I'm looking
which
forward to
he
that.
predicted a long time ago.
Well, where's that? Where's the?
Wait,
monkey
you're
thing?
saying the elves aren't real? That's
no,
the.
that's next.
Well, the elves
It's like,
are
this
real.
is what
Of
he's
course they're
predicted.
real.
They're coming next.
In
All
what
right, so
dimension?
hold on. What is silver
Forget that.
iodide?
That's like some shit that kills diseases.
Oh.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
It's essentially true, but also poison
Now, let me-
and makes your skin blue.
It can
But
be
I'll
too much.
but I'll
Brandon
point something out.
Adams, right?
I'll point something out about this meme. The TV's spying on you. Alex, you were pointing these things out because they were happening. The turning the frogs gay, that was atrazine. I believe that's a pesticide, right? And that was messing with the endocrine systems of frogs, which was causing weird deformities.
I was just covering a Berkeley study, yeah.
But
Yeah,
it
yeah.
was more changing their gender. It wasn't making them.
But here's the deal. I'll be here for 5 hours. Joe's got to go to his show.
Then why are you yelling?
Why don't they just post it on Joe's show?
How he talks normally.
You have a
That's
microphone.
how he talks normally.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell. I'm sorry.
I am the Alex Whisperer.
You should see him in church.
Take the vaccine. Okay, I want to hear what Joe Rogan has to say. Joe's nice to say nice things about me, but Joe's also predicted a lot of stuff that came true.
What did I predict?
You predict? Okay, my God. Have you watched your earlier comedy?
I don't think oh,
Probably not.
maybe.
Watch your own
Okay,
stuff,
I remember
yeah.
in like 1999, I just met Joe before, like, gone to dinner with him and like.
Give me 1 second.
this producer I know.
I'm hungry.
And then I go to see him at the Cap City Comedy Club, now defunct. And he goes up and he goes, let me tell you what's going to kill the corporate media in Hollywood and everybody. It's going to be the internet. It was the first guy I heard say this.
100%.
He goes, there's no way they can compete with the internet. He did this whole freaking rant, and it was all true. And then he went on to say, but the sucky part about technology is they claim we all these Jetson suits and jetpacks and all this incredible stuff, but instead your cell phone craps out when you're behind a bush.
Yeah.
Right.
The problem,
this is like, you ever see that movie Talladega Nights, where he says like, "You ain't first, you're last."
Yeah.
He's like, "I was high when I said that." Same answer.
You know, my problem.
There you go, man.
I feel like corporate media is no longer NBC, ABC. Now it's Google and
Oh, of
Alphabet
course.
and
That's not even a question.
Facebook.
It's, well, in a way, it's
But
worse.
Facebook is worse than ABC.
But it's
It all
more
needs to be
transparent.
decentralized. It needs to be
Yes.
decentralized.
Yes, sir.
There needs to be decentralized, open communication where people need to find out what the fuck is really going on. We're finding that through all these corporate, all these like internet companies, whether it's Google or whether it's Facebook or Instagram. If they can just
These guys are kind of boring. I want to hear more Alex Jones. Even Joe's being boring right now.
censor you based on ideology, then you don't have freedom of speech because they're the primary means that people communicate. So until we accept that there's some sort of utility, it's not as simple as it's a private company. When it's literally one of the main 2 or 3 ways that human beings share ideas across the planet.
He doesn't talk anymore? No way.
Earth. It's bigger than just
No way he don't talk anymore. Come on.
the company. And I don't know what the solution to that is, but we have to have that conversation.
Free the software.
Yeah, right
I
now,
mean,
we're not having that conversation.
They're abusing their power.
Right,
We are.
because the way it censors is always in favor of the left. And the people in the left think that's a good idea. But eventually you can't be left enough. It's just going to keep going. It's a machine. It's Pac-Man. It's just going to keep
Wait,
showing.
I gotta ask Joe. So a couple years ago, you had Jack Dorsey on your show. You got a bunch of dislikes on the video. We ended up talking. You ended up inviting me out, and I don't know.
You destroyed him.
Well, it's not about that. I wanted to ask you, like, how do you feel your opinion has changed since before we did that show and to where we're at today?
There's a lot of things have opened my eyes, like slowly but surely, like seeing examples of people censored, and some of them that don't make any sense at all. Like one of the best ones was Brett Weinstein and his whole Unity Party.
Yeah.
When that got censored, I was like, okay, you guys banned an account.
Can I just say fuck Brett Weinstein? I don't like that guy. Am I allowed to say that? I just don't like that guy.
For no reason, because you thought that account, which is by a bunch of influential intellectuals, was going to somehow or another take votes.
Yeah, he's a eugenicist Malthusian. And yo, Alex, I don't know if you're hearing this, Alex. These people are not your friends, Alex. These are literal eugenicists, literal Malthusians. They're not your friends. And I don't know why you're chilling with Brett Weinstein. Dude is not your friend.
Away from what you thought was the party that should win, and so you just ban the account. So now you're making like these ideological choices about free speech. So you're saying your free speech is not as important as the result that I want, and so you're going to ban people. And when I saw that, I was like, this is wild. This is fucking wild. And then
I don't agree with the banning, though.
I talked to a lot of people that were the Second Amendment advocates. They were saying before the election, they were going back into their Instagrams and their Facebooks and finding posts from 8-9 years ago and banning them for those posts.
Yep.
That they were going deep. Yeah, they were doing that just specifically because they didn't want people influencing the vote in any way. 1,000 here, 100 there. Like if they could just chip away through all these different angles. Like this is
and make examples
and
out
let's
of
just
people.
briefly look at that. Imagine it's one thing for an orthodoxy to take over and make you comply, but to punish you before it took over is thought crime. Before, I mean, this is mind control. This is like in science fiction. This was never dreamed of, where you're punished for behavior before the new orthodoxy comes in. So you don't just submit in the current state. You're going to pay for not adopting it before it was the new religion.
I got to correct you. This isn't not science fiction. This is what they did in the Soviet Union, where if you were on the wrong side before Stalin took over, you were executed with your family. So this has historical precedent.
No, I'm
soy you. It's exactly why I'm fucking cringing.
No,
my,
it's to the double
my
forward.
family was literally tortured in
Yeah.
Poland for daring to question
it's-
the government or not having the proper paperwork during a random passport check.
No.
But I think-
I know tyrants do that, Luke. I know tyrants do that. What is it?
It's listen. It's retroactive enforcement.
Yes.
Retroactive.
They cut his fucking nose in Chinatown.
Let me. I want to counter this though, because we were actually heading in a direction in this conversation. We were talking about how we're actually starting to realize how deceptive the media is, and then I pointed it over to Drew because these same.
Tim Pool's so cringe. He's such a cringe fucking guy. You know what I mean? And I don't dislike him for the reason the left does. I dislike him for the opposite reason. The left hates him because guys, imagine how fucked up the American left is. The American left thinks he's too masculine and manly. That's why they don't like him. They think he's too manly. I'm the opposite. I don't like Tim Pool because he's just soy to me. He represents soy to me. I just don't like him. I don't like this dude. He seems so slimy and fucking just like, he just seems slimy to me. You know what I mean? I don't like this guy. I'm open to being persuaded otherwise. I don't hate him. But from what I've seen of him, look, I'm not trying to throw hate on nobody. I'm not a hater. And it really is not personal. I'm just some random fucking guy, right? From what I see of him, this ain't the dude I could trust. I can't trust this dude, you know what I mean? But I'm just speaking as a human being, my first impression, whatever. I don't care about his views. You know what I think? Okay, here's my honest critique of Tim Pool. I don't know why I'm burning bridges, but I just am. Tim Pool wants to go against the left, but he wants his cake and he wants to eat it too, and he also wants to have the same sense of comfy discursive safety that the left has. Like, he wants to hate the left and at the same time expect to be loved by them and be one of them. He just wants to be a leftist and he's not accepted by them, and that's why he's mad. Right? I actually just hate the left. That's the difference. I actually hate those people. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to I don't know. He's just kind of cringe. I don't know.
Tools are what allowed Drew to be on the ground during the Rittenhouse during the Kenosha incident, film it, and then be a witness. The media could have absolutely shut it down. You'd see a newspaper article and it would say white supremacist crosses state lines with gun, and that's the only thing you'd know. And they tried it.
Dating apps. Yo, let me check my Tinder. I added that I'm a verified partner Twitch streamer to my Tinder. One new like. What is this? Interesting. I got a new match. Yo, I feel like being partner does not really make a difference. You know what I hate about Tinder is like I wanna just be able to spit game first. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't wanna fucking I don't know. I don't want to do this swiping shit. Alright, I'm done with Tinder. Let's continue.
Drew, Richie, Jorge.
I just swiped like 5 pictures and then I'm done for the day.
Ventura, Elijah Schaefer.
They broke that paradigm.
You guys were down there.
And then to watch the prosecutor try to go, oh, you're a right-winger, you're evil. It's like, it's footage. It's raw. Like Joe said, oh, and then they saw the raw footage. Once you see that, it's game over.
He literally tried to say that my footage was slanted in a certain way, and I responded and I said, well, yes, it's BLM and Antifa are literally rioting in the footage. What people need to understand.
Yeah, he acts like he's a leftist who thinks the left have gone too far, and I think that
is this propaganda is so dangerous.
I wouldn't put it that way.
It's not because they're just telling.
I'm with Caleb Maupin. We just have a synthetic left in general. It's just a synthetic left.
Lies, but
I don't want to be on the same spectrum as these leftists. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not that I'm far to their right. It's not that I'm far to their left. I'm not even on the same political spectrum as them in the fucking first place. That's where I stand. I'm not even on the same political spectrum as these fucking leftists. Tim Pool wants to be on the same political spectrum as the leftists. He just wants to be a little bit more to the right. No, fuck, I don't even want to be on your political spectrum at all.
Attempting to control the narrative, which is an attempt to control your mind, and that's what's dangerous. Whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, that should seriously concern you, because this is what they do to control the minds of millions of people, and it's allowed on a daily basis. And it's like, why don't it's encouraged, and why don't people take issue with this, that people are trying to control your mind on a daily basis?
Because the average man would rather be safe than be free. We're taught since kids to...
You know what, dude? These people are not based enough. They're not red pill enough. That's the issue. These are like liberals who are getting really excited by like, ooh, we're being a bit naughty. We're being a bit naughty. But you're still fucking liberals, dude. You know, that's why I don't like them. I'm 1000% based. I'm 1000% based. I'm the spirit of Genghis Khan, motherfucker. I don't delight in like being a little naughty. I'm a bad motherfucker by nature. You understand? I don't have these little naughty, oh, I'm being a little naughty. No, I'm a bad motherfucker by nature. That's what I expect. And it's besides the point that it's triggering liberals, because that's just part of who I am. That's just part of who I fucking am. Y'all understand something? Y'all understand something? Y'all understand something? This is who I fucking am. You understand something? I don't fucking do this shit. I know this triggers the libs, but it's just part of who I am. That's just who I am. It may trigger the libs, and they might get mad, and they might get upset. Fine. I'm not going, oh, I'm being a little naughty. No, this is part of who I fucking am. That is what I am. I'm 1000% based. You understand? I'm sorry, Tim Pool, but you don't have my respect because you don't share my mentality. You just like, oh, what if we were defying them? I'm not just defying the libs. I'm out here destroying the libs. I am eating the libs for breakfast. I am consuming them. You understand? Don't fucking be out here the intellectual dark web. Motherfucker, I have been into the heart of darkness and back. I have been inside the abyss of your mother's.
Defer to that expert at the front of the room. And one of the reasons they always talk about follow the experts. It's not just with COVID. It's also with this. Am I going to look at the footage and draw my own conclusion, or am I going to listen to the prosecutor?
Okay, Joe, you were saying
something. It's so sad because I don't know any progressive. I know a lot of progressives, and not one of them knows that one of the victims of Kyle was a pedophile. They all think it was an innocent black BLM protester
who raped a kid. It's not like he had attractions.
Five kids, and he was an underage boy during this, battle with him. So it messes with people so badly. I know so many people that have no information about the case but have an opinion completely made up. It's
Wasn't
sad.
the other guy? Didn't he get all his charges dismissed on previous
6
cases?
days before?
Yeah.
6 days before he had a DUI charge dropped, but he was a career criminal. I mean, he went down for domestic abuse, prowling, trespassing, 2 DUIs, felony burglary, 2 counts of carrying a firearm while intoxicated.
Bro, this is cult shit.
Yeah. Yep.
We're in a cult. Yes. This is a
Yes,
cult.
dude. Tell us, Joe. Tell us. We're in a cult.
Tell us, Joe. Speak to us, leader.
How does the Kool-Aid taste?
Shut up,
Dr. Joe.
How's the Kool-Aid?
No, we are in a cult. Joe, start over.
This information is not based on reality. This is a left-wing cult, and they're pumping stuff out, and then they're confirming this belief. They're all getting together.
Listen. Okay, fine, Joe Rogan. Fuck the left, whatever. A bunch of losers. I agree. But what you're saying basically is like, oh, we need to be more like Steven Pinker, and we need to have the intellectual dark web with fucking Sam Harris, and shut the fuck up, dude. You know what I mean? This is fake. This is a form of fake. This is fake dissidence. I'm sorry, Joe Rogan. I ain't got an issue with you, Joe Rogan. I can go on your show and we could have a great time. Alex can come too. I really only fuck with Alex. Tim Pool, stay home. You know what I mean? I don't want Tim Pool there. Sorry, Tim Pool. I don't really fuck with you, dude. But, you know what I mean? They're trying to create a new establishment. They're trying to, I feel like they're trying to defend the establishment by critiquing it. Like they critique the establishment only to defend it. They represent the professional managerial class by critiquing its excesses, because the excesses of the professional managerial class are endangering that class. So now they're saying, oh, guys, you're going a little too far. Let's rein it in and let's keep the fucking con game going. I don't trust it, man. I don't trust this shit. Brett Weinstein and, you know, whatever the hell, this Peter Thiel money or whatever. I don't trust that shit, man. I don't trust these people. I don't hate them. But I two eyes open because I don't trust it. I take it with a grain of salt.
And they're ignoring contrary evidence.
Yes.
They're ignoring any narrative that challenges their belief about what happened, and they're not looking at it realistically. They're only looking at it like you would look at it if you're in a fucking cult.
Sounds
it's
like
a
religion.
Weird left. Cult is a religion that's just like it's just older.
Yeah.
I had a bit about it. They're
Well,
like,
a cult doesn't let you ask questions. Joe, go ahead.
Well, a cult is made by a guy, and that guy knows it's a cult. And a religion, that guy's dead. That's the difference. Like, religions are just cults that last longer. Some of them prove to be worthwhile, like social and economic and even moral structures. Like, they
Give me a sec. Sorry, I was just checking something. Let's continue.
they actually benefit society. Like some cults, they're based on rituals or things that people learned, and they realize this is a better way to live their life. But some of them are just based on the present moment of gathering the most amount of, whether it is influence or finances or what power, whatever the fuck it is. That's what this is.
Joe and I totally agree. So let me ask the next question.
100% a left.
I really want to hear what you have to say. What is the period we're in now? Because it seems like it's coming to an end.
This is Kali Yuga, man. This is some weird shit that was predicted by the Bhagavad Gita. This is
Gudur Damarong, Battle of the Gods,
yeah.
Ragnarok. Tell me.
This is what happens in culture. Like they go through these pitches, these ups and downs, and it's almost inevitable. Like it's almost impossible for us with our human reward.
Yeah, this is stupid, dude. Sorry, this is some dumb shit.
Systems that are based on like animal emotions and biology to manage millions and millions and millions of people all on one continent with money and the economy and the fucking environment. It's almost impossible to do. So it almost always slides into authoritarianism. Right. And the best way it slides into authoritarianism.
What's the point of saying this? It's just like defeatism. I don't, dude, Alex Jones, at least he has hope. You know what I mean? This is just like, well, at the end of the day, I'm above everyone. Yeah, you gotta fucking deal with Spotify, dude. Congrats. You're just like rationalizing everything. You know how none of these people talk about any real conspiracies? None of these people talk about... No, how many of these people are talking about Epstein? No, they're not going to talk about Epstein. Because guess what? You got connections to Epstein. Probably in that room you got connections to Epstein. Nobody's talking about Epstein. Nobody's talking about conspiracies. Nobody's talking about fucking Astro World and shit. You know what I mean? Like, Alex will talk about it, but... God, man, I don't buy this shit, man. You know what I mean?
Authoritarianism is control the narrative.
Yeah. Joe, you got to leave. Keep going, brother.
So you say it's almost impossible. How would you say we can do it?
Mushrooms.
Beautifully said.
There you go. I'm with dude. I feel like Alex is on our side against them right now because Alex is like, dude, you're peddling some bullshit, dude. You're peddling some bullshit.
Mushrooms!
Well, let me ask that question.
We gotta
next.
love each other. We need mushrooms. We gotta realize we're all in this thing together. We can, instead of competing with each other, just do your best and give everybody hugs.
Look, Joe Rogan seems like a good guy. He seems like a good guy. I just don't like the crowd that's around him. You know what I mean? I think he's a good guy at the end of the day. He seems like a good, genuine, decent guy. You know what I mean? But I would just tell him, bro, I don't know why you trusting all these, people, because those, whatever Peter Thiel people, they're not. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I got one eye open. I don't really trust it.
I agree.
When I say I don't trust it, I'm trying to say I don't hate it. Yeah, I'm not saying they're my enemy. I'm just saying it's like I'm very suspicious. You know what I mean?
Let's expand on that.
No,
briefly.
you don't agree. You're not in this thing with some of these people.
Why do hallucinogens taken properly create such peace? Why are they?
Because they eliminate the ego, and the ego is responsible for most of the conflict. Most of the conflict is instead of thinking, I got to get this guy back. Just relax. Everybody relax. Everybody look at this.
No, I don't want to relax.
What does everybody want in terms
of
you
forgave me 3 years ago when I was being a dick?
Everybody.
And it was so much better.
I try to forgive everybody. Listen,
it was amazing.
What does everybody want in this life? You want good friends. You want to be safe. You want your children to go to good schools. You want your loved ones to be protected. You want people to get by and have a good life for as long as they possibly can. That's what everybody wants. But you think that other people are trying to...
I want y'all to... And look, Logo and Kantbot point this out. You know why I'm being a little bit hard and suspicious on Tim Pool and those people or whatever? Let me tell you why. So you guys ever heard the term neoconservatism? So the neoconservatives actually pretended to be these anti-establishment and subversive... Vice News was a neocon magazine. It was founded as a neocon magazine. They were pretending to be very subversive and non-politically correct. That's why so many, critics of liberals or whatever were, super Islamophobic. Because they were like, yeah, we're going to be really subversive and anti-establishment, and we're not going to be politically correct. And then those were the people that got power in the Bush years. Those were the neoconservatives, right? So I feel like these people might be making a neoconservatism 2.0, where they're going to be reconciled, they're going to be absorbed by the establishment, and it's going to be worse, right? And they're probably going to unite with the DSA people, and it's going to be a really ugly thing. The neoconservatives was basically saying, by the way, the neoconservatives were not conservatives. They were not conservatives. They were just like these people. They like shrooms or whatever. They were just basically listen, we're being a little more reasonable. We got to defend Western civilization against all these other threats in the world. Thank you, Cans Cuck, for the 5 gifted subs. Nice name. Thank you for the subs, though.
Stop you from having that. People try to stop you from having that. There's a few sociopaths that want to gather it all up for themselves.
There you go.
I forgive you too, amounts of people.
But Joe, I've had this conversation with Ian a whole lot because Ian's the voice on our show who's always telling us to stop being so dark and try and bring people together. But you look at the prosecutor in the Rittenhouse case.
He's a demon.
Overwhelmed, lying. Yeah. You see the judge say that was a grave constitutional violation.
I think that's been going on forever.
It has.
Finally, we have the internet.
Correct. Yeah. Thank you. Yes.
And now we can see it for what it is.
And now
we can see it.
And now conservatives.
I just hate how smug they are, dude. I just hate how smug they are. That's it.
Are realizing,
I don't feel a lot of based in this room.
The local conservative line about if you haven't done anything wrong, don't worry about getting arrested, you'll be fine.
Not true.
I know, but conservatives now realizing, wait a minute, when the government, the Eye of Sauron, has you in their sights, they're gonna do whatever they can.
You know what I feel like? I feel like this is Netflix conspiracy theorists. They're not real. They're not really real conspiracy theorists. You know what I'm saying? They're Netflix tier.
Experiencing that, where they just
Alex,
lie about everything.
What were you just saying? About not interrupting.
Malice.
I was just the one point is people
you have a lot of malice for me.
I don't have a lot of love for you.
I know, start over.
I'm not going to start over. I'm just going to say my one sentence, which is conservatives now realizing when the government, which is the Eye of Sauron, has you in their sights, they're going to do whatever they can to break you. And this is something that disproportionately hurts poor people. And the left has been arguing about that for a long time, and they were right.
That's inarguable, right?
Yes.
But now the left's all anti-free speech, anti-due process.
Well, there's something to say about what's happening right now. Some people have called it the fourth turning. You could feel it. It's energetic. You know something's happening. You see the Titanic. You see the iceberg. You're like, holy cow, the ship is heading somewhere. But at the end of the day, we could still decide where it goes. And I think, to Joe's point, mushrooms, decentralization are ways to start the conversation. But I think we should focus on that as well, because I think that's the true kind of opening that we should be really examining and looking into, because there is something to talk about with so much power and influence here. We could do something incredible here.
I don't know about mushrooms.
They just sound weird. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
But that NAD stuff was legit.
Nicotinamide, adenine, dinucleotide.
Can we talk about DMT while Joe's here?
Yes.
Because he's giving me DMT next week.
I am?
Or should I not say that? Sorry.
No.
We were thinking about it.
Going down to South America for a religious retreat, perhaps?
Oh, I'm so in.
Yeah, well, I take DMT every morning.
I think we should take ayahuasca.
We all take DMT when we sleep.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah,
you got the joke.
Dude, we got to do
Luke's smart. He got my
ayahuasca.
joke.
How do you prepare for your first time, though? Because I'm nervous.
I've heard you got to do a dieta, which is a 10-day fast where you basically eat only.
Stop all that hippie bullshit. Listen, put your fucking woody beads aside.
But this is if you're
shut
gonna
your
take
pie hole.
only if
you
you're
don't
taking
have to do any of those
ayahuasca.
things.
Have you
Just
taken
dive
ayahuasca?
in. It's the same thing. It's dimethyltryptamine. Look, it's good to have an empty stomach. Yeah, but listen, what you really need to do is just relax and let it happen.
Have you taken Aya?
No, I've only taken DMT.
We got to do ayahuasca.
I've taken. I don't know.
I'm trying to like read the room. I'm trying to like get the vibes of this room, so I really can know how I feel about it. Because I don't know. I always trying to read the room. Like, could I ever be in this room and chill with these people? You know what I mean?
Do shit with you.
Oh, you filthy hippie! Get a haircut.
We need to. All of a sudden, I'm at his house, like confused. When do I throw up? No, it's like all these psychedelic drugs. The big thing is just letting go. That's the biggest problem that people have.
Let yourself go, like Elvis says.
Yeah,
it's hard to just not fight it.
You got.
Well, that's one of the biggest lessons when you do delve into psychedelics, is not to take yourself too seriously. Let things go, let love and the positive energies kind of flow in a direction where you're not trying to control everything. When you're trying to control everything, that's when things get nasty and disgusting. And whether in relationships, whether in government, whether with religion, anytime you try to force something onto someone, shit gets bad. It gets disgusting.
I totally agree. But while
nasty.
we've got Joe here, let me just ask this one question of Joe, and I want to hear from Tim and everybody here. But this is my real question. After all the suppression of free speech we've seen in the last 20 months, and after all the attacks on medical experts that were pointing certain things out that's now all been proven right, I mean, what does the power structure do now that it's committed?
This is the only working class voice in the room that represents the working class in this room. Within the confines of this room, this is the only guy who represents the working class.
Seppuku, suicide. I'm really concerned.
No. Don't be naive. It has not committed suicide. Most people still believe the news is accurate. Most people still believe I took horse dewormer. Most people still believe like some of the dumbest ideas, because most people are casual observers of information.
I don't think that's true. Do you guys think most people believe the news about Joe Rogan? I don't know. Maybe most older people. You think so? Maybe like very old people, but I don't know. I feel like if I talk to a guy my age, I don't know. It's tough. In cities, yeah, I could see the nerdy guy be like, yeah, totally. But I don't know.
You're saying I'm blinded by the fact that I can see what's going on.
It's your job. You're like a guy who's like a tennis analyst that thinks that everybody knows who Roger Federer is. Most people have no fucking idea. Right? It's like the amount of people that actually pay attention to all this shit.
So I'm blinded by the fact
fairly
that I'm
small.
informed. That's a good point.
Yeah, you're very informed.
So
You're always on it. But
what's
most
gonna
people
happen?
are uninformed because they're busy all day. They have jobs and they have kids and they have a mortgage and they fucking go bowling or whatever they like to do. They don't have the time. They watch
whatever
football.
the normies do.
Yeah, they watch football.
Yeah, I understand that. I could see that.
They don't have time to be paying attention to all this fucking shit on.
So instead of a normalcy bias, I have kind of an awake. So what do we do then?
Listen. I was arguing with someone about the Rittenhouse trial right now. A friend of mine who's on the left who said, "I don't understand how you're defending this kid." And when I said like a few key details about the case, they said I didn't hear that.
Imagine having a leftist friend.
And then they responded, "To be honest, I was kind of just listening in the background while I was at work."
Yeah. It's all crazy, right? Like, should he have just showed up with
I don't talk to CCTV cameras. You know that about my life? I don't talk to CCTV cameras. And let me tell you, to me, a CCTV camera is someone who someone who represents the discourse police, and they're like, they try to police me. Like, oh, even if they're right, but I see them using language that I know that they got from their school or from the internet or from like Twitter, where they're like, I don't know, like the institutionalized racial injustice, and they use those words. Yeah, I'm not gonna talk to you, dude. You could even be right. It's not about whether you're right or wrong. It's about what you represent. And to me, you represent a CCTV camera of discourse police. And I don't want nothing to fucking do with you, because you will never, ever speak to me as a human being. You won't ever speak to me as a human being. But on the other hand, there's a lot of fucking dick rider discourse people who watch Joe Rogan, and they talk to me, and I can tell what they're saying they got from watching Joe Rogan, but they got from on somewhere else, and they not having I tend to surround myself by people who put things into their own words and actually know how to think independently. That's what I do. I don't like discourse. I can tolerate I will say though, I can tolerate the Joe Rogan guy way more than the fucking lefty guy I'm talking about. The CCTV, I call the lefty in real life a CCTV camera. I can't even talk to them, right? The Joe Rogan guy is just going to annoy me, but I can still talk to them because they're not a CCTV camera. They're more like a, they're more like a fucking lamppost, right? I don't know. It's a tier below, right?
An AR-15 at this protest, like, why is he there? Like, why? He's a 17-year-old kid with a fucking.
But then you learn
the people that I relate to and fuck with the most are the ones who talk about their own life experiences and wisdom from those experiences. People who just get on the bandwagon about narratives, I find it very hard to converse with them. I don't like narrative people, right? I never speak in terms of narratives.
Then you learn his dad lived there.
Then you learn his dad lived there. Then you learned that his family had a store there, right?
Yeah.
They worked there. Didn't his family work
there? His dad had a business and his business.
His dad, his grandma, his cousins. He worked there. His best friend.
That was his hometown. His mom had left.
But how wild are these fucking people? This is like wild and wonderful whites of West Virginia. They said, son, load up your AR-15. You want to drive me to the protest. You're 17. Like, to take a 17-year-old kid to the middle of a fucking protest with a loaded gun.
No, I agree.
It wasn't a protest. It was a riot.
It was a
I
violent
understand
riot.
It's a riot. Okay, let's say it's a riot.
But before it happened, it was a protest.
He shouldn't have been there, but no one should have been there.
If you have children, does anybody here besides me and Alex have children?
Negative.
When you have kids, the last thing you want to tell your 17-year-old is, hey, son, I'm going to take you down to that riot.
My son's bigger than me.
You know, like, the issue is most of these people are not based enough. They're not anti-establishment enough. I feel like these people want a cozy place. They want to be recognized and legitimated by the establishment. That's what Tim Pool wants, and I don't know, but it seems like that's what Joe Rogan wants too. And I actually want to destroy the establishment and replace it with something new. I think they just want to join it. You know what I mean? And that's why they think they're based because they're like, oh, I'm questioning the critical race theory and the postmodernism. Okay, that's baby shit though. Talk to me when you're fucking Lysenko pilled. You know what I mean? Talk to me when you recognize genes don't even exist and Trofim Lysenko was correct. And talk to me when you understand that Stalin was the greatest man of the 20th century. Well, I don't know about that, but one of the greatest men.
And you're gonna pop off some caps.
He said, "I'm going to a riot." I beat his ass before he went.
That's wild shit. Like, I'm just not a judgment call. I'm saying it's a very unusual move.
Wait,
to drive your 17-year-old kid across the state line.
Yeah, no, I mean, I like Rittenhouse, but they're a little weird.
Wait.
But he doesn't deserve to go to prison.
State line thing is too much.
31 miles.
Yeah, but it's
still state line, right?
I get
but
it.
But his father lived there.
Hold on. Here's why it's much. Do you know the law? There's a law. When it comes to like firearms, when it comes to like it's like state.
He didn't bring a gun across state lines.
Okay, but state lines are.
You know, I don't like these type of Silicon Valley libertarians. I don't like Silicon Valley libertarians. The libertarians, I like the Sharia law libertarians. You want to know what the Sharia law libertarians are? Sharia law libertarians believe the Constitution is the Quran. And they're just very base. They grow out big beards and they go, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim, bismillah. They just like do that for the Quran, for the American Constitution, and they just like they're pretty much like a Taliban in America for the Constitution. You know what I mean? I like those people. I just don't like, because it's look, any man that has firm principles is based, and if that principle is going to be the U.S. Constitution, whatever. But I don't like this dude who slouches on the couch and is like, I don't like people forcing things on me, and I don't like it. You sound like you're mad at your dad. You sound like you're fucking angry at your dad. That's what it sounds like to me. It just sounds like you're rebelling against your father. Well, you know what, dude? Your dad was probably right. I'm gonna be real with you.
It's a real thing. Like if you live in one place and you go to another place specifically for this reason, the prosecutors or the lawmakers or whoever is going to look at it very differently. Just because you're crossing a state line, that's just fact.
It's like you're invading.
That being said,
if you do something inside of Kansas, that's inside of Kansas. If you decide to cross over into another place, it becomes a different thing. Right?
That being said, there are people who live in places like Buffalo and Detroit and Calexico who have enhanced IDs, who are able to go back and forth as if it's
Is that what he had?
Well, he lived like a month.
He has very feminine mannerisms. Nothing wrong with that, but let's be real, he does. He's a straight dude, right? So it's not like I'm picking on him, but he's like, that's why you have to be very, very careful with like thinking you're a dissident when you're not, because a lot of the times dissidents become soy. You know, why don't you just, Tim, why don't you actually withdraw from society and live in a cave and grow a beard? Then you'll find the truth. Then you can come back to society and actually fight the info war. That's what I did. That's probably what Alex Jones did. But you just went straight to the internet and aired all your grievances. You started airing all your grievances first. And that's why you look like this. Because you want to speak to the manager of society. It ain't that deep, dude. It ain't that deep. Promise you it ain't that deep. I promise you. We come from dust, and to dust we shall return. It ain't that deep, bro. It ain't that deep. It ain't personal either. You want to know what happened on Twitter when all lefties were attacking me? I was just sitting here like, huh. In my own head, I was like, huh, interesting. Ain't that deep. It ain't that deep. And it ain't even personal. I'm not even here. I'm in 2036. It ain't. I don't take it personally. Hate me. You can hate me all you want. Is what it is. But you know what I wasn't doing? Who fucking cares, dude? You know what I mean?
Mile from the border.
It's a bedroom community.
And Kenosha was, it's the suburb of Kenosha.
But what a lot of people are missing is he went across the border and then got a gun.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
He didn't cross
Yeah.
the border with the gun.
Right.
Correct.
So he went across the border and then he got a gun. And also, he's not even 18. It's kind of wild. Like, if you think about an actual 17-year-old boy, they're boys.
He's more of a man than any of those police officers.
He did a very good job.
You son of a bitch with your fucking cut nose.
Hey, but at the same
Jack
time,
Nicholson in Chinatown, they cut his nose.
But
talk
Joe,
too much shit.
But Joe, you got to understand. During that summer, police officers stood back. Police
cities
officers
burn.
literally
Yeah.
were told,
Vacuum.
stand down, don't do anything.
Oh, for sure. It's not a clean
That was a huge
issue.
aspect to it, and it's not. And I don't think
It's
this is
not
the best
clean.
case to argue. But I think this is the kind of pivotal point that a lot of people, especially the corporate media, are focusing on, because this is the argument that they want to make to disarm people.
Well, I'll go back to they're not showing the defense arguments on a lot of TV channels. That discredits him right there. But let me ask Joe before he's got to go here. He's got to go to a comedy show tonight. Let me ask Joe his view, shifting gears on the political correct wars.
Oh, but hold on. Keep talking about this, because
Okay,
this
well,
is an
it's fine.
important thing to like expand on what we're talking about here. Like, this is here's the problem. Here's the big problem. Why did he have to do that?
He was called.
But hold on. Why did he have
an
to
answer
do
for
that?
you.
Why'd the
did he
police stand down?
No. What compelled him to do that?
I have
to do what? What are they even talking about?
Anarchy. Because there was
Lawlessness.
chaos in the street and because they were allowing it to happen.
Correct.
The reason why people were willing to tell their kid, hey, this is a good idea to get your fucking loaded gun, and we're going
See, now they're talking stupidity, dude. Dude, this is stupid. Why the fuck would you go out with a gun for some random city? Don't do that, dude. Don't do that. You have the right to, but you have a right to do a lot of things that are stupid. Bro, don't be telling people to, oh, man. Yo, I don't know, man. This is stupid as hell. This is a bunch of fake division, bunch of dumb fake bullshit, man.
It's because civilization's collapsing.
Right,
They finally
but-
go, hell, let's have a war.
This wasn't anarchy.
No, don't listen to Alex here. I don't think he's being serious, but don't be listening to what he's saying. I don't think he's serious, but
This was
still, you know what I mean? Like, bruh, that's fastest way to go to jail, put yourself in danger, put others in danger. Completely needless, completely pointless. Protecting businesses. Here's the thing though, is that if you don't own the business, why are you doing that? You're not. If it's your business, I'm not really gonna blame you for protecting your own business for being damaged and destroyed. Depending on the laws, of course. It all depends on the law. But I won't blame you for protecting your business. But why do you gotta go protect other people's businesses? You know what I mean? I don't know. It's stupid.
Funded mainstream media promoted chaos.
Like, why do you gotta protect Target? Why do you gotta protect Wendy's or fucking Arby's? You know what I mean? Those are corporations. Who gives a fuck? He's protecting his community. That's loyalty. That's what human instinct is to do. Greg, here's the issue. That's not a community. That place was not a community. Yeah, Kenosha was not a community, though. It's not a real community. It's not a community that's full of a bunch of people who know each other. It's a fucking corporate America, dude. It's all, you know what I mean? It's pointless LARP, dude. We don't have. I want to have communities in this country, right? I want us to be able to have communities that we can feel proud of and also defend and whatever. But we don't have that. We don't really have that in this country. We don't. That's the plain truth. I know we want to feel like we have communities, and one of the ways we do that is pretending that we do, but we don't. We don't have a community here, right? We got opioid epidemic. We got prostitution that's being spread to young people, right? How are you going to have a community when the young people fresh out of high school are being advertised to become involved in the sex trade? You know what I mean? That's not a community, dude. What kind of community is that? Imagine you have a daughter. She graduates high school, she's in debt, she can't pay off her debt, and she's being bombarded with propaganda telling her that the sex trade is something good and she should be doing. We have a very broken country, you know what I mean? And far be it from me to be defending Antifa. I always call those people deranged psychopaths. I don't like those people, those Antifa people. But our country's fucking broken right now. We have a very broken country. And
Kamala was bailing out the
Kamala Harris
voters.
was literally bailing them out with big tech social
But
media
hold on,
promoting
so
these protests.
These people aren't getting detailed instructions on exactly what to do. They're Antifa people, right? They're wild motherfuckers that have criminal records.
Pedophiles.
They are getting instructions. They organize.
They're very organized.
Who's giving them organized?
Whatever the cell is.
So, Joe, what happens when he's found not guilty? I predict that.
But when they're telling him, do you think someone's telling him to attack this kid?
yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to say. It's like it's a dog eat dog. Everyone's out for themselves, Yeah, it is how it is.
No, hold on.
No.
Yes.
No, he's just out of control.
They were telling him to attack that car.
Hold on, I can actually answer this.
He spent his whole life
So,
attacking kids.
there's something important.
Everybody should have the right to defend their homes and defend their businesses. That's what I fundamentally believe. And I do not believe that any anyone who believes in the people, who has a people-oriented politics, should be concerning themselves with this false fucking polarization and fake division being produced and whipped up by the media to have Americans go out and engage in violence against each other. And I get it. A lot of the times, most of the time, probably almost all the time, it's the Antifa people who are taking shit to that level and just going attacking people, right? So I get that. But, you know, they're trying to bait this country with violence. You know, they're trying to bait this country into a civil war. And this is why I always tell conservatives and libertarian-minded people, I say, listen, you don't want us fucking... I tell this to Trump people too. I say, you don't want a civil war to happen. A civil war will not turn out good for you. They want to bait this country into a civil war. And I think they want a civil war because they're prepared for it. They're steps ahead of us in terms of technology, in terms of weapons, DARPA. There's the shit the deep state has in its arsenal you wouldn't even fucking believe. Also, information coordination's way more advanced, right? So a civil war will be let me tell you what I think how I see the MAGA movement right now. I see the MAGA movement as the Jacobites in Scotland. So let me tell you what happened. In Scotland, the liberals, aka the British, were in Scotland, oppressing the shit out of everybody. Goading the Scottish into a rebellion. Eventually, the Scottish rose up behind some of the major clans, and they had the Jacobite rebellion to restore the old king to the throne, right? The Catholic king. They were utterly crushed. It was just a tragedy. And that was the pretext for the British to go in and, lock down Scotland. And I think that's what I see when I see this talk of civil war. The deep state, the Democrats, whatever, they're going to use that as a pretext to clamp down on this country and, institute even more corporate, whatever, control. Amazon smart cities, whatever, BlackRock buying up all the houses. So they have an agenda here, and the quickest way for them to execute that agenda... See, the biggest obstacle in the way of our ruling elite's agenda is and this is the truth, the constitutional and civil protections that are given to us by the government. All they need is emergency powers to go and circumvent those, just like Bush did with the Patriot Act because of the war on terror after 9/11. They used that as a pretext to clamp down on civil liberties and our democratic rights. And that's all our government needs is more shit like January 6th. So, and they already used January 6th as a pretext. That's all they need is more of that shit to suspend our liberties and our democracy, and then we're going to be in big trouble, right? I think the best thing for a people's movement right now, how would a civil war benefit them? Because they will win that war. Well, if it's even a war, they will win it, and then they're going to clamp down, right? That's when they're going to really, really, it'll be ugly. So it's better if we do our best to avoid a civil war, and let's be against violence, right? As I'm a communist, I say we should be against violence, right? Should never advocate for violence, never hope for violence, never want violence, completely advocate against violence, because the thing that's going to be of most advantage for the American people right now is if we gather our strength, gather our forces, and create unity instead of division. Let me tell you why. If we have unity in this country instead of division, the pressure is going to mount against the establishment. And that's what they fucking fear. If we unite, there's still going to be conflict, but the pressure is going to mount against the establishment. Now, if we're divided in a civil war, we're going to be distracted from the ruling class and the ruling elites in the establishment. But if we unite, That's going to create immense pressure. I don't see how we will get unity under this hyper-divided country. I understand that. And that's why I'm backing the People's Party. And I also want to reinvigorate the Communist Party. And I think its goal should be to do that. We need a people's centrist party. Right? But that's just where I'm coming from. That's my project. You know, that's my angle. That's where I'm, you know, that's what my vision is.
A lot of conservatives don't understand about these wealthy billionaires who fund these nonprofits. There will be two people from an organization that is funded. They come down to events and they know there's a lot of angry people who have no idea what's going on.
Antifa since handlers.
They don't say to them, "Hey, go attack that kid." They just say things like, "If anyone tries to stop them, don't let them. Respect the diversity of tactics." It's a very common phrase.
Yeah, I also believe that the country's probably going to divide at this rate. I'm just doing the best I can. I'm doing my part to try and stop that. But if I know I may be too late, you know. I probably am too late. But that's just, whenever I can get my own message out, I'll just always try to preach unity and a message of unity instead of division.
It means if someone is committing acts of violence, let them do it. And that's bad. And they have strategies. They call themselves often facilitators. Yep. They will come down to a riot and then guide the destruction in certain ways and try and take the violence and use it.
This is true. This is actually true what he's saying.
Secret Antifa documents 5 years ago where they, even in Democrat areas, are working with the police and the government, and they have targets they're going to burn, things they're going to hit. It's all
not only that, but there's been in some ways it's a rhetorical question. What I'm saying is, why did he have to do that?
Wait,
well, he had to do that because everything was falling apart.
Right. No, but
So Joe, elaborate. Joe, elaborate.
Can I just say one sentence?
Yes, sir.
I had Robert Barnes on my show this week. He worked for the defense team, and my understanding, according to Robert, is the people who ran that car dealership called Kyle and several other people because that car dealership had been hit night after night.
People are addicted to being in a mob. Unity is impossible in this climate. Yeah. It's... I don't know. I like to think it's possible.
So they were specifically called in to defend this location. There's 4 locations and they circled around.
But one of the best ways we can avoid this bullshit is don't get too drawn into the narratives, you know? Always have a centrist view of things in a good way, right? Always be outside the bubble, be outside the discourse, and think for yourself, right?
Which people are allowed to defend their property.
Yes, of course. Especially when the police are saying we refuse to do anything.
So, Joe, to answer go ahead, your rhetorical question.
People forget how bad summer of 2020 was. Like, I lived in the middle of Hollywood when it was all at its peak, and I had to evacuate my home and hide in the woods and stay there for like 2 weeks until it was somewhat safe to go back.
Yeah,
like,
that's the key,
I'm surprised there wasn't more of that.
Is college increasing polarization? Yes, and I'll explain how. So college is a debt-making machine to create debt slaves. That's what college does. It creates debt slaves who are slave to the system forever. And at the same time that you have these young college students gripped with this anxiety about not being able to pay back their loans, the professors come in and feed them a bunch of hyper-polarizing, impassioned garbage. And it's like a perfect storm, right? The professors are tricking these students into being ideological fanatics as a way to channel their anger and frustration over being indebted slaves to the system. So it's a perfect combination. And that's how these people are joining Antifa, and they join the DSA, and they become leftists, and they become communists, fake communists, as I like to call them. But yeah, that's how it works.
There wasn't more car written.
3 dozen people died.
I mean, Joe, you left LA because of crime.
3 dozen. 3 dozen.
Listen, I showed up on night 1 in Kenosha, right? And right when I showed up on the scene, they already had dumpster trucks on fire.
Yeah,
the reason why I decided to take an Uber from Chicago all the way to Kenosha was because on Twitter, they were already taking bricks to police officers' heads and knocking them unconscious. So there was literally nothing peaceful. It was never a peaceful protest from night 1. I know the mainstream media doesn't want to talk about this. A mostly fiery, peaceful protest, right? But it was, listen, I always say this, Kenosha from night 1 was obviously a riot, but
landowners are inherently conservative. Well, it gets to a point I would say, where when you get big enough as a landowner, then you start having a lot of excess, right? That you don't even know what to do with. And when you get big enough as a landowner, you're not really conservative anymore. You're a force of instability. That's how it's always been. A lot of times, big landowners will use their excesses to become bankers and give loans, right? Or they become rentier monopolists who just sit idly and collect rent from people, right? So these are forms of social parasitism. But if you own your own land and you tend to your own land, then yes, you are inherently conservative, right? But big landowners are fake conservatives, right? They're not real conservatives.
It was a crime scene for 3 days straight. And here's why I say this. On the third night when I returned back to Kenosha, I was talking to some of the people on the ground, some of people that had their businesses burned down to the ground. When you were walking down the street, people had their windows boarded up. They were writing things like, "Children live here." You want to know why they were writing that? Because there was a threat to the community. There was an obvious threat to the community. People thought that they were going to die, Alex.
Yeah, I don't, without knowing a lot of information myself, that is absolutely fucked up how, like, these ideological, fanatical protesters, they just don't know when to stop. And people literally have to beg them for mercy and be like, yeah, kids live here. Can you guys... Nobody really thinks about kids anymore. You notice that? Nobody remembers that when you're doing all this destructive shit, you know, there's... What about kids, you know? Why should they have to go through that?
People thought that they were going to die in Kenosha because of violent acts that were being committed by these criminals, and they're trying to paint this picture that they were peaceful protesters. At no point was Kenosha a peaceful protest on night 1, night 2, or night 3. And Joseph Rosenbaum was violent.
And night 4, after Kyle did his duty, they brought out the National Guard.
Abolish the police.
Yes, of course.
Hey, but Joe, you were saying it's all rhetorical. What's the answer then?
I don't have an answer, bro. Come on, man. Putting a lot of my shoulder.
No,
I do love the constant, like, Joe, tell us. You know, Alex is
well,
like,
I mean, he ain't gonna be here the whole time. I mean, yeah,
I know, but still, you know.
Joe, just fix the world already, all right? What are you doing? Come on, all right? We're waiting here.
Trying to guide this thing.
Do everything for us.
What was the question?
You know, we you know, Blair's right. We forget what the fuck it was like.
It was terrifying.
It was terrifying. The world was falling apart. There was cop cars lit on fire all throughout Hollywood. They were calling a curfew in Beverly Hills at like 4 p.m. or some shit.
But you know what's
and people
crazy
were
about
just
the cop
smashing
cars?
windows and stealing things.
Santa Monica.
And they were allowing it. They were letting it burn out.
Yep.
So people had this feeling that no one was going to protect anyone.
Correctly.
Like it's when you look at the way things stand today, we have much more of a semblance of law and order. But when you go back to those George Floyd protests, it was anarchy. It was legitimate chaos. And I don't think people have long memories. They have very short memories.
You were talking about...
But the cop cars, actually, I know someone who rents out a ton of cop cars for movies in LA, and some of those were fake, like on Melrose, which is weird. I don't know why.
Fake cop cars?
What?
Yeah, they were prop cop cars.
Well, let me tell you,
I don't know why.
There was
Who put
shooting
them
and
there?
burning and robbing in Austin and deaths. I was driving through and Andy was backing on my window, so there was stuff going down then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if those are fake cars, but I know that's a fun thing to say.
No,
those cop cars weren't even real, bro.
They were made by
$3 billion of property loss.
They were prop cars like Alec Baldwin's prop gun.
Well, the scariest thing was like looking at New York City when
yeah.
they were smashing windows and that really like whatever that art area is.
Soho.
Yeah, they were stealing things right out of these buildings, and the cops were literally standing on the corner watching that happen. Like that is madness.
I remember watching that on Fox News.
You know, I like to say that in the protests, and this is where you have to be careful, there's a dividing line in these protests, right? Some people are just looters. They're just looting shit, and it's not that deep. You know, some people are angry with their economic issues, and they're looting, or they're just, you know, whatever. It's just general unrest, like the French Revolution type of unrest. And on the other hand, you have perverts who are doing it for ideological reasons, who do it because they're trying to fulfill it, because it makes them feel good ideologically, and they usually come out of town and they're doing that kind of shit in communities they don't even live in. And you need to have a sharp division, right? Because I feel like when you're bitching about looters in New York City, Why? You're just a fucking shill. You're like a cop. You know what I mean? Like, I don't advocate for that, but it's just hypocrisy to bitch and whine about it, dude. It's hypocrisy to bitch and whine about a society in debt and enslaved with no rights, no economic independence or sovereignty. And when shit goes down and they go and they rob the Apple store or some shit, you know, it's hypocrisy to spend your time lamenting that fact when these are big corporations who have nothing to do with you. Sounds like advocation. How, you dumb fuck? You stupid bitch. Matter of fact, you're banned from my chat forever. And go fuck yourself, little bitch. I have never advocated for anyone to commit any acts of violence, looting, illegal theft, anything. Never. Matter of fact, I will never even suggest no one in my chat should ever do anything illegal or anything like that. I'm just calling out the hypocrisy of sitting on your fucking couch and bitching, whining, and lamenting about it. Why don't you spend your time doing something else? It's not your problem. It's not my problem that some corporate store in New York gets robbed or looted. I don't give a fuck. It's not my problem. You know what I mean? Let somebody else, it's not my issue. Why would you spend your time acting like this is some kind of horrible tragedy? Oh, the cops weren't even doing anything. Well, the cops weren't doing anything when people lost their homes and their homes was foreclosed and they were kicked out on the fucking street, dude. So, why don't you get your fucking issues in order? We live in a very brutal dog-eat-dog society. You know, these big corporations and these big corporate stores or whatever, who gives a fuck? I don't care. I don't care about them. I don't care whether those businesses exist or not in the first place, actually. I prefer those businesses didn't exist. I wish they're driven out of business or they're expropriated or whatever. They're taking up land and whatever, But it's just hypocrisy to complain about it. It's hypocrisy to complain. We live in a dog-eat-dog, brutal, cold world. Let's not... You see how the elites manipulate us, guys? There's a lot of good conservatives in my viewership, in my chat. And there's a lot of good conservatives I see who end up, because of media manipulation, coming out here and shedding tears for big corporations. Don't shed tears for these big corporations who are working against you in the first place. I care about the middle-class businesses being destroyed. Yeah, I get that. I get that. I understand that way more, at least, And I can empathize with that way, way more. But when it comes to, like, in New York City, these fucking, these chain stores, who gives a fuck, dude? Why is that something to complain about, It's dog-eat-dog. Y'all say dog eat dog, and you're just wasting syllables. It's dog-eat-dog. It's a dog-eat-dog world. And look, I'll always tell people, yeah, don't loot shit. Don't do illegal things. Don't steal anything. But if people don't listen to me, I'm not going to hate them for it, Like, what can I say? Why can't... If we're going to pretend to be universal moral agents, how about I go and tell Wall Street, hey, stop looting the American people? Huh? What about that, dude? Hey, Joe Rogan, what about that, dude? When you have to apply... If when I go and tell Wall Street, hey, Wall Street, stop looting the American people, and they're not listening to me, don't be out here whining that when you tell people not to loot these stores and they're not doing it, they're not listening. It's the same thing. You know what I mean? Actually, one is worse. One is way worse than the other. Obviously. Yeah, it's best to treat it like a force of nature. Don't cheer for them, but don't hate them either. Because You can't blame them. You can't advocate for them. You can't really do anything except sit down and shut the fuck up and focus your attention on something else. You know, because private property is sacred. That's why they care. But it's not private property. It's not even real private property, dude. I don't know how to break this to you. We already live in a type of socialism, dude. We don't really have real private property. Private property is just a name they use to say this is a different exclusive government business. It's not really private, dude. I don't know what you know. Yeah, there's not really any real private property, you know? What do you think they say about the big companies when they don't actually care about these companies getting it? It's just because of the media polarization. It's just tricking people into saying shit that and having positions that they don't really believe in, you know? Hear about Nordstrom that was raided by 80 people? That's an example of something I don't care about. Nordstrom got raided? Oh well, dude. I remember when people got raided when their homes were foreclosed in 2008 and they were kicked out on the street. I remember when people were raided when they lost their jobs and had nothing to turn to. I remember when people got raided because they were sick and they couldn't pay for their fucking health care. You know, these are all things I remember. I don't know why anyone should care about Nordstrom when the people are getting raided every single day. The government raids us. The corporations raid us. Wall Street raids us. The banks raid us. Nobody bats an eye. Nobody bats an eye.
They were literally this was I wouldn't say this was anarchy, because if we had anarchy we would have peaceful, harmonious trade of capital.
Amen, brother.
And
Luke, come on, don't leave me hanging, Luke.
What we had is government funded, orchestrated chaos by the top institutions and powerhouses in this world saying, I want this to happen, I will incentivize it, I will spread propaganda, I will put fuel on the fire, guaranteeing that this violence explodes.
Can I ask Joe? Wanted people to riot?
100%.
Yeah, 100%.
100%.
Joe, I got a question for you. I know I'm not trying to change subjects because the Rittenhouse thing's huge and anarchy's all. What about Joe Biden? Because you early on said he's senile a year before he got in.
Everybody said it. It wasn't anything.
Well, let me ask you then. What? That's my next question. Everybody, go around the round table. What is the prediction? Because now they're in the Washington Post, New York Times saying Joe Biden's got to go. Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg. What happens to Joe Biden?
Yep, he's aware. Caleb's been saying the same shit. The ruling class, for whatever reason, is sick of Joe Biden. I think they expected him to die in office, actually. But Kamala is their candidate. Their candidate is Kamala. Kamala's their person, you know? Kamala is the one, that's the ruling class superstar. Biden was just some old idiot that they probably just expected not to last this long in office.
Well, have you heard the things that like they're trying to figure out whether Jill Biden was asking whether? Did you read those things?
Yeah.
Jill Biden was asking whether or not they can get rid of Kamala.
Yeah,
like that. I don't.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if it's true. I just read.
No,
some
that
shit
was
online.
even. I was watching. It was like on MSNBC before I came on the show.
If you
But
choose
at the end of the day, like they've got to find someone who could fill Joe Biden's shoes. But if they decided to have Pete Buttigieg leapfrog over Kamala Harris, it's going to be wild. Because even like the hardcore lefties are going to abandon each other.
Well,
like it's going to get really wild because the people that wanted her in there because of identity politics and now have a point of argument, even whether or not they think she was good or not. They think that she got in, they wanted her in for whatever specific reasons, and now she's in, and you're going to have this guy leapfrog over her. If that happens, if they think the only way they can win in 2024 is Pete Buttigieg, we're going to have wild.
And see, I am kissing Joe's ass because he's really politically smart. I knew this 20 years ago, but he's doing it now. Exactly. They're clearly prepositioning Buttigieg to take over.
There's
It's
something
all
now.
over the freaking news.
Or maybe he's the vice
It's
president.
a trial balloon. Because her approval ratings are 28%.
Right.
Everyone in Washington hates her. Gavin Newsom hates her because she took the California position for the presidency away from him.
What?
So
he hates her?
Of course he hates
How do
her.
you know?
Because you hear
you
the
talking shit?
I'm not
Is that
talking.
why they cut your nose?
No,
motherfucker.
That's fake. It's a false flag. You didn't get that.
Hey, careful, Alex. You don't want to get in trouble with that.
His nose.
I still think they're gonna. I think they're gonna take Michelle Obama or Oprah. 2024.
There's no
I think there's a
way.
possibility.
No way.
Buttigieg will never be president. Check Pokemon's chat viewer list and search why. Why? Oh, you're telling that to someone else.
Openly saying everywhere, we've got to replace Biden now. And
Yes.
that's everywhere. So I'm
Wow.
asking, what are they planning? How do
Bro,
they do
that Satchel Paige thing was over the top. People were like, check.
Is Pokemon streaming now? Oh fuck, never mind. She's streaming with Hassan. Excuse me. Never mind. Never mind.
Check, please.
What was that?
This is the Negro thing. That we were
Well,
calling
so-
the Negro leagues and the
Yeah, he goes, he's the number one. I won't even say it. He's the best in the world.
Oh god. Huh.
World.
Yeah.
Did you see though when the judge and I keep going back to Rittenhouse case. The judge said, "I hope the Asian food's not on the Long Beach port." And they were like, "What a racist!"
Yeah, okay. What was I gonna say? I'm tempted to continue the stream, but the thing is, I want to work on my Substack a little bit. Okay, so I'm gonna raid Zerka, and I'm gonna go. Promise like 8 hours, but I lied. That's the beauty of being a stream. I'm just kidding. I can't do 8 hours, dude. I thought 8 hours if I stream earlier, right? It's very unlikely I'll ever do 8 hours unless I start streaming at 4 p.m. I could stream for 13 more minutes and it's 6 hours, right? This is pretty much 6 hours, right? I'll stream way longer tomorrow. I'll try for 7 tomorrow and then we'll work up to 8, right? Continue watching until 6 hours. Interesting. I just don't feel like it. Yeah, we know. We'll just go to 6. We're gonna go to 6. Fuck it. Let's go to 6.
And then Joe Biden comes out and said, you know,
took the heat off him.
Let's be 100% clean here.
5 is not a good number. I don't like the looking at 5. You know what I mean? We'll do 6.
Right.
On this whole thing. The point is he's degenerating
Right.
and falling
But
apart
clearly
fast.
something's wrong.
Hi,
So
Hat. I love your beard.
Thank you, Mania. Appreciate you.
It's not fair. It's like to judge him like in comparison to like judging Obama when he was in office or judging even Trump when he was on. It's not fair. He's got a problem. There's something wrong with him. Right? It's not as simple as I don't like the things he stands for or the special interest groups that have got him into power. I don't like his politics. That's not what's going on here. This is a man who's compromised. Something's wrong and he's deteriorating. And either we admit that and we all know it, or we don't admit it. So if we don't admit it, then China just starts fucking filling up Facebook with a bunch of fake pages,
And
and
they love it.
we have chaos constantly. You know,
Why China? What the fuck?
I mean, that's part of what's going on, like with the conversations that people are having online.
Yeah, nobody
They're being
respects us
instigated.
because of him.
Right.
And it's insane.
He's the first
insane.
president who's literally shitty.
Yeah, poopy pants.
Michael Malice, ladies.
Did someone shit their pants?
Gentlemen, give it up for Michael Mouse.
I think
Did Biden shit his pants or something?
That's it's part of what's happening. You know, it's like we're in the cult, and if you're in the cult, you have to pretend that the cult leader's okay.
No way. I gotta look this up. Did he really? Biden. Snopes. Snopes is saying it's false. I don't know who to believe.
You know the cult leader's not okay.
In fact, have you
So
seen
more
all the
and more
Twitter
people
stuff?
are opening their mouths. More and more people going, "Hey, we gotta do something," and people are like, "Yeah, okay." And so they're coming out of this fucking fog, and they're going, "What about that Pete Buttigieg guy? Well,
Who's
he took
plan B?
3 months off for his fucking kid. Like, that's okay. That's okay. People have short memories. Let's get him back in here."
Well, what about the meme I sent you
He sharded?
today of like the Hollywood guys going, "He's a rock star. He's punk rock." I mean, there's still some are still trying.
Oh,
to
that's Joe Biden. Yeah, Joe Biden.
Well,
He's
Pete
punk rock,
Buttigieg
yeah.
does have intelligence agency connections, so he was tried.
Doesn't everyone shit their pants? If I ever shit my pants, then I erased it and repressed it as a traumatic memory because I don't ever remember shitting my fucking pants. I don't ever remember that. The worst that's ever happened to me was that like I farted and then I wiped my ass and there was brown. But it wasn't too much. It was just like a little bit. And there was nothing in my pants. So I didn't shit my pants, just like it was a nasty fart.
To be as the kind of prop guy, they did try to push him, so I wouldn't be surprised if they try to push him again.
Of
But
course.
again, the mainstream
And that's a traumatic memory I have, by the way.
media, let's admit this, the
Don't
mainstream
call it
media,
mainstream, Luke.
corporate media put in Biden. The corporate media will be putting in the next president of the United
Well,
States.
they're
And to
gonna
me, Biden
try.
is the fall guy.
They're definitely going to try, but the problem is they don't have like a clear, like a person that stands there. Go, oh, like on the right, if Trump wasn't around, you look at Ron DeSantis, you go, that's the guy.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
strong.
Or Pence.
He's reasonable.
Yeah.
Yep.
Shut the. He's strong. He's
I ate nothing but beef jerky and creatine for like 2 weeks and had the most massive shart in the world. You know what, dude? Go to bed. There you go. Go to bed. Come back tomorrow. You're done for the night.
reasonable. He's calm.
I didn't need to know that. I smelt that, by the way. Whatever you just said, I smelt that.
He's made great judgment choices during this pandemic with Florida. They've turned out to be, like, although controversial, ultimately you go good to like the end result. Good choices.
Well, you know why I don't like
in terms of
Trump.
like business, in terms of like real estate, all these different things that didn't deteriorate like they did in these other countries where they kept the same mortality rate. You look at Florida's business. Florida's business did very well in comparison to like California, where California took a big hit. The restaurants, and even though they have the same sort of mortality rate, when you adjust for age, Florida did better. And then when you look at business, Florida did way better.
California has double the cases
Right?
of Florida right now.
But here's the next question.
But whose fault is that? That's the problem.
I didn't get like money because I supported Trump. I didn't think Trump was perfect. I thought that he was.
You got Pokemon dollars, right?
Exactly. I thought
What
it
is
was
it about? It's, trust me, you'll know when it's done.
more of a populist, better than what we were being offered. And so with Hillary Clinton, who I know is evil, but now I almost see Trump as destructive because he becomes the opposition to the Democrats, but he's got his own issues. I want it to be populist, not left or not right, but Americans coming together and saying,
"Hey, what? I didn't know he was this based."
No to Joe Biden, no to the Democratic Party that lied about Russiagate and all of it. I don't think Trump's a bad guy, but I want to be clear. At the end of the day, he went along with warp speed. He went along with the experimental shot, and he's pig-headed, and he won't admit he was wrong. So I'm not going to criticize Biden. And
I need to talk to Mr. Jones. I got to have a conversation because we got to talk about the People's Party. And there may be gatekeepers in the People's Party who are going to try and stop this collab from happening. But I think we should think about it. We should at least think about it. I don't want to force it on them. But, okay, we got to, yeah. Okay, now things are starting to come together. Kanye West, Mr. Jones, People's, something's going on, guys. Something's going on.
Pfizer for this and Fauci and then give Trump a pass. And with Trump's base, I go to these big events with 5, 10, 20,000 people. they're really upset. And then Trump is so pig-headed that he is still going along with the vaccine.
They booed him.
They booed him in Alabama. He got booed.
We have to say, always talk to your doctor about what's right for you. Don't take advice from people on the internet.
It is so crazy how Trump's base turns against Trump on the vaccine thing. That just goes to show Trump doesn't really control it. You know that? Trump really doesn't have the control a lot of people think he has. He don't really got the control they think he has.
Talk to your doctor if you're feeling unwell and you want to get advice on what you should do to treat yourself.
Pfizer loves you.
Take care of yourself.
Take your booster shot.
Fauci
ResetWars.com.
Now they're doing
this show's outrageous.
Yeah, he no longer has. They will still vote for him. I know they'll still vote for him, but
New York has announced
it's definitely a grassroots, spontaneous thing. It's not something coming from Trump.
Booster shots.
I'm not comfortable here.
The UK now it's now
fucking trailer on the side of the road. Talking shit about
Welcome to
Don't you know who I am? Wait, I was like,
Hey,
Joe,
don't you
come on,
love
where
how
are you? We're in a trailer on the side of the road.
England is announcing if you don't have the boosters, you're going to be locked in your house just like Austria and Australia.
And you think everyone in the room is vaxxed? Probably.
France is too.
Except Rogan.
But let's not talk about it because they'll ban us on there. You're right. I want hundreds of shots, and I think Trump's wonderful. Then Alex Jones is saying I'm sick of fucking Trump, and I'm sick of all these fucking people.
Why haven't you guys gotten him drunk yet? This is
no. We can't do that. That's bad.
You haven't even thought.
But no, listen. There's a big difference.
Gonna crash.
There's a big difference between someone's private medical decisions. The way I see it is,
don't you have to be vaxxed to travel in California? Or to California?
I went to the doctor.
Dude, guys, does anyone know if you got the J&J vaccine, do you have to get another dose now? That J&J second dose. You have to get a second dose for J&J? Really? Really? Another one?
You went to the doctor, and they gave us specific medical advice. Joe, let me tell you.
You need a third now?
When I talked to the doctor, I actually asked them. I said, I don't want ivermectin or Z-Pak. I said, the monoclonal antibodies fixed me up just right good. And the doctor said, no, I want you to finish what you've been prescribed. And I said, do I really have to? And they said, yes, because if it comes back, this is what we're prescribing you. And so I was actually like kind of critical. And the media still lies about it. The point is, if you go to your doctor and you figure out whatever you want, I don't care. That's fine. Do what you want to do. If you know, a lot of people have asked me like, would you get the vaccine now? Well, I got Regeneron, the monoclonal, so I can't, and it provides 8 months of protection or whatever. That's what they're saying. The point is, mandating by government a medical procedure for you to buy lunch is fucking insane.
It is.
We're already swearing on the show.
It's over already.
It's over. But we have had so many people on the show who are like. One guy was in his 50s and he says doctor recommended it. He got it. He's absolutely fine. He feels great. If you choose to do it, I don't care what you choose to do. I'm not going to pretend to be a doctor. I'm not going to pretend to know the secrets of the universe. But I will stand up and say, fuck the government if they're going to tell you, hey, you're obligated to get a permanent medical procedure. Otherwise, you can't work, you can't eat food, you can't go to the movie, you can't go to the bar.
Tim, let's fact check this. Fauci and Gates came out last week in videos I've played like 50 times. People can pull this up. And they both said, oh, sorry. It really doesn't work or do anything. We've got a new vaccine.
Is Destiny advocating for mandates? Is that what I heard? Is Destiny ended up sleeping for about 48 hours after because it fucked me up? Damn. Is Destiny advocating for the mandates? What's his position on that? Didn't he get into an argument with someone about that? Where he was defending it?
Vaccine coming out.
He argues for business enforced mandates. You should go to, he said if you don't get the vaccine, you should go to jail. Good luck enforcing that in this country, dude. That's all I gotta say. It's so weird. Whenever I argued with him about third parties, he was like, yeah, good luck, dude. Third parties aren't popular. Your mandate's not gonna be popular. It's gonna cause so much resistance in this country. What world are you living in? Like, what you're advocating for is more extreme than all the lefties you call extremists and shit. You're advocating for some extreme shit. American politics standard-wise, a fucking vaccine mandate where you go to jail if you don't take it. Woo, that's like literally 1984, dude.
6 months. There's basically no immunity from the shot. That's not a vaccine.
That's
a gene
paraphrasing.
It's a paraphrasing.
Yeah, come on. Like, the challenge with this stuff is
No. Joe, tell him I'm not. I mean, I can.
Yeah, it wanes. It wanes after time.
Well, we're literally
the real problem.
What about like Hassan and Vaush, the other political people? What are they saying about it? Are they advocating for mandates too?
It's unscientific because they don't recognize the natural immunity from previous infection. Like if you have a real infection with COVID and you recover, you have a more robust natural immunity. It's been shown by that Israeli study, which was 2.5 million people, that had between 6 and 13 times better immunity than you got from the vaccine.
And let me add this.
Naum Chomsky.
Let Joe finish. Let Joe finish.
They're in denial about that.
I'm not gonna let Joe finish. I'm not gonna let Joe finish. That's the thing. I told you guys what this is going on here. And we are at the 6 hour mark. And we are at that 6 hour mark. I told you what was going to happen. I'll see you guys tomorrow. 6 hour stream, right? We're getting back on track. You see? We're back on track. Today was I'm so glad. I'm so proud of myself. A 6 hour stream. Tomorrow, we're going to keep upping the ante. Now, let me tell you guys what. Zerka just raided. Who raided? What? He raided me? Who's raiding who? Okay. Yeah. So let me tell you what. Thanksgiving, no stream. No stream on Thanksgiving. Day before Thanksgiving, or day after Thanksgiving, Royale. I mean Showdown, fuck. Day before Thanksgiving, Royale. Day after Thanksgiving, Showdown. Bye, guys.